to everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense. The title of this one, and I really am always impressed by our staff by its titling, the Athena Agenda, Executing the Apollo Program for Biodefense. Recently we had a report or a hearing in which we used the title Sisyphus. So Athena, as I recall, was a goddess of many things, but today, yes, Olympian goddess of wisdom and war. All right. So this is all relevant.
Happy to staff you.
Yeah, we are. Thank you, Jim. We are sort of expanding Athena's jurisdiction specifically to biodefense, but we certainly need her wisdom. I want to begin the meeting today by welcoming, with a lot of excitement really, two new members to our commission. This has been a relatively small commission, totally bipartisan, really nonpartisan. And we decided as a commission that we wanted to add two new members to expand the experience that's already here. And we're really proud to have two people join us, former Representative Congresswoman Susan Brooks and former FDA Commissioner Peggy Hamburg. Susan's here with us right now in person. Peggy will be with us in a little while. Susan was a real champion of our recommendations of this commission. I mean, during her time in Congress, we appreciate really all she's done to strengthen the national biodefense effort, and we could not be happier to have her continue that work now as a member of our commission. We're also delighted to have Peggy Hamburg join the commission. Peggy focused on biological threats during her time as commissioner at the Food and Drug Administration, and before that as Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation in the Department of Health and Human Services, when the secretary of that great department was the great American to my right, Donna Shalala. So it's a kind of reunion. So we welcome Peggy in abstention. We soon will in person, and thank them both for agreeing to serve. We're obviously a few weeks after Thanksgiving, and though it's been a very difficult year and a half, almost two now, going through the pandemic, I still believe this morning that we have a lot to be thankful for. And by that, I mean the truly miraculous advances in vaccine development and treatments and diagnostic devices in response to the pandemic that came out of, as a result of our country's enormous effort, supported by both the public and the private sectors, which have protected the health and saved the lives of literally hundreds of millions of people in our country and, of course, throughout the world. The pandemic, of course, is still a national and global challenge. Right now, we're dealing with a new viral variant, Omicron, also of Greek origin. But we can be thankful still, I think, for the gains that we've made and for the reality that we're now much better prepared to deal with Omicron or any other device and any other, virus we may face in the future as a result of what we've learned and done in response to COVID-19. We're here today to discuss the progress that has been made and that we still have to make in the implementation of the Commission's recommendation for an Apollo program for biodefense. It is an ambitious and visionary project, as ambitious and visionary as the Moonshot program for which it's named. Its aim is to develop and deploy the science and technologies we need to defend against future biological threats, including, of course, pandemics, before they spread, and to literally set the goal of preventing pandemics, no matter what the source in the future. Our commission first took up the idea of a grand preemptive technology research and development program for biodefense more than 2 years ago, in July 2019, at a meeting in Manhattan, where we at that point described it as a Manhattan project for biodefense. We said taking biological threats off the table. We've since changed it, I think, to the more focused and comparable, and I suppose I'd say constructive title of the Apollo program. That meeting was held to discuss a national public-private research and development undertaking to defend the nation against biological threats. At that point, I remember it was July of 2019, we were focused particularly on flu vaccines, because I think we were all troubled that the annual process of developing vaccines to deal with seasonal flu was so, frankly, primitive and hit and miss, and therefore was not as effective as it should be in some seasons, really protecting well under 50% of our population. So our goal was to develop or to explore the possibility of developing what we were calling a universal flu vaccine. Well, a year later, we held our next hearing on the Apollo idea, and of course that was September 2020, and the pandemic was raging and very much on us, so it was our focus. And in that hearing, we called the biological event Horizon No Return or Total Resilience. We discussed how decision makers had to consider enhancements to policies and programs to better defend against the next viral or biological threat as the nation continued to respond to the pandemic, because we knew from the experts that we consulted that COVID-19 would not be the last biological threat we faced, and it might not be the worst, as the risk of naturally occurring and human-generated threats continues to increase with time. Since the release of the Commission's report and recommendation for the Apollo program for biodefense in January of this year, the COVID-19 pandemic has obviously continued. The risk of accidental or deliberate releases of even deadlier pathogens continues to rise, and the Commission believes it is ever more critical to address these threats by implementing the recommendations in the Apollo program for a biodefense report. But we've learned a lot as a result of our responses to COVID-19, and I think it should give us some confidence as we go forward, because we, both in America and throughout the world, have proven what we can do in a crisis when we give adequate resources and provide strong leadership to do that. The COVID-19 response to COVID-19 produced many technologies that we previously lacked the will or the resources to develop. And of course, we believe we've got to build on that experience. As with the effort to go to the moon, we have the opportunity to do now what once seemed impossible. While viral outbreaks may be inevitable. Pandemics are not. And I want to repeat that because that is a view that the Commission shares and holds very deeply, that we know, we've learned enough to know that viral outbreaks cannot be stopped, but we can stop pandemics. Going back to our first report on the Apollo program earlier this year, we had 4 recommendations and 15 technology priorities. Among the 4 recommendations were that the administration should develop and implement a national biodefense science and technology strategy, which I'm pleased to say the Biden administration really has taken some big steps forward in doing, and that another recommendation was that a dedicated deputy assistant to the president within the National Security Council should lead the implementation of the Apollo program. The reality is that the administration went further than that. The director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy was raised to cabinet level and given this responsibility. And then we asked for the OMB to provide a cross-cutting budget for the Apollo program for biodefense as a component of a unified biodefense budget. And finally, the Congress should provide multi-year appropriations to implement the Apollo program for biodefense. As you can hear, I know because a lot of you follow this, some of these recommendations have been implemented, but not all of them, and not with enough funding, frankly. So this commission is going to continue to advocate, to push, to cajole, to pester until we get it done. 15 technologies and capabilities that we said should be top priorities of such an Apollo program included some really breakthroughs that in diagnostics, biosurveillance, medical countermeasures, personal protective equipment, so many of those things that we began to deal with as new realities, almost additions to our vocabulary when the COVID-19 broke out. We believe that these advances are within reach and can be realized within this decade with adequate investment and strong leadership. Some of the technologies actually already exist. Some of them experience great surges forward as a result of the scientific and business community response to COVID-19. Others exist only as demonstrations or prototypes that need public and private investment. So just as an example of what we're thinking about and what we talked about, the government and private sector partners can and should develop vaccine candidates for one pathogen in each of the viral families known to infect humans. That would allow us, on an outbreak, to develop and distribute vaccines even faster than with COVID-19 because we would have essentially done the preliminary work. The vaccine basis would be on the shelf, so to speak, to be taken off, matched against what we knew about the virus that was then spreading, so that the vaccines could be quickly developed, more quickly than in response to COVID-19. Another example of one of the technologies we focused on is needle-free methods of vaccine and drug administration, such as pills or nasal sprays, which we believe are definitely possible, and of course would allow us to distribute therapeutics anywhere in the world with ease, much more ease. We are confident that if all 15 of the technology priorities listed in our report are developed and implemented, we can actually, as one of the report titles said, take all pandemic threats off the table within this decade. But we don't have to wait for a full decade to enjoy some of these benefits. There are many steps that can be taken now to implement existing technologies and develop new ones. Today we're going to hear from a very impressive variety of experts from across the federal government, industry, and academia about their vision for an Apollo program for biodefense, and of course how we can work together to make it real. We're very grateful for their presence and their wise counsel. My co-chair and dear friend, colleague, Governor Tom Ridge, is unable to be with us this morning, but he's doing well, and he's in our mind all the time, and we look forward to his return in person. I know Tom Ridge is happy, and I'm happy that sitting in for him as co-chair of this hearing or meeting will be former Congressman, former CEO of Bio, Jim Greenwood, who I would call on now for opening remarks.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be able to be here. I'm glad that we can all be here in person today, and I hope we continue to see improvements in our fight against this pandemic in the coming months so we can be together eventually without masks because we've defeated this virus. I deeply appreciate the private sector's critical role in producing innovative solutions for biological threats. As we learned with Operation Warp Speed, we can achieve ambitious technological goals with unprecedented speed when the public and private sectors work together effectively. mRNA platforms drastically reduced vaccine development timelines from decades to months and allowed us to get immunizations into arms in record time. I don't usually call out particular companies, but I'm so impressed with Moderna that it could develop in its first batch of vaccines for clinical trials just 25 days after obtaining the sequence of the virus and dosed the first trial participant just 38 days later. That was remarkably successful, but the nation needs broader, preemptive, and sustained public-private efforts to better protect against future biological threats. To succeed, we need to think big, on the scale of the Apollo program that brought humanity to the moon. Our report, the Apollo Program for Biodefense, describes how to achieve this goal over the next decade and take pandemic threats off the table for good. I'm convinced, however, that only sustained bipartisan support and U.S. leadership will enable our nation to develop the new technologies and capabilities we need to prevent biological events. The public and private sectors must continue to work together with academia and industry, providing research, manufacturing, and efficiency, and the government providing strategic direction, research, incentives, and regulatory flexibility. I'm glad to see that we have speakers with us today who can provide insights on how to form effective, sustained public-private partnerships to enable the successful execution of the Apollo program for biodefense. The Apollo program for biodefense would mobilize the nation to elevate our capabilities in the face of future biological threats. And with it, we could rapidly detect and continually trace any new pathogen from the source. We could distribute rapid point-of-person tests to every household in the country within days of detection. We could have effective treatments already available and in hand. We could develop and distribute vaccines in weeks rather than in months or years. And we could be sure that pandemics would never again threaten the lives and livelihoods of Americans and people around the world. Thank all of our speakers today for being here and look forward to the discussion. And I yield back, Senator Lieberman.
Thanks, Jim. The yielding back makes me think I'm back in Congress. Those senators don't usually yield back.
They don't yield at all.
No, all right. And next, we're happy to invite remarks from Secretary Shalala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. With the work that we've done, we have the outlines of what to do, but integrated implementation is the challenge, and that will involve not only a role of the appropriators in Congress, but more importantly, communications between agencies and leadership from the White House itself. Over a sustained period of time, the word sustained is so critical here. And it's not something that government naturally does, and it doesn't do it usually with the level of flexibility that it needs as the science changes, which we've learned a lot over the last 2 years. And finally, we have to solve the federalism issues. It's not only who does what in the federal government, but who does what in government in general. And we've struggled with that. What do we expect the states to do? What do we expect the local governments to do? And how do we properly, without being so uptight, integrate the private sector and make investments in that sector to get the results that we want? So it's a complicated role. Government is not necessarily designed to do this kind of thing, but the only way we're going to save lives around the world in the future is by anticipating the future and putting together an integrated strategy, and that's what the Apollo program represents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don. And now, former Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle.
Well, thank you, Joe. You turned it off. Okay. Thank you, Joe. Let me join you in welcoming Susan to our commission. We're just delighted to have somebody with her knowledge and her experience and her interest and passion in this issue to join us. And I would say the same about Peggy. I had the good fortune to know Peggy for a long period of time and have so much affection and admiration for her as well. So I couldn't be more pleased with the additions to the commission as we go forward. As I look at the challenge of prevention, I think of the word impossible quite frequently, because I think many of us have looked at this challenge as virtually impossible, given the dynamics, given the complexity, given the uncertainty, given the multiplicity of challenges that the word prevention actually entails. But I also think of what Nelson Mandela used to say quite frequently, that many things are impossible until they're done. And I think our challenge is to make the impossible possible. And that's going to take the resources that we've discussed today already. It's going to take the organizational effort that Donna just described. It's going to take a real effort on the part of leadership across the board at all levels to make it more of a priority than it is today. That's my concern, I think, almost more than anything. We're going to hear from some of the most respected experts in the country on this issue today. They are the people to whom we ought to turn. But we also need the policymakers. We need the leaders in the administration to say, no, we can't just say we're supportive. We're going to have to make this a higher priority. We're going to have to make this an issue that we all care passionately about, because we recognize that to take this from impossible to possible is going to require leadership that thus far has evaded us. So I hope that we can contribute to adding to that dimension today, making the impossible possible with new leadership, with greater passion, greater focus, and better understanding.
Thanks, Tom. That was great. Next is former Homeland Security Advisor, Honorable Ken Weinstein, who, since our last meeting, has been nominated by President Biden to be, I don't know the official title, but it's the head of intelligence at the Homeland Security Department, which really proves that membership on this commission is the place you want to be if you want to rise in Washington. I mean, Donna went for the commission to Congress. Lisa Monaco went for the commission to be Deputy Attorney General, and now Ken. We're really proud of you. We hate to lose you, but you won't be far, and there's a good precedent here that people return when they want to. And so with that, I'm proud to introduce you.
Okay, thanks very much. Please keep my seat warm.
Okay.
I'd love to come back. It's been, look, I have yet to be confirmed, and I hope I will be confirmed. If so, I'll be sad to leave this group. In particular, now that Peggy and Susan are here. Susan and I are old friends from the Justice Department from 20 years ago, and it's great to have her on board. And I told her not to take it personally that I might be leaving as soon as she stepped on board. But today, I think, is a really, it's sort of an important kind of inflection point, and I think you're hearing this in all the comments. And I think even in the title of the agenda, the Apollo program, this really is an opportunity to sort of step back and decide to go big as opposed to go small. And, Senator Lieberman used the word grand. And I think that's sort of the vision that actually this group has used since its inception back in 2015. These groups, these commissions always sort of have have to strike a balance, have to make a decision between making recommendations that are sort of nibbling around the edges or going big and going right to the core of the problem. And one of the reasons I really love this group is at every turn, this group says, we're not going to go small, we're going to go big. With the blueprint, I mean, that blueprint, when you look back at it, still as relevant today as it was 6 years ago, but it advocated basically an overhaul of how we deal with biodefense at every level, and an integration of the type that Secretary Shalala talked about at every level, and with the state and locals, and with a public-private partnership. And that kind of sort of macro grand vision is what this needs. And this country has done it before. Especially in the aftermath of a crisis. We saw what we did after 9/11 to take on international terrorism. Basically, while fighting, while responding to that crisis, which is always difficult to do, to both respond to a crisis and build for the future, this country was able to do that, and we've done it very effectively. We have now COVID, so we have the crisis. As tragic as it's been, it is a moment of opportunity, and this is the moment of opportunity not only to deal with the crisis and all the various challenges that it poses to the government, but also to use this as an opportunity to build something more lasting and sustained, which once again is another word that's important. So we did it before, we can do it again, and given the stakes, we really must do it again. So very proud to be a part of the effort to discuss it today.
Thanks very much, Ken. It struck me that I didn't say at the outset before introducing you that obviously this is a bipartisan, nonpartisan commission, but in a time when there's so much partisanship in our government, we shouldn't let pass the fact that a Democratic president has nominated a Republican. I've just outed you, a Republican to a very high position in the Homeland Security Department. So thanks to the president for that. Congresswoman Brooks, really great to have you join us, and we would be delighted if you have a few opening words to say.
Well, thank you, Senator, and it's wonderful to be here, and it's an incredible honor to be asked to join a commission that I've had so much respect for. As a newly departed member of Congress, I have to say, to be invited to a bipartisan commission, and one that truly, with the blueprint from 2015, it was the blueprint, the roadmap that Congresswoman Eshoo and I used to work with our colleagues. Now, Donna knew so much, having been a part of this, but so many of our colleagues really didn't know enough about biodefense as we worked for years to try to get PAPA reauthorized. And I will just say that the reason I got involved in the issue of biodefense was 20 years ago. As a U.S. attorney in the Bush administration, not only was I confirmed right after 9/11, like so many of us were, but then the anthrax attacks happened. And so we, back home, as U.S. attorneys in our districts, had to really learn and dig in on the issue of biodefense. But I think what's happened is while our country's invested so much in fighting terrorism, and we've been largely incredibly successful, and we invest so much in missile defense, we have not yet elevated, and that's what this commission has worked for so many years and continues to focus on. How do we raise the level, the priority level that Senator Daschle talked about of biodefense with our nation's policymakers, not only in the administration, but in the House and in the Senate. I am concerned that it is not a priority any longer in the House and the Senate. I'm really pleased that Senator Burr is going to be coming here. But, we have moments, and I hope we have to continue to put how we prevent pandemics in the future before my former colleagues. Because if we don't, and if we don't continue to elevate the importance of this, we'll be right back into that complacency where we've been many years in the past. So I'm thrilled to be a part of it. I'm now coming in as a citizen advisor, but I think that's what's so awesome about this group. We are former administration officials and members of elected bodies who still care about this, and we have to try to continue to make a difference. So I'm honored to be a part of it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Based on your record, but also just based on what you said, we're really grateful to have you. So we'd like to show a short video now on the Apollo program, and then Jim Greenwood will introduce our first speaker. Are we having technical difficulties? Should we go right to Dr. Lander, who looks like he has no technical difficulties?
I'm waiting.
We'll see about that.
I'm waiting to give him my introduction of him. I don't have it.
On the way, in places, but they're almost always here.
Right, okay.
I'm not sure who, well, I'll introduce Burr.
Wow. Okay, a few more than I thought.
And look, if you have the,
He's just the head of OSTP.
That's right.
Captain, you can just do a short one.
Doing that.
and there have been, I've gone to a couple with Tom Petty,
Okay. Right, yeah. I came to Indianapolis before that was published when I was in there.
Nobody seems to be bringing it. All right, we're going to go ahead.
Please. So I don't have a formal introduction for you, Dr. Lander, but I'm looking at Wikipedia.
Thank you, Jim. That's
So Eric Stephen Lander is an American mathematician and a geneticist who is the 11th Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy and Science Advisor to the President, serving on the Cabinet in both capacities.
Google it. It's
And I can say, having spent the last 16 years in the biotechnology world, he is a giant in the field, has been for a very long time, and his contributions are immeasurable. And I could not think of a better person than yourself, sir, to be in the position in which you are. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. It's great to see you here on this commission, and frankly, so many people I know on this commission. Let me just start by saying, in the deepest way, this commission is really awesome. The focus on this in 2015, the clarity of thought, was far ahead of where any other groups were. This report, spot on. It has been influential for many people, including for us, in putting together our report. It was the first thing I pulled out and read, and I don't actually see a lot of daylight between the sorts of things you've laid out and the sorts of things we've laid out. There'll be minor bits of emphasis here and there, so I don't quite know what I can tell you that you don't already know, because you know a lot of stuff. But there's lots to talk about, and I hope we'll do it. And I'll try to be pretty straightforward and brief, so we can turn to conversation about it.
Before you go forward, just thanks for what you said. Coming from you, it means a lot to us. Thank you.
As Representative Greenwood would say, I wouldn't say it if I wasn't really sincere about it.
I know that about you.
Yeah, exactly. So, look, you know as well as I and as well as everybody connected with this, what the impact this pandemic has been in terms of deaths in the United States, deaths around the world, the disproportionate impact on vulnerable and marginalized communities. I think the remarkable thing is 5 years ago, we would not have had this. Is that on?
Now it is.
Oh, now it is. So, is that better?
Well,
Sorry, maybe you didn't hear me, but
we
I'm
could-
going to keep going.
No, we could hear you well, and now we can hear you very well.
Okay, excellent. Sorry for that.
You should
5 years ago,
questions. Okay.
we wouldn't have had some of the tools that were really important to responding quickly. We wouldn't have had the ability to make mRNA vaccines and do other things. We're at the cusp of scientific change. But just at the beginning of it, 5 years from now, we better be in a vastly better position. That's what's so interesting, is are we going to make the choice to fully develop all of the technological, scientific possibilities that are inherent in this response? We did better than we might have done, nowhere near as good as we will have to do in the future. Because SARS-CoV-2, as terrible as it has been is by no means a worst-case scenario. It has been, I do not wish to use the word a moderate pandemic, but I will say you can easily see much worse types of pandemics coming along. And in this century, you have to also think very seriously about the potential of bioweapons. And we need to be prepared for both of those things. And while they're not quite identical, there is so much overlap in the preparations we need to have with regard to sets of tools and with regard to the ability to respond quickly in a unified way across all sectors of the United States, the federal government, the state and local governments, private industry, and more generally nonprofit groups. So there's a lot to do. We put out a plan, as you well know, the American Pandemic Preparedness Plan in early September, subtitled Transforming Our Capabilities. And it really focused on transforming scientific capabilities. Let me say right up front, and I'll come back to it, there's a tremendous amount that we have to do with societal issues, trust, and how to build trust, because that too was an issue here. And in putting out the AP3 plan, we did not in any way minimize the importance of those issues. We wanted to get out the capabilities out first because they are going to take a sustained effort over time to develop, but we will also need to address the issues of societal trust and the issues of equity. With regard to equity, the tremendous burden that has fallen on frontline workers, marginalized communities, requires really dedicated thought. But all of the technologies that will help us accelerate our response will most importantly be directed to those people who are most vulnerable, because being able to get tools out rapidly to them will make some of the biggest difference to the burden that fell in this pandemic and will likely fall in other pandemics without these tools. Let me get geeky for a second, if I can, and talk about the sorts of things that we can and must do. With regard to vaccines, we can and we need to be prepared to make vaccines and get them all the way from conception to approval in 100 days. We did better than ever before in getting them done in about 320 days. But imagine if we had them in 100 days. That would mean if this was detected as it was in January 2020, by April and May, we'd have vaccines approved. That would have changed so radically our response here. And we need, within another 100 days, to be able to manufacture enough vaccine to supply the rest of the world. And imagine what would have happened if that was possible. These are the sort of goals that when you sit down and you first write them, you gulp. And then you say, okay, but how could we do it? And it's completely doable. It means we have to accrue clinical trials extremely rapidly, so we don't spend a month accruing. We need large enough clinical trials so we can have a big enough number of cases in the clinical trial to be able to measure efficacy. But you sit down, you write the numbers, and you say you could do it. If you told me 50 days, I don't know how to do that. 100 days, I think it's clear we can do that. And other countries, science ministers in the G7 have come together around this goal. And we all believe this is a doable goal. With regard to manufacturing, well, it involves being able to increase the efficiency of manufacturing by a factor of 6 or 7. That's not impossible to do. It takes serious thought to do it. But there are ways that you can go from where we are. Now, I'm not talking about building large white elephant factories that sit vacant. I'm talking about truly changing process, increasing efficiency, and doing it in ways that pays benefits during interpandemic time, benefits for public health today. I think all of these things have to be things that have, I guess you would call it, dual use for the next pandemic and for public health today. And if we think that way, we begin to see solutions for these things. We need to have vaccines. We're in a way fortunate that SARS-CoV-2 doesn't mutate at a very high rate. We're very focused on variants, but still, as viruses go, it's not the most mutable virus. we have to be prepared to deal with viruses that have many variants. We have to be able to think about them in terms of putting in multiple immunogens and understanding what will be the effect. We have to be able to think about universal vaccines against whole classes of coronaviruses or flu viruses that attack parts of the virus that remain very stable. And we just have to wrap our minds around the fact that there are 26 families of human viruses, but only 26. 26 is not such a big number that we can't take this on and systematically, as you say, take these families off the table, starting with the ones that are most likely, but working our way all the way down. We need to think about how we deliver these. I'm very glad that you talk about skin patch delivery. I think that would make a huge difference, both with regard to the hesitancy and the pictures of kids getting injected and wincing, but more importantly, with regard to the ability to, around the world, be able to deliver vaccines very quickly and very efficiently. We also need therapeutics. I will not geek out too deeply on the fact that all viruses have a handful of proteins, and we do know how to make drugs against those proteins, and we could get very far down the path to the kinds of drugs, for example, that we have for HIV and we're seeing coming along for SARS-CoV-2. And we ought to be thinking with that degree of seriousness to create those types of drugs against the proteins that are essential to the growth of these viruses. Diagnostics. There's no reason we should not be thinking, as you have said, about diagnostics that every person can use every day at home to know if they're infected. Now, that'll mean bringing down costs to considerably under $1. That's again doable. When you actually think about the costs of the biological element used in a lateral flow test for pregnancy kits, it's 5 cents. There is not some inherent reason why, if we put our minds to it, we cannot manufacture at cost and scale necessary to do this. So when you guys talk about the impossible becoming possible, sometimes things are impossible because they violate a law of physics. You have to take that pretty seriously. But if you're not violating the law of physics and you can actually see paths and all you have to do is overcome a bunch of manageable obstacles along the way, yes, it will require government working together. Yes, it will require working with industry. But there's nothing on that list that is not doable. Early warning. There are ways to build early warning into our system, ways to build monitoring into our system, ways to improve our PPE. But you know all this because you've written about it. And I just simply wish to associate myself with the same thoughts and say that, perhaps our contribution has been to dig down a level or two deeper and say, what exactly would we be doing on all of those things? So end of geeking out part. But I think it's important to say there is real work that could start today on this. And if we do not use this as an opportunity to dramatically advance our capabilities, we will be defaulting on a responsibility to the United States and to the world, because there are a few countries in the world that have the capability to do this. And it is a responsibility on our shoulders to do this for ourselves and our people and for the world. So all that is to say, we are all in on the importance of this. We are working with other countries on this. I was pleased, as I say, that the G7 science ministers are committed to this, and the G7 agreement back in June, the G7 leaders committed to a process to keep this going. I'm glad the administration has released this report. I'm glad that the Center for Epidemic Forecasting and Outbreak Analytics has been stood up at the CDC. We will need it. I've met with the leadership there, and I'm impressed that they have a clear-eyed view of the problems. I know, just to say again, we have a lot of issues to deal with societally about this. Some of them will be a little bit eased by getting these things into everyday use in the healthcare system. So it is not some entirely new concept to people, but the same kinds of diagnostic that they might be using when they go to the doctor to find out, do I have the flu? Does my kid have the flu, for example? Do I have the flu? That there'll be vaccines for other things that are coming into use. That's only some of the problem. There's also just plain trust. And we will need to work hard on those issues. And there is an equity focus to make sure that in the wake of this pandemic, we fully understand how that burden has fallen on people and why it has fallen on people. Science can only go so far. Actually documenting the experience, listening, and gathering the kind of input that is somewhat easier to gather on the science, but gathering it with regard to the scientific, the societal issues, the equity issues will be equally important. So look, the last point I'll make and then throw it open to discussion is the need to manage this mission and manage it with a real seriousness. You will see that in AP3 we use the words mission control. That is also a nod to the Apollo project that you named this report after. That is not something we normally do in government, is manage a mission toward a very specific goal. Frankly, for many things, that isn't the right thing to do. For much of basic research, that's not what we should be doing. It is the exploratory function that is so wonderful. But when we build a missile defense system, all the pieces have to come together, and the test at the end is there a missile that will actually defend us? By the way, we spend about $20 billion a year on missile defense. That sets some sense of the kinds of investments that we take for granted for protecting the United States against certain types of threats. When you think about pandemics and what this one has cost, and you amortize it over any reasonable frequency, we're talking about an annual amortized cost in the $500 billion a year amortized cost. So for all sorts of reference points, we should be treating this seriously in our planning and treating this seriously in our funding. I appreciate this is not the Apollo program where you just can give it to NASA and they can run it. It's not, a less favorite analogy, the Manhattan Project, but that was also a case where the United States focused on getting something done. It's not even the Human Genome Project, which I had the pleasure to be part of for more than a decade and change. It's something that will actually need to work across agencies. And that will mean there will need to be both clear mission control leadership at the White House and clear mission control leadership in the agencies. And they will need to work together because, again, and I'm plain spoken about it, agencies have to be on top of their missions. And yet, a fact of human life is that agencies aren't necessarily the best at holding their own feet to the fire. None of us are the best at holding our own feet to the fire. And if we're going to do this, we need to design oversight for this thing that measures it accountably on a quarterly basis and also knows how to shift in response to changes in the science and possibilities. So anyway, I don't think I've told you anything you don't know, but I am really deeply honored to be here and really grateful for your leadership and how hard you're pushing on it. And so I throw it back to you for questions and look forward to working with you to make sure that we don't have to explain 5 years from now how we managed to forget about preparing for the next pandemic, but instead that we were able to say, we learned from this and we are prepared.
Thank you, Dr. Lander. I think particularly those of us who have served in Congress, but I think all of us understand that what Congress is really good at is closing barn doors after horses are gone. And we tried desperately with the beginning with the issuance of our 2015 blueprint to be the Paul Revere's of, the pandemic is coming, and I think sometimes we were treated more like we were Chicken Little. So the pandemic came, and the cost is immeasurable in human lives and suffering and economic destruction. And the kinds of expenditures that we were advocating for are orders of magnitude, obviously, less than what we're spending constantly and have spent and will spend before this pandemic is over. So the question that's most critical is Congress and is the administration, now that they've seen the havoc, prepared to say, okay, now we understand what the damage can be, and we're going to make the kind of investments we need to make. So, for instance, when you talk about having vaccines developed in 100 days, what would it take in terms of budget, of policy? What needs to happen And how do you think we can convince, to the extent that it is budget and it is policy, convince Congress that, okay, now get serious about preventing the next one?
Well, the administration, in releasing this report in September at a budget of $65 billion over about 7 or so years, 7 to 10 years, that's something where the administration as a whole signed on to it. OMB is committed to this. President, most importantly, is committed to this. It is a budget for transforming our capabilities. It is the budget to build these capabilities. Now, there will also need to be policies and budget to actually run them at the time, to have in place plug-and-play procedures that can be used, to have money stored away and authorities to use it. And I have to emphasize that is a separate matter there. The first thing we wanted to get out was, what would it take to capitalize on all these opportunities? There's a larger planning process the National Security Council is running on biodefense, of which this will be a part. And Jake Sullivan and I co-signed this Pandemic Preparedness Transforming Our Capabilities report and said explicitly in our covered letter that we wanted to get this out early ahead of that full biodefense report, precisely because we needed to start working on it. So I do believe we could make enormous progress with that scale of funding over the course of a decade, and it needs to be sustained funding. It has to be, there are various mechanisms, as you well know, for sustaining funding, and I would very much want this to be sustained funding because we need to have sustained goals that we're monitoring. We will also need the rest of the biodefense report to lay out the pieces of how we will execute when the next alarm comes. Now, as I said, we already want to start working because this pandemic is not over. Whatever Omicron turns out to be, there are more letters in the Greek alphabet and more things may happen, and they grade into each other, and many of the things that are laid out in this report are applicable to the continued response to the existing pandemic. So we have to get to work on this right away. So, but there's a seriousness about it. It is also fair to say Congress has been busy. They have things on their plate at the moment, but I think space on the plate will open up early in the new year when good things are finished being moved through the Congress. And I think that'll be a perfect time to take on these issues. And
And as this commission is, this is certainly a nonpartisan issue, a bipartisan issue. There's nothing partisan about it. Unfortunately, what gets caught up in is the partisanship around appropriations as a whole, and whether we go for a CR for the next several years or not. There's no room for $65 billion in a CR. So,
well, I will say it is totally bipartisan in all the conversations I've had. I've detected no partisan divide over this issue. And so there may be other things that get in the way, but I think calling us all to the reminder that defending the nation, whether it's against attacks from a national adversary or from nature, is our highest responsibility, and it is a bipartisan one. I am an optimist that no matter what, we will get people to rally together around a mission like this.
And thank you. And last question for me, to be able to manufacture vaccines for the world, as you spoke about, could you just give us a sense of what it would take to do that? Are you talking about dedicated facilities that are?
Well, let me start with something different, because you think about dedicated facilities, and I do worry about things sitting in mothballs, because as we know, this is not the best way to get functioning plants. But you know from your own experiences at Bio that an awful lot of manufacturing is still done in batch processes where workers go to station 1 and do something, and when that's done, they take it to station 2, and then they take it to station 3. And you know that there are continuous manufacturing processes where things flow continuously off something. There are also closed box solutions. Can we build a closed box that without a human in there is carrying out the whole integrated process, in which case We don't have to certify a vast clean room in which it lives or a clean facility. So there are ideas right now that are floating around where you could imagine that we know how to build those things. We know how to build them pretty quickly so that we would maintain a capacity of them, but we would be able to ramp up that capacity fivefold pretty easily. So we have to be very realistic. I think I am concerned that it's not just build a lot of factories. It is really fundamentally rethink aspects of the process. Also, if we can decrease the amount of immunogen needed in the vaccine, well, we can make things go further, and there are ways to do that. So again, what I love about your report and what we've enjoyed thinking about is when you set a bold goal, after you're done gulping, you sit there with the whiteboard and you say, okay, what are all the things we could do? And I'm confident from the things I hear in industry, academia, and government that we could be in a position to hit that manufacturing goal.
Thank you. And thank you for your willingness to serve in the role that the country should be grateful for your
Well, it's an
willingness
honor.
to take this role.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Dr. Lander. I thought your testimony was really excellent, both in substance and tone, and I understood it. You know, way back when I was at college and we had requirements for a broad education, they had a track called Science for Non-Science Majors. That's the one I went on. And I think you really delivered a great opening statement that we non-science majors could understand. I appreciate it a lot. You really, the president couldn't have chosen anybody better to do what you're doing, and it's very gratifying to us that that we agree with you on so much that you've done. It's not surprising, frankly, because you and people like you advised us, and that's why we made the recommendations.
But you listened. That's
Right. Well, I mean, I think this is a group that's smart enough to know at this stage of our careers, maybe that's good being a former, that what we don't know, and we're not hesitant to acknowledge it. And we talked to experts like you who helped us with our initial report and the Apollo report, so I can't thank you enough for that. I also want to say that you made at least 2 points, many more, that I want to highlight. One was you talked about the potential and real bioterrorist threat.
yes.
And how the responses to it overlap with what we're trying to develop here for pandemic disease, et cetera. And it's why we have chosen what it may be for many people an uncomfortable term or a confusing term, biodefense, because from the beginning our charter was both bioterrorist attacks and naturally occurring disease attacks and even accidents at laboratories, for instance. So thanks for pointing that out. My own fear, frankly, is that because of the real evidence of the devastation that the COVID-19 pandemic has occurred, that those who would do others ill by using biological weapons are encouraged to work more intensely on them with the hope that they've seen what a biological threat can do. The second point really is, I thought was a really interesting statement about the trust, developing trust among the people. And you said that we have to get to a point where vaccines, for instance, for viruses such as COVID-19 become in everyday use in our healthcare system. And that is true. Part of the distrust now, unfortunately, is an expression of political division and distrust that exists in our society, which is really outrageous when you think about people's lives and health being on the line. But there is an inconsistency in that, which is that there are many other aspects of the healthcare system where people are accepting vaccines all the time. For instance, all of our infants are vaccinated, and it's very rare that somebody says, "Oh, I don't want to do that. That's the government." telling me what to do. So it's actually, I thought that was a very insightful comment, but also in its way encouraging, because hopefully we'll get to that point. So I just have a couple of questions. And they go to our own feeling that, first of all, I appreciate your optimism. We can do this. I mean, we have it in our capacity to do it and the two things I think we feel are needed are strong leadership and adequate support. And then obviously a continuing public-private partnership to get it done. So on the mission control aspect of this, under the American Pandemic Preparedness Plan, which is the administration's plan, are you in charge of mission control? And if not you, who?
So we have not laid out the details of how mission control should work in that plan deliberately, because we wanted to get the importance of the concept out there, that this be run with the seriousness of an Apollo project, that it be able to work across agencies. And I think as we are proceeding, we are trying to figure out what is the most productive way to work with the agencies in a way that, again, I'll say hold feet to fire, but also unleash the creativity within the agencies and have them work together. Because I think HHS and DOD working together was a powerful force, and we need to figure out how to capture it. And so we're in the process right now of trying to figure out what is the way to make it really functional. So rather than just writing down a something quickly, we're in serious discussions. I also suspect that, as Congress takes up the issue, the Congress will, I trust, be concerned not just about the funding, but about the execution, and may also wish to weigh in. But if you're asking, am I deeply passionate about it? And I am, very strongly. The Office of Science and Technology Policy within the White House clearly should play an important role in it. But of course, the National Security Council should play an important role in it. And so the answer is, I do believe it should have extremely...
Goodbye.
Well, I'm going to stay anyway, even though I've been
Yeah.
ushered off.
Do we want to hold a vote on whether Dr. Landers should leave now or not?
Yeah,
Acclamation.
No,
that was a great hint I got.
We'd like you to stay.
No, it's we must organize this in a really serious way. And I'm not trying to dodge a question. I'm trying to say this is not something you normally do. And so we are putting a lot of thought into it, but we are deeply committed to this being accountable.
Okay, that's really important. I will tell you, which you probably know, that when we did our initial report in 2015 about a national biodefense strategy, we spent a lot of time trying to decide who we would recommend to lead it, because it needed leadership, because it was so diffuse. We couldn't even figure out at that time how much money was being spent in the federal government on what we called biodefense. I mean, in the end, we kind of tripped into or ended up recommending the vice president's office because anything else, but this is obviously up to the administration in first instance, but you now are in the White House and you have cabinet status.
Yep.
So it seems to me that you'd be a great person to lead this, but
we'll work it out.
We'll work it out. Okay. Secondly, on the money part of it, we recommended $10 billion a year, so it's more than the $65 billion, but I mean, $65 billion is a considerable amount. But we're worried now that in the appropriations process, even in this Congress, as we follow it, that the number seems to be dwindling. And Senator Daschle has been very outspoken on this. And so I wanted to get your perspective on
Well, I'll just say the only number that's been considered is the number in the reconciliation bill, which was never intended to be the source of all of that 65.
Okay.
So there is a question of how much will come from that bill, and then where the rest that is needed will come from. So the White House is very clear in putting out what the top line number that is needed is, and then thinking about one of the sources for it. So
Great. Thank you. Well done. I know Secretary Shalala has a question.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Eric, about laboratories. First of all, thank you for taking this position and for your leadership decades, literally, of science. One of the things that we already have spent billions on world-class laboratories across the country. No other country has our level of investment or the quality of the labs. During COVID, one of the things we found out is many of our world-class labs weren't certified to even do a diagnosis and I was wondering whether you've thought through how we can use the existing laboratories. Now, we've funded state labs for years. Many of them, some of them are affiliated with research universities, but many are not. So would you talk a little about the laboratory capacity that's needed for this effort?
Well, it's a great question, and the laboratory capacity will interact with what the technology is as well, because some technologies place greater demands than others. So I had the experience during 2020 of directing a laboratory in the academic sector up in Boston, and we ended up scaling from never doing any tests like this to more than 100,000 tests a day. But to your point, the only reason we could do that was sort of by accident. 3 years earlier, we had applied for CLIA certification for some cancer testing. Had we not done that, the challenges of getting certified to do those tests within the scope of the pandemic were very large. And frankly, the challenges of reimbursement were very large. It takes 6 to 12 months to figure out how to make contracts with insurers to be able to cover the costs of these things. So in the labs that succeeded around the country often had a state that would cover it or set up some other arrangements that would cover it. So I think what it's revealed is there are a lot of holes that prevent us right now from taking advantage of laboratory facilities. And some of them are technical, and those are the easier ones. And the ones that are regulatory and reimbursement are much harder. Now, of course, the regulatory considerations are serious. You really do want labs that know what they're doing. There were ideas of, well, anybody should just be able to run a test no matter what. I think an important part of this, and it's hinted at in the AP3 plan.
Well, that's what I thought.
It
That's
is
what I read.
indeed hinted at there and needs to be unpacked fully, but we've thought a lot about what are the things to do that would both provide the rigor that we must have, but be able to prep people in advance to be ready for it and certify them at the time. It's a great question.
Thank you. My second question may just be a point. I loved your point about trust. My sense is that we never gave the public context of the science and of the policy decisions we were making with the information we have. We never said to them, as the information changes, we will change our policies, so that they had some context as opposed to thinking that science couldn't make up their mind.
Yeah. Look, science isn't always the best at humility. I mean, science is amazing. It does all sorts of things, but being able to speak with real humility and say, we're in this together, we don't fully know what the journey is, we're going to be honest with you at every stage, is really important. And I think some people did that across the pandemic, but I don't think we figured out how to do it so well in voices that work for everybody. When we talk about trust in this modern world with social media and many other things, the question is, who do you trust? Where does trust come from? It's often from someone in your own community who you trust. And I think we need to think about the networks that we need to engage in earning the trust. It's not just where scientists trust us.
Right.
We need to earn that trust, and we need to connect to the trusted voices in many different communities. And many communities have reasons not to trust. And you've got to acknowledge those, and you've got to be there before the emergencies come, so that when they come, you have a foundation of trust. So there's a whole set of lessons that need to be learned from this.
And some are symbolic. I told the CDC director the other day that I had the Shalala rule, which was they had to all put on their white coats before they made an announcement.
Symbols are real things.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna. Senator Deschel?
Joe, I know that Senator Burr is here, and I don't know what his schedule is. Do you have? Okay. Well,
I'm impressed, really. Senator Burr, the first to you that way.
absolutely.
Well, I defer to him. We have had many conversations
know.
about this, and
All do.
I appreciate his leadership on it.
Yeah, me too.
So you'll get rid of me quickly because you should hear from him.
Dr. Lane, let me, like my colleagues, just thank you for your public service and the extraordinary leadership you've shown. I look at our challenge sort of simplistically as having three buckets: prevention, attribution, and response. And it just seems to me that we have a lot of answers to the response part and the attribution side. And you've given us a very eloquent description of what our national aspiration should be with regard to response, it seems, on the vaccine side, on the funding side, on the organizational side. I must say I still am unclear as to how we address the prevention issue, because it is, in many respects, by far the most complicated and we've used the word impossible. I would love to have you give me some confidence that we could make the impossible possible. But when I look at, I know there are only 26, but those 26 have a lot of variance and it's in the thousands.
Oh, yeah.
And we still can't predict when the next man-made threat will occur and what it will be and how it'll impact all of us. So it seems like the panoply of options and scenarios is so extraordinary that to say, yes, we've got a plan for prevention and here it is, just seems to me to beg real credibility. And so I would love to have you drill down, if you could, in the limited time we have, on this whole question of, is it realistic or are we just fooling ourselves?
And by prevention, you mean preventing the outbreak in the first place?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to get myself in trouble. I'm not an optimist on that question. I'm just not an optimist on the question because nature is vast. There are viruses that can jump species, and we do not know how to take a virus from the animal kingdom and recognize when it is ready to jump species. There are things we can do. There are forces that increase human-animal contact, but those are ecological issues, and I don't know how we're going to drive them down to zero to prevent that. And there are forces that spread pandemics of global travel. But if you say really preventing ongoing outbreaks that might have the risk of becoming pandemics, even if we sequenced all the viruses in the animal kingdom and ran them through the biggest supercomputer, I don't think any of us think we know what to look for to see who will jump species. And you will see that. Now, I know there are people who are passionate about this, and I want them to succeed in being able to predict it. But everything else we've talked about, I know how we get done in this decade. That is going to take real scientific breakthrough to be able to recognize those sort of things. And so maybe to maintain my credibility on the things I'm committing to, I'm going to tell you, I don't yet see how to do that, Senator. And that means, though, that doesn't make me pessimistic about responding to this. It means that there will be outbreaks. And for every outbreak, we must be able to respond. And if we can manage to cut off outbreaks at the source, great. But for this decade, our work had better be to anticipate a world where problems will arise and we put out fires.
Thanks for a very honest answer.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Ken Weinstein.
Thanks, Senator. And Doctor, thanks so much for the very strong presentation and for your good work day to day on these tough issues. I was very happy to hear your comments about, I think you said, clear mission control at the White House and throughout the government. And that's something that, has been a constant theme of our group and very near and dear to our heart. You talked about sort of the organizational scheme with Senator Lieberman. One part of that, of course, is the budgeting process. And just wondering from where you sit, and you have a very strategic, good vantage point to be looking at this. We have asked both in the original blueprint 2015, and then, of course, we reiterated in the Apollo project for a sort of unified, cross-cutting biodefense budget. For the obvious reasons, better to coordinate, better to lead, better, easier for Congress to conduct true oversight. do you feel like from where you're sitting that you have the clarity and the transparency you need to understand sort of where the expenditures for biodefense are around the government, whether they're being sort of aligned and reconciled, and whether you actually have the ability to sort of strategically target those, those budget requests for your long-term vision?
Yeah, I expect to have that clarity, but I want to say that the NSC is in the midst of its process of completing its biodefense plan. And so part of that plan will be to provide that clarity. So yes, I expect to have that clarity because I view what we've laid out here as part of this larger biodefense plan that has other components as well. Beth Cameron at the NSC is leading that effort. Jake Sullivan, with whom I work closely on this, is very involved. And we're hoping to see that in the coming months.
Good. That's encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Brooks.
Very briefly, and thank you so much for coming and talking to the commission today. I'm really pleased to hear that you have spent a lot of time talking with Senator Burr, who is in the room, but I'm really curious, since your confirmation, are many other members of Congress or senators calling upon you, or have you been testifying before the House and Senate? I couldn't find it very briefly online, because I do think that issue of trust and having scientists like yourself go before members of Congress is really important. And so has that happened? And my second question, very briefly, and then you can address both, is where is the FEMC in all of this discussion? And that group that was formed many years ago in the pandemic all hazard preparedness bill, that's an entity that exists. And so I don't want to think that we have to keep reinventing the wheel and creating lots of new structures when they do exist. And so to hear that we're waiting on more biodefense plans to be rolled out, what are we doing to build on what already exists?
Well, last part first. The FEMC remains central to this, and I don't think needs to be reinvented. I think the FEMC is a very valuable, very effective mechanism, and in nothing we're talking about, I think, is there a sense of needing to reinvent that. I have had many conversations with members of the Congress about this. I've not testified on it because there haven't been hearings on the subject right now. Again, the Congress has been busy, properly so, with many issues. I expect they will turn to this issue and there'll be hearings, but I've had many individual conversations. Senator Burr happens to be one of the experts in the entire Congress on this subject, and so I have appreciated speaking at length with him because I learned so much from the way they've been thinking about it for a long period of time. But Senator Burr is by no means the only person there who appreciates the deep importance of it, and on both sides of the aisle.
Thanks, Susan. Dr. Lander, thanks very much. You know, I have a gratuitous recommendation to make. I preface it by saying I have been a longtime admirer, even friend of Dr. Fauci, really a great public servant. But I think maybe the administration should try to protect him from all the abuse he's taking alone by being the spokesperson here, and put you out there with him occasionally.
I'm going to take that under advisement,
All right.
Senator,
No,
whether that was a gift or,
Really,
or
you know,
not.
you're a very good communicator, and I know that you and Tony Fauci undoubtedly agree on most things. So that's just I offer that into the air. So, but anyway, thanks.
Tony is amazing, though.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your
you,
leadership.
and-
We're here to help, as they say in the federal government.
And we need your help.
Thank
we
you.
need everybody's
Let us know.
help on
Don't
this.
call us, and if you need us, this could be back channel. You know, if you need us to start making noise about something that you're having trouble getting attention for, please do.
We appreciate everything you're doing, and I'll let you have Senator Burr.
Okay, thanks very much. Senator Burr, we welcome you. Hey, Rich, good to see you, friend. Thank you.
Hi, Senator.
Well, it's a great pleasure to welcome Senator Burr, and we can't thank you enough for taking the time to come and be with us. Senator Burr's from North Carolina, obviously 5 terms in the House, 3 terms in the Senate, has announced that he's not going to run again. But he has been, we're not applauding, you know. He has been really, as Dr. Leonard just said, one of the experts, really in the Senate, he's been the leader. And it's actually a very nice thing to say, consistent with the bipartisan sort of spirit of this commission. It pretty much led along with Democratic colleague Senator Patty Murray. So, but really, you are the key in the creation of some of the most significant steps forward we made toward biodefense. When, frankly, there was not we were in the neglect part of the crisis neglect cycle, but you had the vision to do it. I'm thinking about what you did to create BARDA and also ASPR to coordinate our biodefense activities through that department. So we're grateful that you can come and share some of your wisdom. We're sorry that you're leaving, but we wish you well. I double check. We're, Greenwood and I are relying on Wikipedia a lot today, and you're a young man. You have a lot of great years ahead of you, the good Lord willing. So we wish you well in the next chapter of your life. Anyway, glad you're here today, and we welcome any opening statement you have.
Joe, thank you for that, and thank you to the Commission for the invitation. Like many, I realize that I've lived apart from my wife for 28 years, so if there's a reason at a young age of 66 I'm talking about retirement, it's because I believe she deserves me not to leave on Monday and come home on Friday and not be able to stay for a full vacation cycle with grandchildren. It's intimidating for me to follow Eric Landers because, as I refer to him today, he's the smartest guy I've ever met. And I say that because he's ours. We've got him in a pivotal point at what I think is an inflection point in this country and in the world. What we will see over the next 2 or 3 decades from biotech won't look like any 2 or 3 decades we've ever lived through. It will make the emergence of the tech industry seem like nothing. That in a decade, we will probably go to where synthetic biology is the norm and not the exception. That we've got a generation of kids coming up that if they all majored in biology, there would be a job for every one of them. This is the most exciting time that I could ever imagine. The difference in life before this is the world is our competitor. We don't have this significant lead anymore in technologies and in brains. And if you just take China as an example, the investment that they're making in biology going forward dwarfs the investment we're making. So, Tom, when you talk about, to Eric, what's the defensive mechanism that we can build? The only answer I think he or I could come up with is a hell of a lot better surveillance mechanism than we have today. Because we probably can't prevent it, but we can react to it quicker because we identify it faster. And the question is, can we take the other pieces of it that are all driven out of federal agencies and federal policy and take a development time for a vaccine in COVID from 12 months to next time 6 months, and after that 3 months? Can we actually design an architecture that allows that to happen? We didn't do anything unique, and Susan Brooks has as much of a fingerprint on this as I do. We didn't do anything unique. We created an architecture that allowed smart people and leaders to make decisions in real time. That's all we did. Yeah, we set up BARDA because we identified the fact that some of the most innovative companies don't have the capital they need to go through the valley of death, and that the federal government should be a partner on some things. And that list was very limited. It was those threats identified by the Department of Homeland Security. And I will say that we were disciplined enough not to expand that greatly over the 20 years. because we could have just absolutely sunk that agency with too much. BARDA was instrumental in our ability for people in government in the midst of a pandemic to know who was on first, who was on second, who was on third. But the next challenge is even bigger because we've got to figure out what the architecture looks like for the next 2 decades, at least the next decade. And that means a tremendous focus on lessons learned. What worked? What didn't work? What did we not think of the first time around? It means that it's not good enough in the future and maybe in the current to develop a therapeutic oral medication that at the same time you're doing that, you've got to have an intensive process at discovering whether you can combine oral medications for a better outcome. I mean, we're going through this learning experience now where every time we get a new variant, we're waiting for 30, 60, 90 days to see, does the vaccine, is it effective? And if so, what's the percentage? Well, we need this parallel effort at the same time that's saying, how do we think this is going to mutate? What should we be looking at creating in case what we currently have is a technology platform of mRNA or a naturally created vaccine doesn't work? And some of that's being done at NIH, but this is a question of leadership. And that's why the guy who preceded me is so vitally important. He understands this, but he's new on the job. And it's going to take him a while, but he's got to have the ability in his capacity to answer to the president, to have appropriations authority to move money within government to where it can be used for the best benefit of the American people. And as many of you know that have served, that doesn't happen easily. It requires an act of Congress. That's a very lengthy process to go through. We're driven 12 months by 12 months if we get an appropriations bill on time. I've been asked before, because we were very focused on one of the deficiencies that we had, which was supply chain. It was PPE, it was AIP. And as I got into supply chain, as I told Eric Landers, I'm not smart enough to come up with an answer for this. Because the realization that hits you in the face right away is that the federal government purchases 6% of PPE. The private sector purchases 94%. So no matter what deal I might want to do with 3M or Honeywell for N95 masks, they're susceptible to what China makes, at what cost, and how often they dump product. And the 94% of the marketplace is going to respond to price. Now, Susan, we can do something we did with BARDA, and we can pay to keep warm a 3M facility and a Honeywell facility and maybe another manufacturer, that if we ever have a pandemic, they fire it right back up. But we also learned with the creation of BARDA, Joe, that about every 3 years, that's the length of memory that Congress has. And if something doesn't happen that says, oh gosh, thank goodness we've got BARDA or we've got this contract with 3M, Congress defunds the effort, which means the whole architecture goes away. So this is about creating an architecture that's sustainable regardless of what Congress sees as a priority. And I think it's safe to say that for the foreseeable future, we're still going to be focused on pandemic or endemic, on the next variant, and potentially on what Eric said, which is trying to determine whether we can identify what the next likely candidate is. Now, Dr. Shalala has a rich history at CDC, as well as everything else. But they are a shining example of our inability in government to take advantage of technology. To suggest that a surveillance mechanism is to receive county data that goes, or hospital data that goes to the county, county data that goes to state, state data that goes to CDC, and the data is sorted there in 10 days after the incident, we now know what happened. That's not surveillance. Surveillance is there technology that allows me to use real-time video that I can determine the oxygenation level, the pulse rate, the heart rate of an individual on video just by using light. Sounds a little out there, doesn't it? It's available today. It by itself is not sufficient. We've got to look at surveillance as a layered system of new technologies and, quite frankly, old technologies. Data is an important thing for the validation of what we're seeing with the new technologies. But with that one technology, you could detect an area that's going to have a surge in COVID 3 days before they present themselves to the emergency room. That is invaluable to a local health system to understand what they're going to be faced with from a staffing, from a vaccine standpoint, from an oral therapeutic standpoint. All of these things are not technologies of the future. They're technologies that are available to us today. Now, I want to quit to take questions, but I know that your focus is really on can these tremendous advances that we're making that benefit globally people and their health, can it be turned around and be used against us? And I think it's safe to say that in biology, that's always possible. And depending upon the uncertainties in the world, it's probably likely. In many of the cases, it won't be intentional, it might be accidental. But accidental is a determination as to what level of security one adopts in the laboratories that carry out the research. And we could find at the end of the day, COVID is the result of that. So unlike some of my colleagues, I don't suggest that we clamp down on the collaborative agreements we have around the world, but that we make the agencies that are participants in those grants and those contractors that execute those grants responsible to provide us real current data on the type of research that's being done so that we have a feel for what the capabilities are around the world. That's not a function of our intelligence community, which I might add knew nothing about COVID and probably knows less today than they did at the beginning of this. But that's not their role. And we've never required policymakers to understand what was going on at the other end of these grants. And I think that's absolutely crucial time for us to understand how to design the architecture, not only to be able to detect, but then to respond. Because I think Eric's right, we can't prevent it, but we can detect it earlier and we can have a much more robust basket of vaccines, therapeutics, and other items at our disposal. I haven't mentioned the word AI, but it's here. It will do a lot of the computation going forward for countries that are on the cutting edge, us, Chinese, others. Eric Landers might be able to process that. I can't. But I know that it's going to change drastically the landscape that we're looking at. And I would only say to those on this commission that if in fact Congress doesn't come up with an architecture that allows our entities to react to that type of thing without the need for Congress to authorize it, we have made a huge mistake. And that's why I'm incredibly thankful that Eric Landers is in the capacity that he is, that he's in the old executive building. Susan might agree with me on this. There are not 12 members of Congress that know what the Office of Science, Technology, and Development are or where it is. I don't care whether they know. All I care is that Eric is the point person for the administration and has the ear of the people that can make the decisions, because we may run into an incident where we don't have the time to think through. And hopefully Congress will have created an architecture that allows a system like that to operate with the right checks and balances. So with that, Joe, let me turn it over to you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that I want to.
Right. Thanks very much. That was a great statement. It was insightful. It was actually inspirational. So coming from your experience, so we appreciate it. I know that the Senate Help Committee, on which you are a leader and have been for quite a while, whether your party's been in the majority or not, you're currently working on legislation to address pandemic preparedness. So I thought it would be helpful to the commission to get your sense of what the priorities are of that legislation and what we might do to be helpful to you in moving it forward.
Well, let me just say this. Patty and I are trying our best to approach this in a bipartisan way in a very toxic atmosphere in Washington. As I said, we won't have a robust number of members of Congress that understand why the legislation is designed the way that it is. So a bipartisan approach gives a greater likelihood to success and finality in the process. Let me just mention a couple of things. We spent a tremendous amount of time identifying the things that worked and any changes we think we need to make it work better. We focused on things that didn't work, and I think we've been successful at coming up with policies that either work around or solve the problem. We're still focused on things we didn't identify that may be helpful going forward. And that's what's delayed us about 60 days. But it's our hope that we could have a draft out for comment before we leave here in December. It may leak over into the 1st of January, but we want to certainly give the industry an opportunity to comment and the outside world. I think you will find us heavy in two areas. That when we look at the success of our response, it highlights the importance of collaboration with the private sector. And I would tell you that I want to add the third leg there as academia. The model of collaboration in the future has to be academia, private sector, and government. And government has to understand its role. You don't want government in directing and being the traffic cop. You want to challenge the private sector. You want to challenge the academic bench with an unlimited answer to the problem. Government's there to set the timeline as well, because these things can't be like traditional research, Jim, of the research bench. The other thing is that we proved through Francis Collins' efforts and RADx that you can not anticipate something, Susan, like testing, but you can respond to it in a similar fashion that you did everything else, if in fact you empower somebody to do it. Now, Francis went out and through RADx, he created a whole new battery of testing for COVID. What did we not anticipate that we have learned? If the federal government is not a purchaser of those tests, or the federal government is not a subsidizer of that test for the general population, that the only time they access it is when we have a surge of a new variant. So Francis came up with 12 new 100 candidates, 12 of them got approved. They were on CVS's shelves, Walgreens shelves, everywhere. We were in between Alpha and Delta. Nobody bought them. Manufacturing stopped. For probably 10 of the dozen, these were innovative young companies. They didn't have the capital to make it through. They may not be in the business today. So we've got to find a way to do what Burr did, and that's to get companies through the tough time. And part of that might be with the government, either direct purchase or the government subsidies at the point of retail. Testing is absolutely crucial for the American people to understand where they are at any given point. And I will go back to one foundational takeaway before we ever created BARDA, ASPR, PAPA. In the tabletops, we realized the single most important thing was communication. Communication between whoever's president and the American people. And if you ever lost it, you were dead. I will tell you, we lost it, and we have never recovered from it. I realize it's tough for any administration to say, okay, wrong, I want to have a reset, let's start over. But I heard one of you say to Eric, maybe it'd be nice to have another voice out there than just one on the scientific side. Listen, as soon as there's a decision made on a new policy that there's no science yet that's been produced, the American people automatically assume that science isn't being applied to anything. And we just did one of those as it related to the booster. And the truth is, we'd have been a lot better off going out and say everybody over the age of 11 should be boosted and just rolled it out. I mean, we had the inventory. This was stupid to do it like we did the vaccines. We did the vaccines for a reason, because we had limited numbers. We wanted to get the most at risk up front. Boosters a whole different situation. And we might have had a much greater level of participation. We're at about 20% on boosters today. Yet the science says, after 6 months, you're pretty well depleted on your protection. So if we have the ability for people to easily and cheaply go to the store and get a test, a son and daughter-in-law like mine with 3 young grandchildren are going to keep 12 tests at home all the time. So when they come down with something, they're going to pop the test to them. I was in the UK about 3 weeks ago. In the UK, they mail a week's worth of tests every week to a household. And it hadn't stopped the spread of COVID, but it's allowed them to keep more of a normal economy, more of a normal life than starting and stopping like us and others in the world have done.
Thanks for that answer. I must say first, when you went like that about the role of the federal government, it reminded me, my mother used to say that she had decided that the best policy as a grandmother she could follow toward her children and grandchildren was to keep her mouth closed and her checkbook open. Yeah, she was a wise lady. So there's a big story there, and you just told it. I just want to put an exclamation point on it. Part of the lesson, I think, of the response to COVID, the miraculous development of the vaccines, et cetera, quickly, is that you and others, and I was privileged to be part of the group working on it, we were trying to find a way to engage the innovation and brilliance of the private sector and the academic sector. But there was no market, no proven market, so they weren't going to spend their money unless the government did. Now, in this crisis, both where the market, the demand was so obvious and global, we stepped in, the government, and the private sector did, and look what happened. And I mean, extraordinary results. So that's the lesson as we go forward, I think, that we've got to continue to invest that kind of money to get anywhere near realizing the goals of the Apollo project. So thanks, Richard. You really, you were excellent. Senator Daschle. I'm sorry, Congressman Greenwood. And that's a return to my former leader, by instinct.
I understand. Yeah. I understand. So first off, I want to second your earlier comments about the potential of biotechnology and life sciences. It is extraordinary. And the way I like to put it, and this is a bit of a commercial, that there's no law of nature that says we can't conquer every disease known to man. Unfortunately, there are laws of man that can get in the way. And if and until members of Congress get a better understanding of how to make drugs available and accessible and affordable to everyone without destroying innovation, that future is still, contingent. I just have one question for you. It's a very specific legislative process question. So Dr. Landers talked about the $65 billion that the administration proposes that would allow us to do things like get to the capacity where we can develop vaccines in 100 days, where we could manufacture them for the entire world. And of course, he noted, and we all agree, that this is a nonpartisan issue, but as I noted, responded to him, but nonpartisan issues get caught up in partisan realities. So I'd like to know what you think about the ability for Congress to actually get a $65 billion over 10 years appropriation for this program, especially if we end up with a CR that could go, all the way through next year. Would you envision a freestanding legislation that would be required to do that, or do you think there's a way to get it in the normal appropriations process?
Well, Jim, my crystal ball's pretty foggy these days, but I'll make this comment. With a plan that you present to the American people, anything's possible. To ask for $65 billion to fund something that you're trying to grab and not defining, in today's world, it's probably not going to get through. So every time I've met with the administration, I ask them, what's the plan? And it's not to embarrass anybody. It's to say, if you're not thinking about it, you better start thinking about it, because it's going to take a well-defined plan for members of Congress to go out and fund something that doesn't exist, or for the American people to feel comfortable. I mean, raising the debt ceiling didn't used to be quite as difficult as it is today. So everything's difficult, but it's in large measure because we don't explain why we're doing it. And I think this absolutely requires us to map out for people, here's where we're going. And I think that does buy you some time, Joe, in between, where there may be some atrophy on members of Congress where they're willing to see it through for the entirety of the plan. But this doesn't have to be a 20-year plan. It may be a 3-year plan. It may be a 5-year plan. It may be a 1-year plan, but a plan.
But it seems nothing could be more obvious to say to the American people, you see what we've been through in the last 2 years, and the amount of death and suffering and expenditures, trillions of dollars to compensate for it. We're looking for $6.5 billion a year so that this doesn't happen again. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's a hard...
No, but I've also been on the end where I had to resuscitate BARDA funding because they were going out of business. And that was the backbone of our pandemic response.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Deschel.
Thank you, Joe. Richard, thank you once again for just the extraordinary leadership. I am so inspired and impressed by your passion and your dedication and your knowledge. I think we have total unanimity on the commission about the importance and the need for champions, and you've been our champion. And I really regret the fact that we will not have your champion advocacy in the coming years, at least in this context, and I think that's a huge loss for this effort. I guess I'd like to drill down a little bit on your answer to Jim just now. I totally get it. I understand why my former colleagues and your colleagues today are reluctant to commit to an investment in resources for a scenario that is unclear. But we spent almost $1 trillion investing in national security on scenarios that are unclear, and we don't seem to have any problem doing that. And so how is it that we draw the distinction between national security when it comes to the traditional definition and national security in every way, shape, and form when it comes to something that's killed a whole lot more people than all the wars put together? And it just seems to me that there's that lack of understanding or connection that would seem to me to be so obvious. I mean, when you calculate how many people now have been lost and the threat and how real it is, it would seem to me that this mere request for $65 billion is a rounding error when it comes to national security and the investment we make in so many other contexts. Could you just help me understand just the sort of where members are coming from when it comes to that seemingly?
Tom, I'll try to, but sometimes, as Susan knows, sometimes I look through a different window than other members in the same room, and I see different things than they do. With defense spending, I think the average member and I think the average person believes that we have a defense policy that's going to be in place that's going to keep us safe. And we don't ask what the policy is. As policymakers, as lawmakers, we do, and that's the responsibility of certain committees. We don't really have a committee on pandemics. We've got a committee on health. You realize we don't have a committee of technology. We don't have an agency of technology. Technology is it's a foreign entity to the U.S. government. We're the last one to appreciate it. We're the last one to deploy it. But it's the thing that saves our butts every time we need it. And once again, it happened. So I think when they back the defense appropriations, they feel firmly that there's a policy there, that there's an investment being made for our security. It's why I feel so insistent about a plan. I'm not defining a plan. But when we go out and say we're going to buy $147 billion worth of tests, and then this week we're having a discussion about the fact that a $22 test at CVS is not affordable for the average person to go in and have 7 of them in their house. Maybe we ought to mail them to houses. No, we can't do that. Maybe we ought to subsidize it. Let's quit talking about it, and let's set what the policy is going to be and begin to build a foundation for a pandemic policy right now. And then I think the trust begins to be established with policymakers and with the American people. And it shifts us away from who's vaxxed and who's not, who got boosters and who didn't and for what reason. We got a plan, and we're going to start carrying it out. And it begins to mute the ones that are only out there because there's not a plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Secretary Shalala?
Thank you. Let me yield to Representative Brooks just because she might end up being at the tail end, and then I'll come back. I'll come back to you.
That's good of you.
Okay.
Well, thank you, and it's wonderful to see you again. And considering you are retiring, and I retired for actually the same reason, but shorter period of time, 8 years of service. What is your top priority? And I couldn't believe when I was in Congress how long it took to get things done. Things that made so much sense to me and to build coalitions, but how long it took to move a piece of legislation through the House and the Senate. And so between now and when, you close your office door for the last time, what is either the low-hanging fruit or the big goal that you would like the commission to help you achieve? And thank you so much for your leadership over on the Hill in this role. Could not have had a better partner.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. I remember when I was fortunate enough as a freshman to be on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and Tom Bliley had me on there for one reason only. I came from a tobacco state. He needed some help. And I'd been there for 18 months, and Tom came in and he said, I want you to write a reform bill to reform the FDA. God, as a new member of Congress, I said, this is great. Every time I told one of my colleagues, they just laughed at me because they knew it couldn't be done. And my partner was Henry Waxman, the most anti-tobacco person that existed in Congress. And Henry and I sat down and set the rules that we were going to live by. And I didn't get into his sensitive things, and he didn't get into my sensitive things. And though it took us 2 years, we did the first reform bill to the FDA since it was created. You're right, things don't happen quickly. But success in Congress is about picking the right partner and making sure that the passion is in both to succeed, because you get thrown reasons to stop. And what you've got to do is double down then. And I make no mistakes about it, that the loss of a Ted Kennedy, a Barbara Mikulski, people who I knew I could turn to who were passionate about what I went to them for. And I knew they were going to be there when the bullets started flying was important. But Susan, we've got a whole new group of people, and they're smart. And I think the one challenge is this is a very difficult time to learn the system, because we've got half of Congress that's never been there when it's functioned like it's supposed to. And so everybody believes that this is a muscular process versus a finesse process. It is an educational process versus something that you accomplish through the media. And I would tell you, we've got to get back to legislating. We've got to get back to where committees do their work and all members provide input. We're a year into this one, and we've had zero of that. So, you know, if you ask me what I'd like to do it could be writing the architecture for pandemic. But really what I'd like to do is instill in most of the new members that there is a different way to do it. And if they want to be successful and they want to leave here feeling like they accomplished something, they've got to show the leadership to get there.
Thank you, Susan. That was great. Do you feel so open-minded as to yield to Ken?
Yeah, I do.
I'm happy to yield back.
No, go ahead, Ked.
Okay.
I'll be the cleanup.
Okay, clean up. Well, thank you. And thank you for appearing today. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. And thank you for that career of service that you remarked on in all those Mondays and through Thursdays for the last 28 years. We appreciate it. I want to get back to the question. I think you might have heard the tail end of this with Dr. Lander. He was talking about, I think his term was clear mission control at the White House. And that, of course, has been a big issue for us. And I'm a bit of a one-trick pony on that because, as we've all seen, when there are big things to be done, sometimes our government is not best organized to do those big things. And so, you know, our initial blueprint wrestled with that issue, as Senator Lieberman remarked earlier. We came up with a recommendation that it should be the vice president who coordinates the whole biodefense enterprise throughout the federal government. That was a little bit off the wall in the eyes of many, probably in our eyes too, but it was intended to sort of be a shot across the bow to say it has to be in the hands of a person who is, you know, duly and fully empowered to wrestle all the agencies in line to get them marching in the right direction, get them to sacrifice or cede jurisdiction where they need to and the like. And we really couldn't think of a person or an entity that could accomplish that sort of below the vice president. We've gone back and forth on various sort of permutations of that recommendation, but as a student of the executive branch and having seen a number of crises and responses and major government initiatives, just like to get your thoughts. Do you see do you have a vision for how the federal government could organize its leadership to get this across the finish line? And you mentioned earlier that you were very happy that Dr. Lander has the ear of the president and the vice president and the decision makers. And that's very encouraging, and I have that clear sense too. But then the question is, okay, does that translate into being able to really wrestle the agencies in the line in a way they need to be?
So I hope you won't be shocked when I tell you that when we set out to create the architecture in the early 80s and created BARDA and PAPA and ASPR, I took the legislation to the White House and I took it to the vice president. He said, "Who's in charge?" And I said, "You are, sir." And he said, "Over my dead body." That's how the ASPR was created, because there was a reluctance at the executive branch for the vice president to play that role. We felt from the tabletop exercises we went through in a crisis that the person who needed to be in charge was the person who people automatically felt was a message from the president, and that was the vice president. Vice President Cheney shot that down. We went back and huddled and we created the ASPR. And I think the ASPR has been an important element, but I think we learned, and I've been through Zika and Ebola and the fear of H1N1, Donna, and others. So, you know, we've had some trials up till now. many of them we tried to recreate the wheel versus follow the architecture that was in policy. For COVID, we actually followed the architecture that was in policy. I remember calling Vice President Pence on Air Force Two when I heard that he was in charge, and I said, congratulations, it's where it should have been. And you might remember, we went through about 6 weeks of, I said, every afternoon when you get through, hold a press conference for 5 minutes, tell them what we accomplished today and what we intend to do tomorrow. And it pretty much followed that blueprint until the press conference was hijacked. And it became a 2-hour process. And that's where we initially broke down on communication. And then you didn't have the media cover it, then you didn't have the American people clued into it, and it became the subject of every editorial writer, and you just couldn't get that off your shoe by that time. I liked Tony and I like Francis, but they're not the vice president. And they can communicate the scientific information needed, but not necessarily can they explain the policy behind it. And that's the plan. So I'm trying not to make this a shot at the administration. If there were a Republican in the White House, I'd be saying the same thing. If you haven't got a plan to go sell, and if you're going to sell a plan, then by golly, get the vice president out there selling it. And I hope for the next one we will realize exactly what you guys have proposed. We were right 20 years ago. You're right now. The vice president has to be the pivot point. In the absence of that, at least with Eric Landers, we've got somebody that's capable of multitasking and can figure out what needs to be fixed at FDA, what needs to be fixed at CDC, what needs to be fixed at NIH. When Tom Coburn and I gave Francis Collins the authority to move money within the NIH 10 years ago, maybe longer, he could move 10% of the division's budget over because he determined that it was in the best interests of the healthcare of the American people. Francis never moved a dime. And I don't complain about that, but I learned that it is impossible when you've got multiple leaders underneath you to steal from somebody's budget to give to another one. So I've always believed that it was impossible for Secretary of Health and HHS to do something at CDC or FDA or NIH that changed who was responsible for something else. Eric Landers is in a swing seat. If he decides that testing should be the authority of NIH, he can move it because he's got the president's ear. It'll be contested by Rochelle Lewinsky and CDC because they've got testing. I don't care what they've got today. What do we need to align it like in the future? And that's the role I see Dr. Landers playing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, free shot at me, Secretary.
We could have a longer conversation about this, but I want to ask you about the Congress and how the Congress is organized for a complex subject like this. And you talked a little about the Health Committee. Congress in the past has had select committees, have used different structures, particularly to look at something that involves a number of different committees. If you were to redesign the committee structure, knowing what you know now on your way out, how would you think about this issue and the committee structure? Other than, I mean, you could always do an ad hoc something, but I'd like to hear your views on the congressional committee structure, not just for this, the whole technology issue that you've been interested in for a long time, but the Senate in particular.
Well,
I won't ask you to take on the House.
Well, you gotta understand that I'm a student of John Dingell.
Yes.
Even though John
As am I.
Even though John was in the minority when I got there, when John was asked what the jurisdiction of the Energy and Commerce Committee was, he used to grab the globe and hold it up.
Yeah.
And I also went through the Gingrich restructuring of committees where banking left Energy and Commerce, Jim, railroads left Energy and Commerce. We lost a lot of things, but it was still huge. I'm not sure that the committees are misaligned.
Okay.
I'm not sure that the committee's jurisdiction defines the 21st century that we're in. And so it may be just the responsibilities of the committee to exercise what the 21st century allows them to be involved in. But I do see a huge gap as it relates to technology. Mm-hmm. And I'll just make this comment and I'll end. As the only member with Dianne Feinstein that was on the Intelligence Committee, House or Senate, on 9/11, we've spent a lot of time understanding how dangerous the world is and understanding our capabilities. We, on that committee, see every potential technology that's being created in the world. We de facto become the technology committee with no jurisdiction or authority to do anything. It's a very, very frustrating thing, and I'm not lobbying for the Intelligence Committee to become the the technology agency. I'm only saying that there's a lot in technology development that you're not going to catch in an unclassified world. So we got to think of it in two buckets, and it may be that we need an entity within government that sees both buckets and tries to delegate to an agency, and Congress, on top of that, works on that in their area of jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. The U.S. government approach to technology is we all hire a consultant that tells us what technology we need to do, and we duplicate what the agency down the street from us is doing. So we spend twice as much, 3 times as much, 4 times as much. Joe, the first time that I think we've tried to make sure we didn't replicate mistakes and cost was when we started moving the DoD and the intelligence community to cloud-based storage. Right. And we used the DNI's office to do the lessons learned, and then we shared it with every agency that was going to go through it. So what we experienced from the IC as a mistake, we made sure DoD didn't make the same mistake, and NIH didn't make the same mistake. And I believe it saved us a tremendous amount of time and a tremendous amount of money. But it still doesn't, there's not a traffic cop for technology that says here's where it goes. And that's got to be something that we do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have been told that they're now holding a vote open for me. It must be close.
Okay, well, that's, believe me, you don't have to say any more to us.
I did want to point out, when I arrived at HHS, the secretaries had typewriters. I hadn't seen typewriters in a decade. Yeah.
Well, if it's any indication as to what my life after this is going to be, I think I'm going to pull a Lindsey Graham. I think I'm going to get a flip phone as soon as I leave here.
Hey, Richard, thank you. Your testimony has been extremely helpful to us. Obviously, we hope we'll see you between now and when you leave the Senate. Anything we can do to help you with your bill in the committee, but honestly, you know too much about this subject for us to leave you alone after you leave the Senate.
Exactly.
So we look forward to working with you. Thanks for your time this morning and your leadership. Take care. Okay, it's break time, and as usual, the Bipartisan Commission offers lunch and a video. Video is approved for viewing by children, so don't worry about it. I think we're maybe a few minutes later. Thank you.
from, or that microbes even existed. So cures ranged from utterly useless to absurdly harmful. Bleeding, leeches, drilling holes in the head, to hysterically murderous. Some say that the mass slaughter of cats in pre-modern Europe may have led to an increase of the rat population, which in turn helped spread plague-infected fleas.
Bring out your dead.
Cats come from the devil. They bring the plague.
So do gypsies and Jews. Kill them all.
Even when humans discovered the microscopic world. Antony van Leeuwenhoek. These animalcules are living on my teeth. Humans might not have known what caused disease, but they knew how deadly they could be. Pray infection doesn't set in. It kills more of our soldiers than the enemy. Animalcules, an early term for microscopic life. That is why Scythian archers dip their arrows in a mixture of blood and horse dung to make sure everyone they shot became infected. Why in 1346, Mongol warriors catapulted plague-infected corpses over the walls of the Genoese city of Kaffa. Why in 1763, during the siege of Fort Pitt, British garrison commander William Trent gave a peace delegation of Delaware Native Americans 2 blankets and a handkerchief out of the smallpox hospital to convey smallpox to the Indians. It is unknown how effective this biological attack was, because the Delaware Indians were already suffering the ravages of European smallpox. Why in 1864, during the American Civil War, Confederate sympathizer Dr. Luke Pryor Blackburn volunteered at a yellow fever treatment hospital in Bermuda. From the Journal of William Trent, invoice to the Crown, August 1763. Testimony of Dr. Blackburn's agent, Godfrey Joseph Hyams. So he could steal the infected clothing, smuggle them back to the U.S., and sell them at auction to destroy the army and everyone in the country. Fortunately, the trunks were never opened and the public was never exposed. By the 19th century, the medical and public health communities began to get their act together. Revolutionary steps forward were made by Ignaz Semmelweis. Wash your hands. Sir Joseph Lister. Carbolic acid disinfects both the wound and the surgical instruments. Dr. Louis Pasteur. It's called a vaccine, and it will help the body build up a resistance to the disease. And women like Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, Dorothea Dix, Clara Barton, Dr. Mary Walker, and the army of nurses who served in the American Civil War.
You can't dig your toilets right next to the creek you drink from?
Really? Why? But while science helped win the war on germs, it also helped use germs for war. World War I, 1914 to 1918, saw the widespread use of submarines, airplanes, machine guns, poisonous gas, and germs. Many countries experimented with microbes, including Imperial Germany. Unlike previous guesswork, it was based on hard science, using fact-based research to grow weaponized bacteria. Pseudomonas mallei. Anthrax. Horses were the primary target of the attacks, because most of the world's armies depended on them for transportation. During the war, Germany embarked on a global campaign of biological sabotage, attempting to infect animal populations in Finland, which was still part of Russia, France, Argentina, and the USA. German saboteurs even set up their own biological weapons plant in the basement of a home in Silver Spring, Maryland. Finished? Almost. While it's hard to know how effective this program really was, it scared the world's leaders into including germs in the 1925 protocol for the prohibition of the use in asphyxiating, poisonous, or other gases, and of bacteriological methods of warfare. Not all nations ratified the Geneva Protocol at the time, including the rising power of Imperial Japan. Under the leadership of General Shiro Ishii, Japan conducted the largest, most lethal germ warfare campaign the world has ever seen. Ironically, Ishii was inspired by the Geneva Protocol. He reasoned that if the rest of the world wanted to ban germ weapons, they must have serious potential. And so he set about building a massive biological weapons program with the largest plant in the Pingfan district of the occupied puppet state of Manchukuo. Picking up where the Germans left off, the Japanese successfully grew an entire arsenal of deadly microbes: smallpox, anthrax, glanders, tularemia, tuberculosis, tick encephalitis, gas gangrene, brucellosis, tetanus, botulism, salmonella, cholera, typhoid, typhus, and bubonic plague. Like their Nazi allies halfway across the world, the Japanese used human beings as live test subjects. While most of the victims were Chinese civilians, they also experimented on British, Australian, and American POWs. The estimated number of live victims ranges between 3,000 and tens of thousands. During the war, the Japanese unleashed their bioweapons against the Soviet Union and China, pouring infected slurry into rivers, spraying rice paddies, giving out infected cakes, giving prisoners infected food, then releasing them in the hopes that they'd infect their families. They also directly infected prisoners, then sent them across the border in the hopes that they'd infect the Russians. Aircraft dropped food packages infested with plague-carrying fleas, or porcelain bombs packed with infected fleas, or tiny black particles containing concentrated plague. It is hard to know exactly how many people were murdered by Japanese biological weapons. Accounts range from tens of thousands to one Chinese study placing the dead at roughly 740,000. Regardless of the exact number, two undeniable facts emerged from these crimes against humanity. First, Chinese areas with stronger public health systems were better able to withstand the germ attacks. Second, the world finally woke up to the fact that microbes could be used in weapons of mass destruction. While the Cold War is largely seen through the lens of a nuclear arms race, a second, biological arms race was waged in secret. In the US and Soviet Union, as well as many other nations, various bacteria and viruses were grown, tested, and turned into weapons of war. Viruses in particular became the most attractive germ weapon because they are smaller than bacteria and can sneak into human cells before our immune system detects them, and are immune to antibiotics, the new wonder drug of the early 20th century.
Test came back positive for E. coli.
Nothing a little penicillin can.
She hasn't had her polio shot.
Dear God. Because antibiotics won't stop a virus, the only sure defense is to prevent initial infection with a vaccine. Vaccines along with well-funded labs, healthcare, education, and all the other elements of a strong public health system, did so much more to protect us from a germ war.
Is this really gonna protect us from an atom bomb?
Than anyone could have done about a nuclear war. That is because unlike nuclear or conventional war, we didn't have to choose between spending money on peace or war when confronting germs. In the case of a germ attack, what kept us healthy also kept us safe. Regardless of how safe Americans might have been, the spread of germ warfare programs among other nations increased the chance of a global pandemic. Statement on Chemical and Biological Defense Policies and Programs on November 25th in the Roosevelt Room at the White House. On November 25th, 1969, President Richard M. Nixon announced the end of the U.S. offensive biological weapons program. The United States shall renounce the use of lethal biological agents and weapons and all other methods of biological warfare. In 1972, the U.S., the Soviet Union, and over 100 other countries signed the Biological Weapons Convention, which banned the development, production, and stockpiling of these weapons of mass destruction. The Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, and Stockpiling of Bacteriological, Biological, and Toxin Weapons, and on their destruction, banned the development, stockpiling, acquisition, transfer, retention, assistance with, and production of biological agents, weapons, equipment, and delivery systems. Some doubted the Soviet Union's commitment to the treaty, and history would prove them right. In late 1979, rumors began leaking out of the USSR about an anthrax epidemic in and around the city of Sverdlovsk. While Western intelligence sources suspected an accident at the Sverdlovsk bioweapons plant, the Soviet government blamed the outbreak on tainted meat. But the rumors continued to flow out of Sverdlovsk, along with smuggled photos of military checkpoints and decontamination trucks around the facility. May 27th, 1992, interview with Komsomolskaya Pravda. Russian President Boris Yeltsin finally admitted the truth in a 1992 interview. Our military development was the cause. The full details of the release of anthrax into the environment have yet to be fully disclosed. And while Russia refuses to let the U.S. into some of their biological research facilities, insisting, the way the U.S. does, that their biological program is purely defensive, the greatest threat may not come from Russia, China, or any other country that may or may not be working with biological weapons. At present, 16 countries have yet to sign or ratify the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, BWC, while some who have, such as North Korea, are suspected of continuing secret biological warfare programs. Today, the greatest danger may come from so-called non-state actors, more commonly known as terrorists. While rogue individuals and groups always want to get their hands on a nuclear weapon, a biological weapon is much more attractive. That is because uranium, the fuel for a nuclear bomb, can only be mined in 20 countries, while microbes exist everywhere on Earth. Also, unlike uranium ore, which is incredibly expensive and difficult to process, finished almost. Microbes can be brewed cheaply at home. To date, there have been only 2 successful bioterrorist attacks on American soil.
Ready.
The first was carried out in 1984 by the Sannyasins cult in Wasco County, Oregon, developed by Ma Anand, Nurse Mangala Puja, who spearheaded the cult's bioweapons program. And on her orders as the cult's second-in-command, Ma Anand Sheila, Rajneeshi cultists infected several restaurants in Wasco County with salmonella. The goal was to sicken enough people to keep them from voting in a local election. Because none of the victims died, because officials were afraid that publicity would lead to copycat attacks, and because the attacks took place a decade and a half before September 11th, the Rajneeshis were charged as criminals, not terrorists. Most of the conspirators were given light sentences, while Rajneesh himself, whom to his death pleaded innocence, was simply asked to leave the United States. In 2001, 1 week after the September 11th Al-Qaeda attacks, envelopes containing what appeared to be military-grade anthrax were mailed to several locations across the U.S.
9/11/01. You cannot stop us. We have this anthrax. You die now. Death to America. Death to Israel. Allah is great.
Targets included members of Congress and news media. 22 people were sickened in the attacks. Of these, 5 people, including 2 postal workers, were killed. The FBI Amerithrax investigation eventually led to Dr. Bruce Edwards Ivan, an American microbiologist working for the U.S. Army at Fort Detrick. Before Ivans could be officially charged, he committed suicide in 2008. While the investigation took nearly a decade to conclude, the immediate public panic rippled across America. As former White House Press Secretary Scott McClellan stated in his memoir, "I know President Bush's thinking was deeply affected by the anthrax attacks. He was determined not to let another terrorist attack happen on his watch and to challenge regimes believed to be seeking weapons of mass destruction." Critics of President Bush charge that the bioterrorist threat was used to manipulate the American people into supporting the Iraq War, while his defenders claim that intelligence reports assessed that Saddam Hussein had biological weapons of mass destruction. Regardless, no biological or chemical or nuclear weapons were ever found by U.S. forces or United Nations inspectors in Iraq, and the perception of crying wolf damages the public trust to this day. While Saddam Hussein may not have had biological weapons, others continue to develop them. Today, globalization has empowered the modern bioterrorist. Online information is readily accessible, as is lab equipment, which can be ordered from anywhere in the world with just one click.
Finished?
Almost. Fortunately, we can be better prepared.
Mommy, it hurts.
Just for a second, and then you'll never have to worry again.
Employees must wash hands. Cover your mouth when you cough. This meat, U.S. inspected and passed by Department of Agriculture. This restaurant, sanitary inspection grade A. Grade A pasteurized milk. U.S. food inspectors. And wastewater treatment. Just like in the Cold War biological arms race, what keeps us healthy can also keep us safe. We've had confirmed Zika cases in this area, so please get tested if you're thinking of getting pregnant. But we can and should do more. Biodetection Sniffer. United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, USAMRID, Fort Detrick, Maryland.
Definite genetic manipulation.
Local hospital.
The lab reports just came back.
Central Intelligence Agency.
We picked up terrorist chatter about a potential biological attack along the lines you're describing.
Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, Atlanta, Georgia. It's similar to the Eurasian strain,
with some mutations.
With increased investment in biological detection technology, enhanced communication between public health and national security organizations, leadership and coordination by a single high-level official in the White House, increased congressional oversight, and greater, more effective public outreach, we can stay one step ahead of biological disaster. The White House, Secretary of Defense, National Security Advisor. We now have a confirmed biological attack. Secretary of Homeland Security.
We need to get someone on TV ASAP to make an announcement to the American people.
Secretary of State.
I will request an emergency meeting at the UN immediately.
Attorney General. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Secretary of Health and Human Services. The private sector can ramp up vaccine and protective gear production within the hour. Homeland Security Advisor. Vice President of the United States. Let's just hope they listen. Unfortunately, the terrorists' greatest ally is us. The problem today is that public health has become a victim of its own success in many countries. At the turn of the last century, infectious diseases were the #1 killers of people in the industrialized world. Now, they don't even rank in the top 5. Yeah, Ed looks like it's just a cold. She should be back at school next week. Most people today take public health for granted.
Fake news. No medical tyranny.
And some don't even see why we need it anymore. From the left.
The government's crying wolf again, just like Iraq!
Center. I heard from someone who heard from somebody who read somewhere on the internet that vaccines are bad. Right.
I'm not going to pay any more taxes because government isn't the solution to our problem. The government is the problem.
Conspiracy theories, budget cuts, and personal apathy threaten to erode all the progress humanity has made. No mandatory vaccinations. Anti-vaxxer clusters. CDC budget cuts.
Thank you.
And leave us vulnerable to a biological attack. Germs will always be with us, and we must always be ready.
Most of us. Test us as villagers and varnuts.
Yes, ma'am. We stopped the spread.
But if we accept the cost in time and money, we'll never have to pay the cost in lives. You've been listening to Germ Warfare, a very graphic history. Written by Max Brooks. Narrated by James Lewis. With special guest performance by Erica Lewis. Audio adaptation, directed, and produced by James Lewis at Talktime Studios.
right, I'm assuming
You're in
full
charge.
power now.
Yeah, it's a little unsettling to me, but I think
All right. May we come to order, please? So just to demonstrate the influence of this commission, we listened to Senator Burr talk about the need for a technology committee at the Senate. We've already created one, and they've sent their staff over here to see if they can get this video to work. So we'll see how it goes.
On September 12, 1962, President John F. Kennedy stood before the nation and spoke those immortal words.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
It could have been written off as an impossible challenge doomed to fail. Instead, it galvanized the country and brought us together for the benefit of all of humankind. Today, we're faced with our own seemingly impossible challenge, stopping pandemics before they can ever take hold again. And just like the race to the moon, it will take our best and brightest to reach our final destination. But more importantly, it will take all of us coming together once again for the common good. Each of us are experiencing firsthand the devastating effects of pandemics, and it's becoming painfully obvious that we must put an end to them once and for all. But within all the turmoil and grief, there is hope. We developed a vaccine in less than a year, pushing technology and innovation beyond what was thought possible. And new treatments and medications have been created. Yet while we stemmed the tide and averted an even greater catastrophe, we might not be so lucky next time. Whether natural, accidental, or deliberate, infectious disease threats are increasing in frequency and severity. It's that very reason why we must act now. Fortunately, there are those who have already answered the call and joined forces to form the Apollo program for biodefense. Our nation has a history of accomplishing amazing things when we put our minds to it, from a system of highways that connected the country to a global positioning system that helps us find our way. We have always been able to achieve what's never been done before, particularly when we take on technological challenges. But this challenge will take sustained bipartisan support and U.S. leadership to develop new technologies needed to prevent biological events. Both public and private sectors must work together, with private sector providing research, insights, manufacturing, and efficiency, while the government provides structure, oversight, and incentives for innovation. And since this problem is a threat to all, we will work with other countries in a U.S.-led initiative, strengthening our international relationships while making everyone safe from pandemics. The Apollo program for biodefense will not focus on a singular track, but rather multiple groundbreaking solutions. We'll create a world where new pathogens are detected and continually traced from the source, where we can distribute rapid point-of-person tests to every household in the country within days of detection, where effective treatments are already in hand, and vaccine development and rollout occur in weeks rather than years. We'll advance other areas of science across the whole spectrum of STEM as well, inspiring the next generation of scientists, bioengineers, entrepreneurs, and public servants. We're closer to ending pandemics today than you might think, but we're at a turning point. It's time to harness America's ingenuity, optimism, and grit to achieve resilience against biological threats. Anything less could have dire consequences. Living through this pandemic has created momentum to produce technologies that we had lacked the will and resources to pursue before. We have to build on that progress and push for greater advances that will protect us from the next infectious disease threat. We envision a time when people will look back and wonder how we ever let infectious diseases wreak havoc on our society, how we ever tolerated seasonal flu, let alone viruses like COVID-19. This noble and extraordinary mission can be fully realized by the end of this decade, but only with leadership, resources, and interests that go beyond technical constraints and the usual cycle of panic and neglect. The time is now. Please join our cause today so that all of us can be protected and the world can be safer for all the tomorrows to come.
Good job, staff.
worth waiting for.
Yes. Excuse me. So it's my pleasure to welcome panel 3 today, the title of which is A Vision for Something Greater. We're going to hear from experts who will discuss their visions for what the Apollo program for biodefense could look like and how the public sector and private sector can work together to achieve that goal. We're going to hear from the Honorable Tara O'Toole. She is Executive Vice President of InQtel and former Undersecretary for Science and Technology at the Department of Homeland Security. And from Dr. Jacob Sweat, a co-founder of Alt Labs. He's a visiting scientist at Biodesign Institute at the Arizona State University. And from CIRA, am I saying that right? Syra Madad, got one of them right. Who's a Senior Director of System-Wide Special Programs program at New York City Health and Hospitals. Thank you all for joining us today, and we'll start off with you, Dr. Tara. Dr. O'Toole.
Either's fine. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you to the Commission and its staff for its long dedication to the conceptualization and realization of biodefense for the United States. I would say that regarding the previous discussion of Athena and Apollo, I think the appropriate myth for your long-term endeavor would be Sisyphus, rather than either of the foregoing. But I'm going to make a few remarks following on what Dr. Landers and Senator Burr said. So here we are now, 6 years after the commission started, 22 years in my career trying to pursue biodefense ideas and realization in the midst of a global pandemic, of a highly infectious virus we've never seen before. And I would add that the origin of this virus is still unclear. It is not clear to me that this is a zoonosis rather than, for example, a lab leak. And the fact that we haven't gotten to the bottom of that or haven't even really investigated in any kind of thorough way, I think is a very disturbing fact on the ground. There was, as was said by the previous speakers, we live in an age of epidemics. This is not going to be the last epidemic and possibly not the last pandemic in our lifetime. But there was also mention made of an inflection point in our capabilities with regard to biotechnology. I think that is true. I think our understanding of and capacity to manipulate living organisms is at an inflection point, and the consequences of the powers that we are learning to wield is going to have transformative effects, not just on biomedicine, which we already see happening with mRNA and CRISPR-based diagnostics and gene-based therapies. It is going to transform manufacturing and agricultural production, and it is also going to have an enormous role to play in managing climate change if we get that far. This is a consequence of the fact that one of the greatest scientific discoveries of the past century is that biology is programmable. It is written in code. And as we learn to read, write, and edit that code, basically everything that nature does, in theory, and possibly in fact, becomes available to human use and manipulation. This is going to have tremendous beneficial consequences, but it is also the fact that this is a very powerful technology or set of technologies with the dark side due to the potential for either accidental mishaps or malignant misuse. And we have to keep that in mind. It's going to be, without doubt, the fact that biotechnology will be a major factor in geopolitical competition and economic competition going forward. So we're not just talking about biodefense here as we watch the Congress fail to pay attention to what this pandemic means and how we might get out of it. The stakes are very, very high as we go forward. And I would suggest that the Commission might focus more on what we could do with biotechnology in realms beyond biomedicine. Because, as I'm sure Representative Greenwood knows, the biorevolution has enormous applications across many, many fields. I want to talk about the translation of life science research into actual products. And let's start with the manufacture of vaccines. We've known how to make mRNA vaccines for quite some time. And in fact, there are many vaccine platforms out there, quite a few of which are programmable, i.e. you can design them to fit a particular virus very, very quickly. And these wonders, as well as things like CRISPR-based diagnostics, which are also able to be programmed to a certain diagnostic pathogen very quickly, are there because the United States, alone among nations, has spent about $1 trillion on basic biomed research since World War II. On the other hand, the United States has not built an infrastructure to translate those discoveries into products. We did it with the physical sciences, largely, I think, because the physical sciences were seen as essential to the defense of the nation. We have not done it with the life sciences. We have left translation essentially to big pharma and to venture capital-backed biotech, and that is not sufficient for the age that we are entering. So the government is going to have to get its head around the notion that it has to create new forms of partnership, new expectations, and probably new organizations in order to actually bring forth the fruits of the biorevolution that we created. We're the engine of the biorevolution. But we are now in a much more global competition, economically and otherwise, that is going to depend on biology as its fuel. And unless we create the institutions needed to translate it, which are going to cost money, as Senator Burr said, either the government has to be a buyer of these technologies or offer some incentives to government to, for example, advance manufacturing practices. It's not going to happen. China is doing it. That's another topic. But this really is an inflection point with huge implications for national security, economic competition, and national power. And that larger context, I think, is worth trying to introduce, particularly to Congress, given the unique makeup of this panel. And I would go on to say that right now, as far as I can see from where I sit, and I talk to a lot of small biotech companies as well as big pharma concerns, industry is very discouraged by the government's response to the pandemic. They have very little expectation that the government will come forth and really partner with them going forward into the future. I appreciate the very thoughtful approach that the administration is taking to rolling out their plan, but time really is of the essence. And I am worried that there is not more momentum by now, given what we have experienced with COVID. The next thing I'd like to talk about is public health. Virtually everybody on this panel has been hoping for a renaissance in public health for decades, and I certainly support the need to modernize the U.S. public health system, even recognizing that such changes are difficult to enact, let alone sustain. We haven't really improved public health since 9/11, in spite of a clamor to do so, and an obvious need after the anthrax attacks to at least move beyond fax machines, which apparently we haven't, as a major means of communication among state health agencies. And I would like to suggest that we consider how we might create a data-enabled public health system. One of the stories that's not often told about the COVID pandemic so far is the success of the healthcare systems in dealing with COVID, particularly large multi-hospital medical centers, who really did use data to drive their decisions. And they were successful, many of them, in different ways, in driving down infections among their staff, in driving down the mortality rate in ICUs by gathering and following the data. And many of them also had tremendous outreach to their communities. They knew what was going on in the communities, and they became augmenters of what we would call public health missions. What we might think of doing is better integrating these large, well-resourced, highly talented medical systems into the public health mission, so that there's not just more integration, but I think with some tweaking of the regional health networks that were invented with the invention of BARDA and then mostly abandoned, strengthening them, and incentivizing health systems to do more data collection, analysis, et cetera, on behalf of public health. We might get closer to the public health system we seek, which frankly, I don't think we're going to build de novo. How we fix the fragmentation on 5,000 different public health entities is beyond me. But if we started building a kind of node and periphery model of public health based on big medical centers, which are only consolidating, we might get further down the road. The other element, of course, is that telemedicine, digital monitoring of health from a distance, et cetera, are only going to get more and more powerful and common in the future. So in effect, medical centers are going to be practicing public health. And recognizing that and taking advantage of it might be one way forward. The last thing I'll say before turning it over to my colleagues goes back to Secretary Shalala's early remarks. We have really got to create a more viable and robust approach to biosecurity and biosafety. We certainly should be doing this in high containment labs. The fact that we're not sure under what safety regime the Wuhan Institute of Virology was operating is not satisfactory. We don't really have a framework for biosecurity and biosafety that is recognized around the world as the appropriate one, and it's time the United States took the lead on this. And got a viable approach to how we're going to do this. Now, I have to say, having been a regulator in my past life as the Assistant Secretary for Environment, Safety, and Health at the Department of Energy, where I was supposedly in charge of safety at the DOE National Labs, it's very difficult to regulate science, and you really don't want to do it in a heavy-handed way, because the job of scientists is to go out and do something unforeseen and imaginative every day. And if you burden them with a lot of regulations, you bring progress to a halt. What we have to do is develop some kind of regime of best practices, wherein the best practices are shared widely and agreed upon, where mistakes and accidents and near misses are centrally reported and made sense of and feed back into best practices, so that we can have both an assurance of safety and security while not stifling innovation. But if we do not do this quickly, if we do not start moving out briskly on the biosafety and even the ethical framework under which we're going to practice things like manipulating viruses, we risk losing the trust of the American people even more and squelching the great promise of the biorevolution. So I would put this at the top of the priority list. It's not as interesting as some of the great scientific discoveries that we could talk about, but I think it is a necessary step towards the full realization of the biorevolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sweat.
Please allow me to extend my thanks to the Commission, both for your steadfast commitment to these important causes and also for inviting me here to speak today. The title of this panel is A Vision for Something Greater. With the current pandemic ongoing, all the lives lost, moments missed, massive social and economic costs, something greater is indeed needed. Having had the opportunity to contribute to the Apollo program for biodefense, I can say with confidence that this is indeed what the program offers. While the report outlines many recommendations and details a number of key technologies, the program has a singular goal: a future free from pandemics by the end of this decade. This is the vision for something greater. This is the equivalent to landing humans on the moon, returning them safely to the Earth before the decade is out. This, a pandemic-free future, to the North Star that guides this effort. At its heart, the Apollo program for biodefense is a vision for pandemic prevention. Fundamentally proactive, not reactive. Preemptive in posture. Sustained, pathogen agnostic, and applicable to any threat, whether natural, deliberate, accidental, or reckless in origin. Pandemic prevention means that before the next threat arrives, we've already discovered and developed safe and effective broad-spectrum antivirals against priority pathogen families. We've already developed and trialed prototype vaccines against all viral families. We have the ability to suppress the transmission of pathogens in our daily lives, whether that's through high-quality, readily available PPE, or in schools, offices, and public transport that reduce transmission of infectious disease, as opposed to enhancing it, as we see today. We also would have layered biosurveillance focusing across the spectrum: clinical, sentinel, environmental, and vectors, to provide both early warning and characterization of threats, enabled by pan-pathogen diagnostics and metagenomic sequencing. And crucially, as Dr. O'Toole has mentioned, we have integrated data pipelines and systems establishing and functioning, keeping us constantly alert and at the ready. If we have this, the next time when a pathogen arises, we can have it identified at its outset and sequenced within a day of the index case. Pathogen surveillance systems, already in operation, would recognize this as a potential threat and predict likely routes of spread and trigger a number of actions. This would ramp up wastewater monitoring and digital detection and methods to track the transmission and characterize the pathogen's dynamics. People would immediately begin using the PPE they already have in areas that are or may be at risk. We trigger the configuration and deployment within 48 hours of simple, rapid, point-of-person tests, able to provide a response within minutes. We begin the manufacture of targeted therapeutics, such as monoclonals, which are available within a week to both treat the infected and prevent infection prophylactically. And the sequence that was detected is automatically transmitted to a number of distributed rapid vaccine production facilities, where the prototype version of the vaccine was quickly tweaked and widely available in less than 100 days, easily administered with the patch or a nose spray. With these capabilities, storage of the next potential pathogen isn't really a story at all. It doesn't go on for 2 years. It was all over shortly after it started. Pandemic prevention, as I've just described it, is absolutely ambitious. But as this commission has noted, it's absolutely achievable. The United States can and must have the will to put an end to pandemics before this decade is out. And this will must begin with the federal government, which will have the most important role in achieving this vision. It must be the one to mobilize the nation and lead the world. As to what the federal government should do, the Apollo Program for Biodefense report is clear. First, the effort can't be done in a vacuum. As this commission has noted, the recommendation of the blueprint must be implemented, including strengthening public health and reducing regulatory bottlenecks. The National Biodefense Strategy should be implemented, which includes a technology index that builds on the priorities of the Apollo report and clearly articulates where all the technologies and resources must go. And of course, resources must be provided in the form of regular funding through the appropriations process. It will be incumbent upon OMB to include the funding, starting with FY23. These recommendations from the report are, of course, necessary, but also not sufficient. As such, my 4 recommendations for the Commission are as follows. First, the federal government must provide strong leadership. The degree of ambition required for this program will not happen on its own. It will require a clear vision and a champion, in addition to the resources and plan to execute against it. An ambitious plan necessarily diverges from the status quo. There will be those who say it can't be done. But we must not let the way things have always been done deter us from the way things could, and importantly, need to be done. It will be absolutely essential that leadership of this initiative to sustain momentum help all the necessary stakeholders not just understand what could be done, but believe in it, so that we can change the collective conscience of both the nation and the world. For this, a centralized mission control, as has been noted, could provide the focus, coordination, and accountability necessary to harness this mission. Second, the federal government must not only provide the role of championing the vision, it must serve the organizing function to coordinate the entities, incentivize the research, and provide enough details so that across our entire national science and technology infrastructure, it's clear where each agency, company, nonprofit, and lab fit into achieving this vision. The federal government will have to ensure that coordination and communication across the pipelines from researchers to technology developers to the front lines of public health are speaking with each other, ensuring that the front lines understand what technology is now making possible, and that those developing solutions understand the bottlenecks and realities of the problems without being constrained by the way things currently are. The task here is vast. To achieve this goal, coordination must occur across sectors from private industry to academia to national labs to venture capital to non-government organizations. To do this, we require the government to act in unison and with a very clear purpose that flows downwards from the top. While effective coordination of our current capability will go a long ways, to achieve the Apollo program for biodefense will also be critical, again, as Dr. O'Toole has noted, to expand our translational capacity and ensure we have durable incentives to bring all the discoveries from our world-class research institutions into the hands of the American public, especially those most vulnerable amongst us. Decades of foresight at basic research means that for many of the goals of the Apollo program for biodefense, we largely possess the scientific capabilities needed to achieve it. We had the discoveries for mRNA vaccines before the pandemic. Wastewater monitoring was already a tool around the world to track polio. Antiviral candidates already existed. Much of the necessary science is in our research labs, and the capacity to translate the technology is in our private sector. To achieve the goals we want, organizations such as BARDA, JPO, and InQtel will play an essential role to ensure that next time we aren't building the plane while trying to fly it. So it'll be essential that we take these discoveries and more and push them over the line so that they're already in operation when we need them. Which brings me to my fourth point. All the technology must be maintained in an operational capacity. Pandemics are exponential threats, as we all know now, which move quickly and must be addressed early. We must have operational agencies versed in the tools that we create to take advantage of them. To prepare for the next threat, we need to make investments in the infrastructure needed to take advantage of advances in technologies. We have to work with the private sector to find sustainable business models to keep our system in a steady state. We must constantly exercise our capabilities to ensure that we're ready at a moment's notice. I suggest that in addition to drills, we begin to take annual threats, such as influenza, more seriously and exercise our capabilities there. Finally, while ambition for the Apollo program is critical to success, it too does not suffice. The effort to prevent pandemics must take heed, not become the source of what it seeks to eliminate. From this meeting and past reports, it's clear the Commission is fond of Greek mythology. In this aspect, I think it would do well to take the lesson of Icarus to heart. Icarus, with wings of feathers and wax, had to navigate between the sea's dampness and the sun's heat, flying neither too low nor too high, finding a way between the complacency of the status quo and the hubris that all technological advances come without risk. For it would be technological advances that would ease the barriers to modifying pathogens. We must be careful and thoughtful about the technologies we choose to advance, and biosafety and biosecurity must be at the heart of all we do. At risk of overusing the analogy to Apollo, I'll finish with this. I believe we've had our Sputnik moment. We've completed our Mercury missions as well. We've never had more people in the history of humanity engaged in the fight against infectious disease. We have our plan. What is left is to commit ourselves and seize the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sweat and Dr. Madad.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all. Before I begin, I want to just first make sure that we're defining preparedness and prevention very clearly. Prevention is stopping the outbreak before it even happens. And preparedness is knowing it's going to happen and what can we do to mitigate that threat. We need to invest in both because they're both very, very important. So with that, while the COVID-19 pandemic has been the most recent wake-up call here in the United States and around the world, it hasn't been the only wake-up call. So to name a few, Ebola, Zika, and even vaccine-preventable diseases like measles. As someone who has been part of the response to each of these infectious disease outbreaks, the term panic and neglect comes to mind. We invest in short-term solutions to chronic long-term problems, never maintaining nor sustaining what we've built. It's what I call the bubblegum and Band-Aid approach. That needs to end. Pandemics is what I also call never events. It's never okay to have a local outbreak become a worldwide public health crisis. As stated in the Apollo program for biodefense, advances in the life sciences accelerated by the pandemic have brought technology to an inflection point where ending pandemics is within our grasp, but only if we commit ourselves. It is past time we commit ourselves. As New York City became the nation's first epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and was engulfed with a viral storm, it became clear even the best cities are not equipped nor prepared for these types of daily, protracted mass casualty events. The devastating consequences, from the tremendous loss of life to the impact on quality of life, and the emotional, social, and economic toll will be felt for years. Healthcare systems have shown to play a unique and vital role in outbreaks. They're not just confined to patient care, they're surveillance institutions, providing often real-time information on the current state of the pandemic, with hospitalizations and death. They're safe havens for our communities and places to engage the public in helping live their healthiest life possible. I will share 3 recommendations based on the Apollo program report that can help strengthen our everyday prevention, preparedness, and response efforts and help sustain the gains and build back better. First, we've made tremendous stride in technology, but I don't see that same level of innovation in healthcare. We should not rely on an astute clinician raising the red flag when an unusual case presents. We must provide clinical decision support tools that are automated to help all clinicians in early identification, isolation, testing, treatment, and notifying public health partners. This includes multi-pathogen therapeutics, multiplex detection capabilities, and rapid point-of-care diagnostics. The initial testing fiasco of the COVID-19 pandemic facilitated the uncontrolled spread of the virus, blinding us to who contracted the virus and where it was going. So, a solution to one of this big problem is helping EMR and EHR systems and bringing them into the equation. We often hear about laboratories and many of the same players, but we often don't bring in our electronic medical health record systems like Epic and Quadramet to help tackle these really big problems. Second, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted every single one of our nation's nearly 6,000 hospitals are on the front lines. While having designated centers of excellence, such as those for Ebola and special pathogens, are really important, we must support and provide resources to all hospitals. This includes next-generation personal protective equipment. The outcry of the healthcare community when we lacked the essential PPE to care for patients was outrageous. As healthcare systems transitioned into contingency and crisis standards on PPE, extending the use of an N95, then asking to reuse that same N95 time and again is another never event. So one entity that I think is important in helping bridge some of these solutions is NETAC. NETAC is called the National Emerging Special Pathogen Training Education Center. I'm a core faculty of NETAC, and it is fully funded by CDC and ASPR. It's made up of 3 institutions, UNMC, Emory, and New York City Health and Hospitals, and we've all treated confirmed Ebola patients. The past few years, we've been providing healthcare preparedness and support to hospitals around the nation. And so we can use NETAC in helping bridge some of the PPE innovation that is ongoing. So for example, I was just at Bellevue Hospital last week testing out and developing a breach protocol and testing a number of different PPE that can withstand different bodily fluids. So the work is happening, we need to invest in it. And third, we can't stop an outbreak from happening if we don't know where it's happening and the necessary information to know where it's going. We must invest in standardized, interoperable systems that talk to each other. the National Integrated Public Health Data capability can help fill this gap. In conclusion, I firmly believe the administration and Congress should fully implement the recommendations in the Commissioner's 2015 National Blueprint for Biodefense, and Congress should provide multi-year appropriations to implement the Apollo program for biodefense. It is important to stress that preparedness and prevention is not a static state. They're active processes that need constant attention. Saying these are once-in-a-century event feeds into our poor preparedness and response. We must act now with urgency, and we must act decisively. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all three of you for your thorough and thoughtful testimony. I have just one question, and it's for Dr. O'Toole. You talked about the need for the government to play a greater role in scientific translation, if I understood you correctly. And when I think about the current ecosystem, we have the NIH that provides grants to universities, of course, and as well as to small businesses. And then there's universities, thanks to the Bayh-Dole Act, frequently license out their intellectual property to frequently smaller biotech companies, and you know how it works from there. So I'm trying to understand we have university tech transfer offices and incentives there in. So what's the gap to which you're referring, and how would you fill it?
So there are many gaps depending upon what stage of the research cycle you're talking about. Universities have gotten better at translating their discoveries into small companies. Some universities are quite adept at that. MIT and Stanford come to mind, others not so good. There's a lot of reasons for that, but what they do usually is launch those companies into what Senator Burr called the Valley of Death. In order to get that idea, actually, you get an idea, you form a company, 3 guys and a dog are the company. I mean, you know this well. The next question is, how do you get to proof of principle, and then how do you get a product? Right now in the United States, to our advantage, I think, that journey is funded mostly by venture capital. And we have a much more active venture capital environment than any other country, and that is part of the secret to our innovation. But particularly in biomed, the cost of getting through your first clinical trial is measured in usually the hundreds of millions, certainly the tens of millions. And as a consequence, a lot of very good companies with great ideas die on the vine. And the more innovative you are and the more risk you're taking, the more likely it is that you will fail. Government needs to think about how it could how it could encourage companies to take risks. I think there's another kind of need in, for example, what do we do to move manufacturing into the continuous flow-like processes that Dr. Lander was talking about? Big pharma experts have told me that, well, you're right, we haven't paid much attention to manufacturing improvements in the last 20 years because we're doing okay as it is, all right? That is troublesome. I think the government needs to set certain goals. It needs to be very explicit and very loud about, we want a vaccine platform for every family of virus, if that's what we want. I wouldn't do it that way. I would go after a suite of platforms that connected not just to viral families, but to actual diseases, because I think that would be more attractive to the private sector. But the government needs to state a very explicit goal and then say, and we will do this, this, and this to help you realize this goal, including we will buy the product up to X amount. That is going to require ongoing conversations with industry that we are not having now. And we're going to need to create new formats to even allow those conversations to happen. BARDA is doing it. There's been a lot of criticism of the clunkiness of BARDA's capacity to have those conversations, largely because of federal contracting prohibitions, which are getting in the way of progress. But that's the kind of thing I'm thinking of. The first thing is government has to say very loudly, industry, we want you to do this, okay? And I'm all for the big goals that were being talked about. And then there has to be a conversation about what would it take for industry to go there, given that they are profit driven, okay? And what would make it easier for them to go there? That's what we did in World War II. We need X number of ships and trucks, and we will buy them. This is about national security. We need to do that again.
So if I understand you correctly, what you're suggesting is that if the federal government chooses a set of goals,
Yes.
life science goals, and says, for these goals, biotech companies, if you want to pursue these, we will help de-risk you and fulfill some of the valley of death. And that would reorient, I would think, a lot of things. It would reorient what universities are looking at. It would reorient how venture capitalists behave.
Exactly. And it has to be founded on actual conversations with industry and with science. But that's exactly what I'm saying.
Right. And the government then would have to create the capacity to assess those companies the way venture capitalists
It should be
do.
milestone driven, absolutely.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Senator Lieberman.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks to the three of you. I'm just curious for my own information. I know Dr. O'Toole and I know about InQtel. Tell me about Dr. Sweat, about the Biodesign Institute at Arizona State University. What do you do?
So I'm affiliated with the Biodesign Institute actually through a startup spinning out technology from Arizona State University, so sequencing and CRISPR diagnostics, where we work to try to bring this technology from the basic research that I described to these problems that the Commission is discussing today.
So the institute functions as a startup, or supports
Biodesign
startups?
Institute's a research institute at the university,
Uh-huh.
and so we're working on spinning out technology from that research institute.
Dr. Medad, I'm interested in what the system-wide special pathogens program is in New York.
Well, I have the privilege of overseeing it for the nation's largest municipal healthcare delivery system, New York City Health and Hospitals.
Were you doing it before the pandemic broke out?
Yes,
Yeah.
I've been in this position for 6 years. In fact, Ron Klain, who's the chief of staff, him and I wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post.
Oh, that's right.
5 days
I
before.
knew your name was familiar. Yeah.
And we said a pandemic prevention program is up for renewal, and Congress hasn't made a move on it. Here we are.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's so. You made some very good constructive proposals in your opening statement. I wonder if you have some context, sort of stories, if you will, you can tell us from your experience in this position in New York City that is a premise for the recommendations you made to us.
Absolutely. So I think first, in my first recommendation, not relying on an astute clinician to be able to find a needle in the haystack.
Right.
We have those physicians and clinicians. We're very thankful for them, but we can't rely on them. And there's 4 problems that I have seen in the years that I have been in this field working in outbreaks. And the first problem is, where are these outbreaks happening? If you ask a clinician today, can you name me a couple of outbreaks? They can probably name you 2 or 3 off the top of their head. But if we look at what's happening this moment, this second, we probably have hundreds of different outbreaks happening around the world. Can't expect a clinician to know every single one of them. That's number one. That's the first problem. Where are they happening? Number 2, clinicians.
You dealt with that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so number 2 is, if you ask a clinician, what's the case definition of measles, a lot of them haven't even seen a case of measles, let alone Ebola or some of these other infectious diseases. So we need to provide them the tools of a case definition, and then how to protect themselves and then others around them, and notify public health authorities. So one of the things that I have done over the past 5 to 6 years is I have done secret shopper drills. I send in a fake patient to our emergency departments throughout New York City, and I give them a scenario. It's a real person. And I say, there's an outbreak happening of Ebola in DRC. Go to Bellevue Hospital or Elmhurst Hospital and say you have travel history, you're symptomatic. How long does it take to identify you, isolate you? What PPE are they wearing? And so this has been done throughout New York City, and we've seen there are gaps and challenges, and we need to make sure that we are, following up on these gaps and challenges. And that's why I had mentioned we cannot rely on that astute physician. We need to automate this.
Okay, that was really helpful. Dr. O'Toole, you've had a lot of experience, including in the federal government. And earlier we were talking about how the federal government should organize itself to deal with pandemic preparedness, particularly if the scope of activities is going to continue at anything. Well, according to either our desire in the Apollo Project proposal or the American Preparedness Plan, both of which are substantial increases in what existed before. And as you know, we sort of backed into a proposal that the vice president be put in charge because we couldn't think of anybody that had the same systemic or national leadership. I don't know if you were here, Richard Burr, Senator Burr really, I think, surprised all of us by telling us that 20 years ago he was involved in a group that wanted to put this responsibility with the vice president, but the then Vice President Cheney said no. I was over my dead body. Over my dead body, yeah. I was thinking as I heard that story that if the Supreme Court had ruled just a little differently, there might have been a vice president who would have accepted this. But I don't want to. We're looking forward. Yes, we're looking forward. So, so you're good at dealing with bureaucracy and making it work. So, what counsel do you have about how a juiced up pandemic preparedness program should be administered and from where?
Well, thank you for the compliment. I don't know that bureaucracy ever works well by intent. Look, we're moving into a new age and we have to rethink government. I think technology is going to become so important that several things have to happen. I would start by resurrecting the Congressional Office of Technology Assessment so that Congress had its own conduit of unbiased information on technology, whether it's AI or biotech or microelectronics or whatever. I think that was a tremendous loss. Secondly, I think that we have to figure out to whom agencies are going to be reporting to in Congress on these cross-cutting issues. I mean, as you know, Senator DHS reported to something like 40 different committees and subcommittees, and it just saps the energy out of the agencies to have to do that. And you end up having very fragmented visions of what's going on in the agency and even of what the problems are, let alone what the solutions might be. I think we need someone in the White House. I think we need a NSC representative for advanced technologies to bring the government together on things like AI is the cause of the day. Bio is going to be much more difficult to deal with AI. AI is an adjunct to other technologies, really. It's already having profound effects in biomedicine and in synthetic biology generally. But I think the White House needs to be reorganized as well. And we may need an agency dedicated to technology advancement. I have people coming to me from these biotech companies, these small companies saying, we've got this, that, and the other thing. This is particularly true under COVID. Who do I talk to in the government? And oftentimes there's no good answer, okay? And particularly with biology, which hasn't been part of the national security crowd, who do you talk to about what should the United States be doing to position itself, for example, in competition with China on biotechnology, which they have identified as one of their 7 critical technologies and are aggressively advancing. Right. So we need to think anew. We have to have the courage to realize that government should be organic in terms of its structural response to these issues as they emerge. This is going to be the age of technology. It is going to change everything. The digital revolution is the appetizer, okay? And if we don't conform government to deal with it, which also means bringing a lot more technical talent into government at all levels, we're going to be in trouble.
Thank you. All yours, Jim.
All right. Had the Supreme Court voted in a slightly different way, we might not have had your leadership on this commission.
Yeah,
So the
so it
Supreme
all
Court
worked out in the end,
moves
right?
in mysterious ways. Senator Daschle.
Well, I would certainly second that. Dr. O'Toole, I want to just compliment you once again. I've heard your wisdom so many times, and it always seems to be so compelling. But what you just said about technology is, I wish we could just put it in capital letters and exclamation points, because it's so critical. How we ever rationalized eliminating OTA is something I'll never understand. I mean, it boggles my mind that we did that. But there we are. But I think the emphasis on biotech in particular, from a national security point of view, is absolutely essential. But I'd like to take just a couple minutes, if we could. At least for me, I'd like to leave today having drilled down a little bit more on this whole question of our semantics as we consider the challenges for this commission and our country when it comes to national security from a biodefense point of view. And that has to do with our continued reference to prevention. Two of our panelists made quite a point of referencing prevention today. But I thought Dr. Lander made a pretty revealing and quite profound comment this morning that I'm not sure it completely registered with everybody, but basically he said, if you want to know the honest truth, I don't know if prevention is possible. And we talked about whether we can make the impossible possible. But I do think it's important for us as we consider policy to make sure we're all on the same page with regard to what it is we want policy to do. And I'm not sure that devoting a whole lot of time and effort to prevention can really ever be accomplished. It is Sisyphean, if I could use that term to describe the task. But you put your, I thought you drew the distinction, Dr. Meded, between prevention and preparation, or as we were talking briefly at lunch, risk reduction. I mean, I think we've got to acknowledge, look, there's just some things that maybe we can't do. Maybe someday we can. But if we're not even on the same page as to what it is we're trying to do, then it's no wonder we're not getting anywhere. So it just seems to me that the more we can clarify our aspirations in public policy and acknowledge maybe that prevention per se is at least in the current context not possible. Risk reduction sure is, preparation sure is, attribution sure is, response sure is, and that's a pretty full plate right there. But I would just like your comments on that, and whether or not we as everybody in this room could reach some consensus, maybe even unanimity, on what our goals are as we define prevention, risk reduction, preparation. Anybody want to comment?
Senator, I'd be happy to comment. I think maybe by analogy here, you could think about hurricanes. I don't think anyone's proposing will stop a hurricane coming. But I think when we speak of prevention, we mean building a seawall to stop that surge from coming. And that's distinct from, I think, preparing for the surge when it comes. I was being a bit provocative in pushing towards prevention, but I think if our approach to hurricanes was to only have more capacity to deal with the injured, I would say we'd be missing something in the opportunity to build a seawall. Now, of course, a seawall on its own would be a folly as well. But I think when we speak of this is that we're not going to stop the hurricanes. I think that was Dr. Lander's point, was that threats will continue to emerge and outbreaks will happen. But thinking on the preventative posture of being able to stop the majority of that and then be able to react to whatever comes quickly, being very prepared, I think can put us in a position such that you still have the hurricane, but there's a drastic difference between levees being burst and a city being overtaken and a storm coming through that we weather coming out the other side.
Yeah, and I think just if I could add, I think that we can absolutely prevent pandemics, but I think we need to prepare for outbreaks. So outbreaks are smaller events, and I think that they're going to continue to happen, and we should prepare for them. But we can prevent an outbreak from becoming a worldwide catastrophe or pandemic. So I think both can happen and should happen in parallel. And the last point that I'll just make to that is that, throwing money at it is not the solution. So I've seen obviously a really great down payment that the federal government is putting. But what I am seeing is that there's a lack of vision, there's a lack of strategy of how to use that funding. You can't just use that funding to hire more PPE, people in public health or buy more PPE. That's not going to get you anywhere. We need to have really true and really great strategies and what this means for the communities that we all serve. And the last thing is that we need to have metrics associated with it. So for example, as we talk about building a biopreparedness program, whether it's in a public health institution or healthcare institutions, we have no metrics to go by. So if I use that same example I proposed to you earlier in terms of identify, isolate, and inform, we should have metrics. It should take 5 minutes to identify a patient that walks into the door that has an infectious disease, 10 minutes to isolate that patient, at least 15 minutes for our staff to be able to locate the appropriate PPE and put it on, and it should take less than 30 minutes to notify public health authorities. None of these metrics actually exist. We need to have a plan to have these metrics, so when you are providing funding to healthcare systems, they have something to go against. And having some of these metrics built in ivory towers are not going to do anything, if I am to be blunt. And to give you an example, there's a metric of identifying, you're basically transporting an Ebola patient from a fire lane of a hospital to a biocontainment unit. I think they put something ridiculous as 25 minutes. That's not practical. For those of us that are boots on the ground, understand that there are infrastructures and engineering and administrative controls we have to look at. So to practically get to 25 minutes is unpractical. And that's when we become, this is a waste of time. So we're going to build out our own capabilities. So we need to make sure that these metrics are actually practical and can actually be implemented.
I would just add that I don't think we can be successful in preventing spillover of diseases from animals to humans, but we know a lot about what we can do to make it less common and to see it early. I mean, that spillover occurs when humans and usually wild animals are in close contact. That happens when you have, for example, changes in land use so that humans are pushing into jungles, et cetera, or when you have humans hunting, eating, raising wild animals in large quantities, et cetera, et cetera. So we know where to monitor. We have a pretty good idea of where the so-called hotspots are going to be, the kind of situations that should cause concern and possibly more stringent surveillance. We're not going to be successful. I think the prevention term comes from medicine public health interface. And we talk about prevention in medicine too, but we all die. So it's even a misnomer in that context. I think you're coming up against the same irrational hope.
Thank you. Secretary Shalala.
Let me yield to our newest member, Peggy Hamburg, who was Commissioner of Health in New York City.
Yeah.
When she was a child.
I was pretty young and pretty green, I'd have to say. Well, thank you all, and it feels weird for me to be on this side of the. Well, two things. I know that time is of the essence, but one has to do with an issue that I think all three of you, certainly I know that Tara and Syra brought up about data integration and the need to really have more coordinated, more integrated systems of data collection and take sources of data to create a more comprehensive picture, enabling obviously the early recognition and response that we all seek, but also enable to manage care more efficiently and understand not just where the outbreak, epidemic, pandemic is, but how it's changing in terms of patterns or geography. Going back to the question about sort of how do you work with bureaucracy, though, I'm sort of interested, maybe starting with Dr. O'Toole. How would you, if you were in charge, sort of go about trying to rehab what is, a patient in distress at the moment, in terms of our systems of data in this country. And then, of course, there's the global integration, but the fragmentation of the public health system, the relationship with the health care system, and then all of the other important sources of data that IT can help us to better capture and integrate, but also depends on an educated public and informed policy.
I don't think we're going to fix public health in this country. We're not going to build a state-of-the-art IT system in our lifetimes. There's just not going to be enough money. There's not going to be enough political will. And frankly, there aren't enough IT experts to build it. And they won't be able to pay them enough to work for public health. That's just facts on the ground. The major medical systems, on the other hand, do have IT systems and are increasingly data-driven, not just by electronic health records, but by digital devices that more and more patients are using. They have their own operational digital systems that they use to run the hospitals, not just for billing purposes, but also for efficiency and for patient care. And it seems to me it would be more logical to recognize the importance, first of all, of healthcare systems in epidemic preparedness and response. I mean, they are really the core of the system. We talk about public health as a kind of broad concept, but that leaks over, going back to semantic concerns, it leaks over into this notion that we actually have a public health system. New York City may, but the United States does not, as we have demonstrated. It is not a system. It is a motley collection of earnest, very smart, and extremely dedicated people who are, at this point, are actually risking their lives to respond to the epidemic. But when you're talking about building a national IT system that would give us, first of all, situational awareness of what is going on, and then near real-time data on what's working and what isn't working, I think we're better off starting with the recognition that the major medical systems have some of that now, and maybe rethink our model of organizational structures to make them the core of the system, and add some responsibilities to reach out to what we now call public health entities and broaden their view to include community health. What is the health of the community? Most of the big medical systems are already paying attention to this, okay? It's not a new mission. It's an uncompensated mission, okay? But they could make it more robust, and we could clarify reporting systems so that not only does the Jefferson complex at Johns Hopkins or UPMC pretty much know what's going on in their region in terms of what we would call public health data, but has a responsibility to know that and to communicate that in real time to, say, CDC. But we're not going to get that kind of data flow by trying to rehabilitate the public health system. I don't think the state health systems and the county and city health systems, there's not enough money, there's not enough talent, there's not enough political will. Even CDC is a shambles in terms of IT, and it's largely because they can't afford to pay IT experts to work for them, and they don't have the budget to improve data collection. I mean, when I was in the government in '93 with you, we couldn't get money for data collection for anything. It's just not sexy, I think. The hospitals are going to do it, they have to do it, and it's going to automatically get more robust because everything is getting digital, from telemedicine to the sensors people are wearing to the way we're going to do clinical health. So I just want to suggest that we should think about building on that and creating a data-enabled public health system in alliance with the medical systems that are already extant doing some of this work, have both financial resources and a talent base that might make a broader public health coverage possible.
If I may add one thing, I think that we in healthcare are sitting on a gold mine of data that is not being used appropriately for syndromic surveillance purposes. So healthcare systems always collect data on who's in their hospitals, how many patients are in our ICUs, EDs, what's our bed capacity, what's our burn rate. So I think that we have a communication problem, as been highlighted multiple times, I think today in this country, and communication is two-way. It's not just one way. So oftentimes you see healthcare systems giving public health data on an hourly, 2-hour basis, and they have the syndromic surveillance system, but we don't talk to each other because we don't see that data on the back end. We just send that information in terms of chief complaint, but we don't know what it looks like in totality. So I think we just need to do a better job collaborating and marrying up both public health data and healthcare data to develop a more real-time syndromic surveillance system in this country.
And I can't resist adding that when I was health commissioner in New York City, we actually thought even more broadly about where there was data for syndromic surveillance and started collecting information from the major pharmacies on sales of certain kinds of products as an indicator of what might be happening at the community level.
All right, thank you, Congressman Brooks.
I love listening to this panel because you really are fulfilling the vision for something greater and giving us all so many different ideas. So thank you all so very much. I am curious, as Dr. O'Toole was just talking about a new model and a new way of thinking about public health, how do we come up with the new business model in working with the private sector? I mean, I don't know, not necessarily, and we've talked a bit about that, but we have to come up with a new business model, whether it's with the biotech companies, pharmaceuticals, the manufacturers, and I'm unclear as to who should be leading that effort, because it has to the private sector has to be there, otherwise we'll create something, government officials aren't going to create something that works. So do any of you have thoughts as to what should be put together to create the new business model that I'm hearing is needed going forward? And I'd love each of your brief thoughts on that. Go ahead.
Well, I think we're seeing some opportunities for how this can proceed with some of the technologies during this pandemic. Platforms, mRNA vaccines have applications, and much of their development before the pandemic was not largely motivated by infectious disease. It was motivated by other profitable ventures. And so I think these platforms have tremendous potential. And I actually think the broad applicability of these technologies is the commonality across this. We want pathogen agnostic and broadly applicable technologies so that they're able to address any threat that arises. The worst ones are always the novel ones. And in many cases, these types of capabilities, metagenomic sequencing is another one, have tons of applicability beyond infectious disease. And so I think we can see opportunities to not only develop these technologies and deploy them, but have them be used on a regular basis. But I also think there'll be a very important role for the government to play to provide this vision. I work with a lot of people who work on sequencing, and infectious disease is not their focus. It's not discussed. And I think by laying out a vision for this can help more people in the private sector understand how their technologies can apply to these types of challenges. And they're very clever and creative. That's where the innovations come from. And I think they can come up with some of the opportunities to find the commonalities between the goals.
Well, I think if I can put it blunt, we need to make it sexy. And to do that, we need to make sure that obviously money is one part of the equation, but when you look at these private companies, they want to sell their product and they want to sell more of it. So for example, on the PPE front, we've been engaging with 3M and other types of, manufacturers before COVID because we were looking at biocontainment units and how we can, safely have a better PPE ensemble. And one thing that has come to mind is when we ask them, these disposables that you're putting in these, cappers or pappers, these, helmet suits, if you will, we want them to not be disposable. Can we decon them? Can we do X, Y, and Z? And again, they want to sell their products. So they'll say, no, we want it disposable. One-time use, you're going to have to put a new one on. And so they want to obviously make profit out of it. So I think that the business model should, obviously have money towards creating sustainable products that we could use, whatever the case is. So if I'm talking about PPE, it has to be extended use, something you can decon and use over versus being disposable. But we have to make sure we're getting there in a collaborative form and fashion, because right now the business model is, how can I make more money and sell more product? And that's not what we're really looking for here.
I think, Congresswoman, we would get a lot of mileage out of the government saying very clearly, we want this, this, and this. And we want you to show us how you're going to get there and what your milestones are, and we'll pay you for part of the journey. I also, let me be somewhat parochial here, having spent 6 years at In-Q-Tel. One of the great magical powers of In-Q-Tel is that we can talk to anyone. And there are so many constraints against government having conversations with industry at this point, constraints put in place for legitimate reasons, you know, not wanting to favor one person over another, that we've gotten to a point where it's very hard for government to know what is possible as a consequence of private sector innovation. And it's very difficult for the private sector to know who the hell to talk to. Forgive my language, but this is a very frustrating lack of capability out there that is really hurting the country. And it's partly because there are so many people who think they have jurisdiction over various issues and, you know, no clear plug-in point. But it's also because we have, as a country, I think, lost the notion that the government and the private sector are partners, not opponents. Okay? Government is part of the solution to our problems. But the problems that the private sector is going to go after may be different from what the government requires to be addressed as a priority. There's going to be some overlap, and we ought to be able as a government to leverage that. And the private sector is very clever at leveraging that. If you tell them what the government wants, they'll figure out a way to pursue their own goals as well as get help from the government. But there are some things that the government has to say, we need this and we will pay for it. And we are up against that when it comes to pandemic preparedness and response. There's a lot of what we need to do to respond to a pandemic like COVID that the government is going to have to pay for. And we'd end up paying less if we were more proactive before the next catastrophe occurred. That's just the reality. But we're in a mood and a context right now where government and the private sector are seen as separate entities, and they speak different languages, and they are not talking nearly enough.
Soon to be Undersecretary Weinstein.
Hopeful, soon to be. So thanks to all of you. Excellent panel, you know, up and down the line. Just very briefly, Tara, you know, as usual, a lot of food for thought, a feast for thought. So many ways. One intriguing thing you mentioned was the need for a coherent set of guidelines and oversight for the life sciences revolution that we're going through right now. Just, you know, briefly, like, what are we missing right now on that front? What is it that is, what's the status quo that requires something more comprehensive in terms of ensuring that ethics are followed?
That's a long conversation, I think, but we need, first of all, a process for thinking through what ethical issues need to be addressed as the biorevolution moves forward. You know, when we funded the Human Genome Project, there was a chunk of money in that for studying ethical issues. What are they? How do we resolve them? We need to do that again. We also, this goes back again to who is thinking about this and why would they be and how do they get funded? There should be money going towards academics from, I don't care if it's from NSF or from NIH or wherever it comes from, but we need to start thinking about the ethics associated with manipulating life, because it's going to happen. In terms of biosecurity and biosafety, it's the same problem. Who is responsible for this? And how do we do this in a way that is well informed by the actual way science is practiced? I mean, when I was at DHS, I was supposedly in charge of NBAC, among other things. My sympathies, by the way, as a former undersecretary of DHS. Happy to meet you for a drink anytime.
Or maybe make that 2 drinks.
But the reality of what goes on in BSL-4 labs is not known to many people. I mean, it's a very small cadre of people, and figuring out what works and what doesn't is difficult. And we need FORA, for example, where we bring all of the BSL-4 operators together to talk about what works and what doesn't. And we, going back to analogies with the nuclear power and the Atomic Energy Commission, they failed to do that at the beginning of the AEC. They tried, but it was internally operated, and as a consequence, people were harmed. They made a mess environmentally that we are still dealing with. And with the advent of nuclear power, what happened eventually was they created a centralized place, particularly after 3 Mile Island, where everybody had to report accidents, mishaps, what worked, what didn't, failures of machinery, et cetera, et cetera. And it was basically like an insurance scheme. You paid into this entity, and that got you obligations to report, but it also got you feedback on what worked and what didn't to kind of raise the bar on what standard practice was. And that was actually very valuable. I mean, there are very clear rules in nuclear energy and nuclear research as to what you can do and what you can't do. And, you know, as Dr. Landers said, you don't want to violate the laws of physics or you're going to get a criticality. But those were developed over time and with practice. And the response of the government, I suspect, to a big bio accident, say a lab release or a bad mishap or something, will be to regulate. And regulation is very slow and very cumbersome, and it's going to greatly lag actual practice. So some kind of best practice motif that people have to participate in, or else, whatever that means, is what we should conjure up now, I think, and make transparency a key, absolutely essential ingredient of going forward.
Thanks, fascinating. Secretary Shalala.
Yeah, I want to do something in defense of prevention, because most of the extension of life in this world has been because of prevention. Vaccines, clean air, clean water, building codes. When you look at what we've done, sanitation systems, that's the way we've had more of an impact than we have from all the high-tech science investments that we've made. And vaccines are really important. But I want to go back to a point you made, because I don't disagree with you about integrating the medical system with the public health system, though it's more complicated than just taking the big health systems and building them out, particularly in terms of data. At the University of Miami, we use the EPIC system. Right next door to us is the great Jackson Health System, which has 1,000 University of Miami doctors working there. They use Cerner. There's no interoperability there. The Defense Department and the VA can't send records across. Tom Daschle and I were just talking about this. So it may be that our focus has to be on how we build the systems in between, as opposed to how we build new systems. The challenge of the private sector is the proprietary nature of this, and we'd have to build some kind of a bridge there too. But that's the only point I wanted to make.
Okay, well, we thank this panel for your excellent testimony today, and I apologize to the ex officios. I would love to have you have the opportunity to ask questions, but we're already 25 minutes behind. So we'll go right on to panel 4, which is entitled Coordinating Efforts and Strategic Direction. 1 former and 2 current government officials will discuss
not for you.
Oh. One former and two current government officials will discuss the role of the federal government in achieving the Apollo program for biodefense by the end of the decade. And can we have come forward the Honorable Stephen Hahn and Dr. Sandeep Patel. And Dr. Brandy Vaughn. Thank you. And I think you may demask if you choose for this. It's a lot better to hear you by. So we'll start with Dr. Hahn, Chief Medical Officer, Preemptive Medicine and Health Security Initiative, Flagship Pioneering, former Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration. We also have Sandeep Patel, who's the Director of the Division of Research, Innovation and Ventures, DRIVE, the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, Department of Health and Human Services, and Brandy Vaughn. Dr. Brandy Vaughn is the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Chemical, and Biological Defense Programs, U.S. Department of Defense. Dr. Hahn.
Other members of the commission, thank you for, yeah, really, isn't it true? You think I'd done this a few times before. Oh, yeah, it's been a while. Thank you for the opportunity to provide. On the role of federal government achieving the Apollo program for biodefense and how the public and private sectors can work together to accelerate national preparedness for public health emergencies. I'm really honored to be here today with my co-panelists and appreciate this opportunity. My remarks today are based upon my tenure as the 24th Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, a period that was dominated by the agency's response to the emerging and eventually what we saw, the pandemic with COVID-19. And prior to assuming this role, I had never spent any time in the private sector, a little time in government at the National Cancer Institute, and had worked as a researcher and a doctor oncologist, both at the University of Pennsylvania and also at the MD Anderson Cancer Center, both in clinical research as well as executive roles. And it's really those experiences that I bring to bear today in terms of my remarks to you and answering of questions. So I really organize this in my mind as to three recommendations that I would make for consideration in three specific areas. First, with respect to the FDA, the agency must move quickly to systematically incorporate into its policies and practices several of the key lessons learned. And I'll refer the Commission, I'm sure you're aware of the PrEP document that was published in January of 2021, and then updated in April 2021, which was a look back on the response of the agency to our efforts to the COVID-19 pandemic and what we should keep and what we should potentially change moving forward. So that the lessons learned really, so that we can facilitate the goal, in my opinion, of some pretty audacious things, approving diagnostics, new diagnostics within days of the emergence of any new virus or variant, so that when we identify the sequence, we're able to do that. And that's going to take not just the agency, but a whole coordinated effort. Approving new vaccines and therapeutics within 100 days of such an emergence, or within 100 days of a discovery that looks like it might be translated into something of benefit. And specifically for the agency, I'd recommend that we systemize and enhance its ability to efficiently partner with the private sector. I want to follow up what Dr. O'Toole said. We really saw that the private sector, supported by government and the basic science research efforts that were made by NIH and the funding that's happened over the years, really helped us as we move forward in terms of bringing critical medical products to people in this country around the world. Because we really do need the private sector to help us conduct these studies and for us to perform at the FDA real-time rolling reviews of the data associated with those applications. That's how we were in some sense able to reduce the time it took to get from actual generation of the data to authorization. Approaches to remote clinical trials, the way we perform clinical trials, I think the agency and others around the country really adapted well to the the circumstances that we found in COVID-19. But we do have to ask ourselves the question, why was the United Kingdom able to perform the recovery trial and have an answer within 3 or 4 months of the onset of this pandemic, answering 5 very critical questions of off-the-shelf treatments, and we did not do that. Now, there are lots of reasons for that, but I think that's a consideration. And how do we conduct clinical trials? How do we bring people together to actually answer these? Guidances on to streamline development and regulatory reviews of previously authorized products, because one of the first things we often want to do is look at what's on the shelf. What have we already looked at? What do we have data for? And then how can that be used to help in a critical situation? Very similar to what a doctor would do in the emergency room when you think, okay, emergency situation, what do I have available as tools right now as we develop all the other tools moving forward? And then also the use of predictive biomarkers, artificial intelligence-based models, and real-time evidence to accelerate the authorization of biomedical products. We spoke and heard a little bit here today about how gathering real-world evidence after initial authorization allows you to refine the decisions that you make. And we saw that a lot during the pandemic, because the initial tests that in fact were authorized by the agency did have some problems associated with them. That's been the published literature in New England Journal of Medicine, August of 2020. But it was only by finding out additional real-world evidence after time that we were able to go back and work with the private sector and actually have them change the tests and make them more robust. Secondly, in order to better ensure that the public has confidence in the safety and effectiveness of the products approved by the agency during public health emergencies, it's critical that we institutionalize procedures and processes that insulate FDA experts from political pressure. We should also, at a minimum, have a serious conversation about making the FDA an independent agency, albeit one that maintains appropriate accountability and coordination with the executive branch and to Congress. Third, with respect to improved coordination with state and local public health agencies in the private sector, the federal government must, in my opinion, significantly enhance its pathogen threat identification, surveillance, and information sharing systems. I just heard the panel and we had a large discussion about that, but these are critical issues that I think from the beginning we recognized were problems. In particular, we should develop the capabilities to sample known viruses of concern, sequence their genomes rapidly, and build new computational models to explore evolutionary trajectories, characterize mechanisms of pathogenesis, and identify high-risk scenarios. I do actually believe that we have the tools in front of us over the next couple of years to actually make predictions about what variants of concern might be. We may not be able to do the prevention that was described as in preventing a infectious disease from coming to the fore, just like we can't at the moment prevent death. But can we actually, once it appears, be able to predict those pathogens that will develop, the mutations that occur? And I believe, based upon modeling with the data that we have and additional data in the future, that that is possible. And I think the analogy that was made before to hurricanes is very, very important. We could then complement these discovery tools with information technologies that spot and monitor actual and potential pathogen outbreaks as they emerge, similar to our very sophisticated and extremely valuable National Hurricane Center. We want much of these data, and we at Flagship call this intelligence for pathogen preparedness, to be transparently shared. We get this issue of proprietary information in the private sector, and we have to be able to have government help us with that and integrate it so that it can guide public health decision-making in a very rapid way. Similar, again, to what a doctor would do with information gathered at the bedside and throughout a hospitalization of a very sick patient. Obviously, this effort would need to be of a global nature and will require coordination with many countries. Armed with better data and knowledge, humanity must then preemptively prepare to treat infected populations, moving beyond response to readiness. We need a capability, as our CEO, Athena, has described, primed to develop new treatments and vaccines against novel diseases and deployment scale. And one of the major takeaways I took from the pandemic as we moved forward, and we saw a significant lack of trust in medicine, science, vaccines, etc., was that the most vulnerable among us, the ones that have the least access to care, are those who perhaps need access to these novel therapies the most, but we really cannot leave them behind. And this effort has to absolutely include those who have the least access and who are the least trustful. We really need to rebuild trust in science and medicine and our governmental institutions, and we've seen recent surveys, the Edelman one in particular, show how that's significantly declined, not just from the pandemic, prior to the pandemic. And we really need to make some efforts in that regard. So Just, I believe we need a holistic approach to threat identification, surveillance, and preemptive readiness. We call it a global pathogen shield. Doesn't matter what you call it, but some way to eventually predict, surveil, and then actually intervene when a pathogen arises. It's one of the main reasons that I went to the private sector as opposed to going back to academia, was because I do believe that the private sector, in partnership with government, with academia, can actually make this a reality. Thank you for your consideration of these views, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Patel.
So I just want to open by thanking you all for both writing the Apollo program report, which is wonderful. If I had it with me, I would wave it to say how great it is. But also convening this discussion today, which I think is really important. Just to open with this, and I think a lot of this is going to echo with what was already discussed earlier. I think that what makes the American innovation ecosystem particularly unique and productive is the flywheel that kind of exists between government, industry, academia. And when it works, it's when those three sectors can work very seamlessly together and projects get transitioned and risk is shared across them. One of the roles, I think, of the federal government with respect to R&D is to help lower risk, to de-risk what we were talking about earlier. And in particular, whether it's funding early stage research or nurturing small biotechs, medical device companies, and other pharma companies of the future. This is just a really important role if we're gonna build the capabilities that we're kind of discussing today. And I think this is a lot of what BARDA does. So I don't know if I mentioned this, but I represent BARDA. So I run an innovation unit within BARDA called DRIVE, so it's a Division of Research Innovation Ventures. BARDA generally, I think, is well positioned and really designed to do these kinds of industry partnerships to lower risk of development of novel products. And DRIVE, in particular, established 3 years ago, was really focused and is really focused on looking at some of the potentially transformative technologies of the future that are even higher risk, and especially those smaller companies that are going to carry those technologies into the future. And I think one of the things that I see, and I spend a lot of time talking to companies across the country, is that there's not enough risk capital out there. There's not enough patient capital to go beyond kind of initial forces to commercialize technologies, and this is something that's going to be really important if we're gonna push on the things we're talking about. And two is that a lot of the companies don't know how to plug in, don't know, they want to help, but they don't know how they fit in with everything else. I think this is and I'll get to this a little bit later, I think this is a coordination problem that we really need to address. But the way I think about this whole kind of issue is sort of threefold. One is, a lot of what we do in DRIVE is trying to think about how do we future-proof biodefense strategy. And what I mean by that is, I mean it in two respects. So one is, how do we prepare both for predictable threats, but also unexpected threats? And one of the worries that I have is that we're going to over-engineer a response for the next SARS-CoV response and not recognize the sheer diversity and the fact that we will likely get thrown things that we just didn't plan for. And there's a lot of different ways to address that. And I think that the approach to developing, vaccines for 26 viral families is really important. But in addition to that, we really have to think about threat agnostic approaches and designs. One example, one that we're working on at DRIVE, is to really think about this idea of host-directed therapeutics. And so, an example there is we know that oftentimes the severe version of infection, including COVID-19, happens because our immune system just goes out of whack as a result of the virus. And in many cases, we can't even find what the original, causative agent of that was. And so we develop conditions like sepsis and other things, which are common among threats. And I think one approach to really being future-proof about biodefense strategy is to better develop a lot of the emerging science that's happening in understanding our immune system and developing therapies that could modulate our immune system, a lot of ones that are sort of pioneered in the cancer space, to really think about this. And I think this is a really area of opportunity where we can better prepare ourselves in the future. The second piece of that kind of issue around future-proofing, I think, is commercial sustainability. I think many emerging technologies have the potential for multiple use, both in an emergency situation, but also in a commercial healthcare setting. And this is really important, I think, to dive into because, just like with mRNA technologies, and I think this was mentioned earlier, driven very much by oncology and cancer space, and found its use in infectious disease vaccines. There are a lot of other technologies that fall into that, and we have to really push on those because they provide an opportunity for commercial sustainability that we can leverage in times of emergency. A couple examples are, commercial off-the-shelf, wearables, for example. We know that these devices, which are fairly common and becoming more common, can actually serve as an early warning signal that you may be at risk or may have early stages of an infection, and you may go seek a test. And these are the kinds of tools that I think we should really think about in terms of both reducing testing burden and being utilized in emergencies, but also not having to reinvent the wheel every time. Another example that we have is where we have a program developing vaccines on patches. I think Dr. Lander mentioned this morning, called Beyond the Needle. And there, we see clear opportunities for leveraging, technologies that can improve delivery of a bunch of different therapeutics, but to improve vaccine administration. The second sort of piece of this is, and this was talked about a lot earlier, and I think it's really important, we need to lower the cost of coordination. I think it's just simply too high across multiple dimensions. We're often seeing that science is not the rate limiting factor in advancing innovation, and its coordination. I think we should treat coordination as a technical challenge in its own right, and not one to kind of trivialize at the end of things. Where we saw things work really well, things like Operation Warp Speed in developing vaccines, these were highly coordinated efforts, both across federal agencies, but with public and private sectors. And I think this is an approach that we really need to peel off more. And really, we need to broaden our idea of what a partnership is. I think, developing new technologies with the private sector is one dimension of this, but, you can extend this further to things like distribution, right? We have novel ways to distribute products to people, and there are opportunities for public-private partnerships there. We talked earlier about the healthcare industry and how to leverage those kinds of partnerships. I think there's a number of different dimensions on that front. One that we have worked on at Drive recently is coordination across the investment landscape, and this is one that I think is also important. So we launched, similar to InQtel, a partnership with the Global Health Investment Corporation earlier this year, and this is an effort to build a $500 million health security investment fund that will draw both BARDA funds, but private sector funding as well, towards the area of biodefense and other health security priorities. And I think this is really important because this is a mechanism to coordinate funding, and it's often hard to coordinate funding across different funders. And so this is an important mechanism, I think, for that. The other thing I wanted to mention is, so one more piece on this. I think, especially with smaller companies, this often gets glossed over, but we need to rethink the methodologies of contracting and funding. And, there's often, I think Dr. O'Toole mentioned it, that there are a lot of barriers to developing these kinds of partnerships. And a lot of the successes in vaccine and therapeutic development for COVID were leveraging pre-existing partnerships that existed between government and industry. And I think one of the things that we're doing at Drive is to try to lower that barrier as much as possible. So, for example, we have a contracting vehicle we call the Easy EAA, the Easy Broad Agency Announcement. We actually borrowed it from DARPA and retooled it for our own purposes. But the idea here is that we would get contracts out the door in days and weeks, not weeks and months. And we leveraged this partnership to build our COVID diagnostics program early in the pandemic. And so these are the kinds of things that are really important to kind of think about in terms of, really developing these kind of partnerships. And the last sort of piece of this that I want to mention is we really, really have to think about building trust and convenience at the point of care for all communities. And this is something that, again, often gets glossed over, but I think it's really important. Healthcare is becoming decentralized, whether it's, retail clinics or telemedicine. And so the engagement with patients, the engagement with clinicians, this model is changing, and it's really important to both understand that trend, but also to leverage that in times of emergency. I'll give you the example of diagnostics, of how, where there's opportunities to build more trust. So, I think the information that people probably ask themselves and want is not necessarily one that's being answered by the products we're developing and providing to people. So, questions like, am I infectious? Can I go see my parents? Am I experiencing chronic symptoms of a prior infection? Am I going to get the severe version of the disease, or am I going to get a mild version? These are questions that I think these are opportunities for development of entirely new types of diagnostics and tools that we're just not doing. And I think this engenders, if we do that, this sort of engenders trust in a way that's really important during a pandemic. And let's see, one more. The other piece of this is around clinician trust. These, again, we're not necessarily providing the tools to clinicians that they need. So, triaging, clinicians in the ED are very much concerned about which patients should I treat first, and how do I effectively triage? And, we're not providing the tools that can predict infection severity. Again, separating those, who are going to be sick in a few days versus those who are going to develop mild symptoms. And then the last thing I want to mention, this is Senator Daschle, I think, mentioned this in terms of the prevention piece. And the way I think about this actually is, if we sort of step back and think about the goal before us in terms of, I would argue that the goal, however ambitious, is to prevent any future, high consequence biological event. But if we were to realize that success, it would go largely silent, right? We wouldn't know that it happened. We don't have the incentives. We don't have the awareness, and we don't necessarily reward those who prevent disasters from happening, either on the public or private side. And I think this is a really important point that we have to sort of figure out. I don't have an answer to this, but this is an important issue that needs to be addressed if we're going to sustain public will for preparedness and prevention. So I will pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Van.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak with you all today. So for the Department of Defense, this topic is extremely important, not only just for the department, but again, globally. And as we have reported out numerous times, right, the opportunities and the vulnerabilities that COVID has raised has really kind of brought light to some of the broader concerns about emerging biological threats in the future. And we recognize that for our department, it's not just within the medical domain, right? It's within the broader national security domain. It's within the social domain, the economical domain. So there's a number of things that we're looking at within the department and what we have done for COVID-19 that we are looking to continue to accelerate. So first, let me talk about some of the support that we provided from the department to the interagency and our domestic support has been through, of course, Operation Warp Speed, right? We talk about that a lot. Prior to that, right, we really utilized our acquisition agilities that we have created within our department to stand up something called the Joint Acquisition Task Force. And that was intended solely to cut through all of the traditional acquisition, dare I say, bureaucracy, and actually provide rapid support, not only domestically, but ultimately now globally. That capability continues to this day. We have again, still an acquisition cell that we've stood up to help the broader global logistics train for COVID response. But all of these things also helped us identify some of the other programs within the department and within specifically the nuclear, chemical, biological defense programs that have been really supporting not only what we see today with COVID-19, but again, future pandemic preparedness. So let me go through a couple of those things first. So the first one that I want to talk about quickly is the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, right? It's something that many of you have already heard about. But what's key about that program, and specific to COVID-19, is that program has been working with our international partner countries to try to look at weapons of mass destruction threats, right? And reduce or prevent the proliferation of the WMD threats or those threat-related materials or even expertise across the globe. And within that program is a biological threat reduction program. And that program has over $100 million of investments within 30 different nations across Eastern Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Asia. And what that BTRP program is really focused on is identifying those, what we call especially dangerous pathogens of interest, right? Right now we're talking about Ebola virus, anthrax, those types of things. And those that might have an impact on our health and readiness of the U.S. forces, our allies and partners, and then ultimately the U.S. homeland. But what's really fascinating about this threat reduction program is that it was actually one of our partner scientists in Thailand that we invested in early days, used upgraded laboratory capabilities and equipment and training that we have provided to them to actually detect and report out the very first case of COVID outside of China, right? So it's these investments that we have been putting into programs like the BTRP that are providing us this early warning of these pandemics in the future. Also within Georgia, for example, they leveraged the BTRP facilities and equipment and training again to help support their COVID response within their own country. Again, to try to tamp down the exposure across the Eastern Europe as well as coming back into the United States. A number of these partners, such as Cameroon, Thailand, Senegal, are still effectively engaging within their programs and within that CTR portfolio to try to mitigate COVID and try to slow that spread. Another one of the programs, the one that I represent as the DASD ChemBio, is the Biodefense program. And this is a unique program within the department. It's actually a complete end-to-end RDT&E and procurement portfolio to try to provide material solutions to our joint force to try to prevent, detect, characterize, and mitigate against any type of chemical or biological threat. Again, this is pretty unique because it is not oftentimes where you see everything from basic research all the way through procurement within the Department of Defense aligned under one domain. The agility that creates for us as we start looking at future pandemics is great. And what we are currently doing is re-looking at how that program is effectively organizing around those types of threats that have been identified in the National Biodefense Strategies and again, within things like the Apollo program, which has been a phenomenal document for us to baseline off of. So one of the things that we recognized within the CBD enterprise is that with the emergence and reemergence of these types of complex threats, we really have to focus on understanding that emerging threat landscape. And that's not just being able to identify it early, but really being able to characterize it and then characterize the risks and vulnerabilities associated with that emerging biological in order to actively and effectively do something about it. We recognize that within the defense domain that we have to start looking at things from a layered defense, or what we call a defense in-depth modality. So it could be, as we have a new emerging biological, that PPE is the best way to go, right? Personal protection, or it could be a vaccine or a therapeutic. We also, like BARDA, are looking at really focusing down on the host response aspects of it, right? The wearables, how do you protect the individual before it actually becomes infectious? So we are refocusing that portfolio to look at specifically those things. And again, I want to be clear that within this program, it's also not just about the medical. It is also about how do these biological materials impact the environment and impact all of the other aspects of our defense domain, including our industrial base and within our supply chain. So the thing that I want to highlight that is the most recent and most relevant to some of the conversations that we'll have here today is that on the 1st of November of this year, the Secretary of Defense actually signed out a biodefense vision memorandum for the DoD, which is the first of its kind. And this vision statement actually directs what's called the biodefense posture review. Again, first time that the department has ever looked at this posture for our services. And what this review will consider is looking at our national biodefense strategy within the domains of natural, accidental, and deliberate, and then understanding how the department itself is postured against, prepared for, or able to mitigate any type of future biological threat. So I don't want to presuppose the results of that BPR. It is something that is going to be taking the next couple of months for the department to do, but it is something that is has every aspect of the biodefense community within the DoD actually part of the table and part of the discussion. So we're also working within our roles and responsibilities for the DoD and coordinating with the rest of the agency as we go through this document. So more to come on that, but I think that it's critical for us to see how Operation Warp Speed, how the Joint Acquisition Task Force was able to adapt and respond to this emerging threat, but how do we actually take what we've learned out of that and build something that is a sustainable model within the Department of Defense for the things that the Department of Defense is uniquely capable and actively trying to do. How do we strengthen our relationships with our allies and partners? How do we strengthen those relationships and identify the adaptive acquisition technologies and innovations that we need in order to build relationships with academia and industry? How do we work with the regulatory bodies, right, in order to streamline our capabilities in the future? So with that, I will pause and thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Van. I have a question for you, Dr. Hahn. You talked about the need to condense the time it takes to get diagnostics and vaccines, and I assume you would include therapeutics, approved at the FDA. Are you talking about the time it takes to get, we used to always say it takes too long to get through the FDA, now we say it takes too long to get to the FDA. So if you could elaborate a little bit about where in that whole process, from the beginning of the R&D to the ultimate approval, you think there are opportunities to condense. And alongside with that, no one better than you knows what can happen if people accuse you of trying to rush approvals of vaccines, as in before an election. And so, and a lot of people to this day are saying, well, I think they rushed these vaccines, so I'm hesitant. So how do we condense the process without losing trust that we're doing it in a very conscientious way?
Well, putting aside the fact that it occurred during an election year, just to sort of focus on what are the tangible things that we could do, one of the most important ones, I think, is communication and transparency, and that is communicating as often as possible with the American people, the world, about what it takes to actually develop a product, but also what goes into the considerations at the regulatory side. Because as a doctor, and I think most consumers and patients really trust that the FDA is going to do its job to protect them and their health. And so what can we do to actually communicate the fact that that's occurring? If we take vaccines as an example, early on with the identification of the virus and the subsequent, beginning of the studies with mRNA vaccines, but also other vaccines as well, what we saw was a coordination. We saw a sharing of information in the private sector, which was allowed because of a loosening of some antitrust restrictions. But we also saw a discussion, Operation Warp Speed being a perfect example of common platforms, common endpoints that could be used to actually translate across the different platforms so that we would have information and have a lexicon that everybody could understand and that the regulators could say, we need this. And so in addition to the transparency around, okay, we followed every single step that would normally be followed in the processes of approval or authorization of vaccine, being clear about what's the information that's needed to actually make that decision, and then how can that be translated across platforms so that from a regulator point of view, we know we're getting the data we need. The other part of this was early and often communication with the sponsors, with the private sector, but with Operation Warp Speed as well. And that was a discussion about, okay, these are the preclinical studies we're going to need. And typically at the agency, as you probably know, you complete your preclinical studies, You go to the agency, you present your data, they say it's okay to go to a phase 1 trial. You complete your phase 1 trial, you analyze your data, you send it to the agency, they spend a couple months looking at it, et cetera, et cetera. And I think what we saw was this sort of bilateral communication, this ability to have what we called a rolling review, so that you came to us the first week after the first set of preclinical experiments and you said, okay, this is good, but we really need you to go in this direction and get these data, so that by the time you were ready to perform the phase 1 trial and get a sign off on that, we had already reviewed a lot of the preclinical data, or nearly all of it. And diagnostics are a perfect example. Jeff Scher and his team would do this rolling review, and when that system got up and running, most authorizations occurred within 72 hours of the application being submitted to the agency. And I submit to you, sir, that I don't see why we can't do this on a regular basis, but particularly during a public health emergency. So there's a lot of things that I think in this prep document does outline some of the things that can go into that.
Yeah, I was going to say the industry as a whole would love it if you could do rolling approvals like that as a routine basis. Just one question for you, Dr. Van. You talked about, I think it's the BTRP program that the U.S. funded that enabled Thailand to identify the virus so early. And the whole world benefited when that happened. What can you say about the extent to which the whole world, at least the Western world or what have you, is contributing to that capacity, or is this something that the U.S. is funding unilaterally?
Well, so the BTRP program specifically is a DoD program. It's run out of the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. It is, though, a partnership program. So we generally don't go into a country or a region without already having an agreement with that area and with that country that they will be in partnership with the U.S. DoD in order to develop their lab capabilities and ultimately sustain them and be willing to obtain the training of our type of U.S. experts in how to look at, security threats for biosecurity and or just methodologies of early warning. It is also something that we do have close collaborations with the rest of the interagency as we go through that. So again, the U.S. State Department is very closely tied to the activities there. So I would say that it's been a very successful program. The idea is, though, whenever you do develop this kind of global biosurveillance capability, it's understanding how to maintain, how to sustain, and how to achieve those successes, which comes back to what we talked about earlier, those milestones, those goals that are very clearly directed to not only the programs within the DoD, but then also then the global partners.
But could we have a more robust system if the Europeans and others were contributing to that kind of capacity worldwide?
Well, so sure. I mean, any time that you have more people doing more surveillance and sharing more information, I think that we can get to an early warning modality that is pretty impressive. But there's complexities in doing that, right? Because again, you have to come together to a shared perspective of ultimately what you're trying to achieve. Whether or not the early warning of multiple days, multiple weeks is sufficient, and how do we share that data, that information across those boundaries, right? I think that industry, academia does this very well, but as you start building this into kind of broader, warning facilities, this becomes much more challenging, right? Not only from the idea that in low resource areas, they might not have the supercomputers to process the sequencing information coming out of this one unique sensor. And then how do you transport that type of information? And then what do you ultimately do with that information, right? We talk a lot about AI and machine learning as being able to be kind of the next integrator of these data sets. But we are talking about, especially if you're talking about whole genome sequencing, we're talking about terabytes upon terabytes of data that you have to chunk through and then be able to identify as something unique, not as an error read or not as anything else. So there is a level of complexity, but I think the focus and investments in biotech, and especially in those types of fields of early warning and identification, is absolutely critical for defending us against future pandemics.
Thank you. And for everyone's benefit, technically the time for this panel has expired, but I'm going to take the prerogative of skipping the break. So we have until 3:10, and we'll turn to Senator Daschle.
Well, just in the interest of time, let me limit my question just to one, but compliment our panel once again and thank them for all of their good work. I'd just like to continue the conversation that you've just been having with Jim Greenwood, Dr. Mann. We've been talking all day about the extraordinary impact that technological advancement is going to have as we consider the future, both in terms of the threat as well as the opportunities. But I still am troubled by the degree to which we don't have adequate data sharing today. And I think some of that is obviously proprietary. There are reasons from a proprietary point of view that we don't. There are academic constraints sometimes with regard to data sharing that become very real. And then government has security issues. There are secrets around some of the technology that prevent us from sharing as much as we can. So there are some very consequential obstacles to meaningful data sharing and a collection of data in a way that gives us far better coordination than we have today. And so I just would take whatever advice you could give the committee or the commission on how we deal with those impediments and what should we optimally expect given those impediments with regard to meaningful data sharing today as we consider the extraordinary future that technology presents in all of its different contexts.
Yeah, so before I answer your question, I will throw out two other issues. The two other issues that I see includes hosting, right? Where is that information hosted in order to be shared, right? There is no one entity that says, I will collect everybody's data, host it on my servers, and then provide it to the world. Whether that's something that would be interesting or not, I think academically that would be interesting. But again, the logistics of hosting a world's worth of data becomes very, very difficult very quickly. The last part is when you look at this type of data, especially genomic data, being able to validate and verify that data as actually good data becomes a whole other thing. So you have to, there's multiple ways you could do that. The first way is you could do it as kind of a open source activity. And this is what we see in the academic industry, where you have one data read and people say, hey, does this look right? Is this what you've got? And people will go in and comment on whether or not the data is good or bad. And then you have another approach, which is actually creating essentially an independent body or an independent organization that can go in and assess that data as, yes, it is valid because of the following reasons. It comes from a valid laboratory. It was used on a valid system. The methodologies were good. So that in itself creates, again, another complexity. So I think part of the solution set is a set of norms that is actually created out of the academic institutions that are interested in biotechnology, and the willingness to be collaborative in its approach. Now, this gets complicated, as you mentioned, when you start looking at government-type laboratories where there's security concerns potentially, or you have industry who is hesitant to provide proprietary information. But as you build better partnerships across the government, across industry and academia, I think that starts to open up. So I think that also COVID has provided an example of where the interest of the nation and the interest of our health security has framed this idea of being more collaborative across the government institutions, industry, academia, and within our international partners. So I'm hoping that will continue. The other part is putting together a set of norms, right? In order to be able to set a standard on what data is actually valid to be provided, to be resourced, and then to be worked off of.
Just a couple things to add to that. The way I tend to think about this problem is, if you approach this top down and say, there's a lot of data and we just need to match it together, I think you often get lost in that exercise. And I always find it helpful to do the bottom up approach, to think about, well, what decisions do stakeholders need to make and what information do they need to make those informed decisions, whether you're an individual trying to figure out, what you need to do on a day-to-day basis and to avoid infection and things like that, to, hospitals, to local public health officials, to, national governments. And I think once you sort of develop that, then you can say, well, some of this data already exists, in the public sector, some of this exists in the private sector. So how do we broker those relationships to share that data? Some of that, I think it becomes obvious, doesn't exist, and that's where opportunities to develop better diagnostic or data sourcing kind of tools exist. And I think that's to me, a more focused approach in sort of addressing this. On the sequencing side, I think there's a lot of really interesting things that are popping up in terms of our capabilities. So, for example, metagenomic sequencing was brought up earlier. This has an enormous potential to be able to get us to switch from a reactive mode to a predictive mode in terms of virus identification. Right now we have to wait to figure out what the virus is and then develop systems to look for it. I think that the notion that we could have a system where we can pick out things that we don't even know we're looking for is just really, it shifts the decision landscape, right? It empowers us with data to make entirely new decisions, and we have to really think through sort of what those opportunities are.
So I kind of separated this mind to what would be the response during a public health emergency, and then what about the normal circumstances? And in my own field of cancer, many have said that the answer to treating cancer is there. It's in the data we already have, that's published, et cetera. We just don't know it and don't know how to put it together. And to answer that problem, I think developing the resources, and actually, as Dr. Patel said, the bottom-up approach to incentivize people, academic institutions, you brought that, it's a perfect example of actually allowing those data to be shared, de-identified way, protecting privacy, et cetera, I think would enable, the investigation and the discovery process. With respect to public health emergencies, I think we need to take a little bit more of a direct and frontal assault, if you will, on this. We need to be able to loosen some of the restrictions we have, but have appropriate safeguards in place. We need a trusted keeper of the data. And I'm thinking from an FDA perspective, industry in general trusts the FDA with their confidential commercial information. They give trade secrets to the FDA, and it's a felony for anyone at the FDA to release that information. And in general, that works. And could we have a trusted source during a public, or a trusted entity during a public health emergency that allows us to aggregate those data? Because I think we saw early on in the pandemic, but even now, who's doing the genotyping? Where is that being stored? Where is it being put together? What are we learning about? Can we actually put it into these models to then develop predictions about the next variants of concern? And we need to be able to build that infrastructure, in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Shalala.
Yes, thank you. I do want to tell Dr. Hahn, I do favor FDA as an independent agency. I spent a lot of my time protecting FDA from White House calls, congressional calls. So I've been a longtime supporter of that effort. I did talk to the Agricultural Committee chair, who wasn't very interested. They're not very interested in the FDA. The FDA is located in agriculture for authorization, and that was part of the problem in getting it moving. Dr. Van, I'm trying to understand who you two talk to. Do you talk to BARDA? Are you really running a parallel surveillance system? The CDC has done most of the training of our public health leaders around the world. They have a surveillance system through WHO. I'm trying to sort out what you do, who you talk to, and how all this is coordinated.
So we have very tight relationships with HHS.
A healthy question, not a critical question.
Of course.
I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah, so we do. We have very tight relationships with HHS from ASPR, and especially within our R&D space within BARDA. And in fact, oftentimes what we find is that technologies that have either started at our program or at BARDAS have actually transferred over for completion. So
They're not talking to the same companies.
So in some cases, we're talking to some of the same companies, but we're not always talking about the same purposes, right? The intent and the need for the DoD is pretty unique to support our joint service for prevention and mitigation against agents of unique DoD interest, right? Now, for our consideration within the Operation Warp Speed, right, I think this was a really great marriage, as it were, between the two organizations that work on essentially two sides of the same coin. And within the HHS and DoD relationship, we actually have this in a structured relationship. It's the Public Health Emergency, oh gracious, FEMC,
Yeah.
yes, Emergency Medical Countermeasures Enterprise, right? So we actually get our DoD scientists and program managers together with the BARDA scientists and program managers to talk through the methodologies by which we are going after different types of biological threats, so that we can learn off of one another, and then we can develop things sometimes in concert with one another or transfer capabilities to one or the other. The other people that we talk to, we have a very strong, within our medical domain, a very strong relationship, especially with our Four Eyes partners, right? Within Australia and Canada and the UK. And oftentimes, as the DoD is developing capabilities against future bio threats, so are those ministries of defense. And so we look to see where we can build not only just agility within our R&D programs, but also where we can build fiscal efficiencies in procurement for those unique needs. So hopefully that answers the question.
What I'm struggling with is the use of the word unique. Give me an example of a bio threat that's unique to the military that wouldn't impact the whole population.
So for me, I look at it as a laying down triangle, right? So on one side of that triangle, we are looking at things that are identified traditionally as bioweapons. BARDA traditionally does not invest in things that are considered bioweapons by the U.S. Department of Defense. And then as you see that triangle slim down, you actually see the HHS triangle get bigger. So the next part of that phase is specific bio threats, whether they're naturally occurring, accidental, or nefarious in action, but are endemic disease or infectious disease that is concerning to the combatant commands and where they are located. Again, traditionally, that is not something where BARDA plays a big role in investment, but that is something that the U.S. DoD is specifically concerned about. And then the next phase is kind of getting into that more public health domain, where the DoD doesn't do a lot of investments within that. We rely on our partners at HHS in order to do most of those investments. And then whenever there is something developed, then we can use their technologies to procure it on behalf of the DoD. Flu vaccine, for example.
In terms of infectious diseases, the biggest threats to the military have been things like sexually transmitted diseases and AIDS over history.
Yes, there are some investments within the Defense Health Program in that area. That's just not where I am represented.
Okay. First off, I know Dr. Van, you have to leave in about 5 minutes, so feel free to leave if we're not finished with this panel. Commissioner Hamburg.
Well, thank you very much. I have to say that perhaps I worked too long for Dr. Shalala because I was having the exact same questions that she had. You know, there was a concrete
that I worked for you and I knew what the questions were.
There was something that happened actually, you know, when I was an assistant secretary in HHS during the Clinton years that I wonder if this problem would still happen now. We were starting to build a national stockpile, the predecessor of our current national stockpile, for civilian use in a catastrophic event such as COVID-19. We felt that smallpox vaccine actually needed to be in that stockpile because of concerns that smallpox could be used as a bioterrorism agent, despite the eradication of the disease, or partly because of the eradication of the disease, but despite the fact that there were limited to official stockpiles of the virus, but that there was evidence that it existed elsewhere. DOD had a contract for developing smallpox vaccine, so we wanted to piggyback on that. And I spent so many hours and so much time, and we were never able to do it because of the difference in procurement systems and the perception that the needs were different, but it would have been the same smallpox vaccine. So we ended up doing two separate pathways, and it delayed it, but it worked out fine, and thankfully we haven't needed it. But do you think that systems for coordination for commonly needed materiel have improved? Do you think that there's, through the FEMC or through other mechanisms, a shared vision also for the research agenda that needs to be developed? And do you think that there are still opportunities for greater coordination and decreasing, needless duplication of effort as well?
Yeah, so absolutely, right. So one, the coordination, I think, has gotten tremendously better since your time in talking about the smallpox vaccine. I think through the last few years, especially the last 2 years with Operation Warp Speed, we have created this relationship that through the FEMC was very much oriented around the research and development and kind of program planning, the early phases of development, which has now translated to looking at the system as a whole, right? And where are those opportunities for collaboration for exactly what you're talking about, procurement capabilities or logistics within the stockpile or even outside of that? Is there room to grow? Absolutely, right? We are a quite sizable department, and we are, that's frankly part of what we're looking at within the bioposture review, right? Where can we strengthen our relationships? Where are we uniquely supposed to be setting our focus and then relying on our partners like at BARDA or HHS ASPR to build the capabilities, not only for, again, a domestic response, but also really for our intent within the DoD and supporting our joint service as well as our national security. So,
yeah, just to add to that, I think there's a number of connection points in terms of research agendas between HHS and DoD. So for example, we have daily conversations with both DARPA and the Defense Threat Reduction Agency and JPO and other parts of DoD, both on collaborative projects we have and transitions of projects from one group to the other. Everything from the wearable sort of sensing technologies that we talked about to vaccine development to a number of others. There's been a lot of connection points. And clearly we could, I think there are definitely opportunities to grow those relationships and make them better. But it's certainly getting better. And we even have liaisons that we've sort of set up between different agencies just to create those, collaborations even more organically.
Congresswoman Brooks.
In the interest of time, I'm going to yield. Oh. But thank you all so very, very much for your service in all of the agencies you represent, although now I want to ask a question. No, I can't. Very, very briefly, because if you can make it as brief as possible. So Operation Warp Speed, huge, huge success, and kudos to the work of our government and all the agencies involved in making Operation Warp Speed a success. But in the new Apollo program, where do you see each of your agencies? What does it need to do better in a new program and a new vision for the future? Very briefly.
So since I have to depart, I'll just throw mine out there real quick. I think what we learned, especially through Operation Warp Speed, was that if you get the right types of teams together in a cohesive unit, because it's not just about the regulatory, it's not just about the research and development. Part of what made that so successful was we pulled together the parts of the teams that people don't oftentimes think to throw into a Tiger team for development of vaccines. We had the program managers, we had the logistics trained folks, we had the industrial based supply chain people, all within that exact same team set that enabled the cross cultivation of ideas and streamlining, so that you're not handing something over and then saying that doesn't involve me anymore, which oftentimes in traditional development processes you see. We cut through all of that into Operation Warp Speed, and I think that's fundamentally what was so successful about that. And that's what part of we within the CBDP are trying to now do. How do you sustain that type of approach so that we can put things on the shelf and we can get to being able to develop things for the next potential pandemic or biological threat, whatever it might be. So,
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Van.
Thank you, Dr.
Other responses?
Yeah, Congresswoman, just really briefly, one is transparency about what's expected to make a decision on behalf of the safety and welfare of the American people. So most of industry, most of the world doesn't mind doing 10 steps as long as you tell me what those 10 steps are and help me along the way. So that would be one. The other is this relationship between the FDA and Operation Warp Speed was very carefully constructed. We at the agency we're the regulator. So there's a bright line between commercial decisions that get made, and yes, Operation Warp Speed did make commercial decisions on behalf of the American taxpayer. We could not participate nor really be in the room during those, but we did act like we would with any sponsor as the advisor. So figuring out how that works in a much more expedited fashion, I think it did work during Operation Warp Speed. Could it be better? Yes.
The other piece of that I think is important with Operation Warp Speed is it defined a very ambitious and clearly defined goal. And I think every item in the Apollo program, there's an ambitious and a very well defined idea in there. And I think picking at that and making it clear to the private sector what that goal is a really important tool to focus the enormous resources and expertise across a variety of organizations in the private sector towards that common goal. And I think that was a really key piece of the success there too.
Ken.
I will actually yield.
Well, thank you both for your excellent testimony. We appreciate it very much. And we are now a mere 9 minutes behind schedule, and we will call our final panel, which is entitled Fostering Innovation at Scale. And this panel will include former government and private sector experts who will discuss the role of the private sector and academia in achieving the goals of the Apollo program for biodefense by the end of the decade. So we'll call forward, please, Dr. Mei Chu and Dr. Akila Kosaraju, or something close to that, and Dr. Dan Wattendorf. Okay, great job, nice. All right, thank you all for your patience and for your presence. Let me introduce the panelists. Dr. Mei Chu is a clinical professor, Department of Epidemiology at the Colorado School of Public Health. She's a former Assistant Director of Public Health, the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and Executive Office of the President under President Obama, former Director of the Laboratory Policy and Practice Program at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Very impressive. Secondly, we have Dr. Akila Kosaraju. Close? Yes. Okay, good. I've said it before, but I'm going to make sure. She is the CEO and President of Fair Bio, a former Special Assistant to the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Health Affairs at the U.S. Department of Defense. And finally, Dr. Dan Wattendorf is the Director of Innovative Technology Solutions at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Thank you all, and we'll start with you, Dr. Chu.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity this afternoon to present, and I would like to speak from my perspective as an academia, but I also bring with me the US government experience of 30-some years. So I think academia is, of course, we recognize the place of innovation and creation and the building blocks of the future of our scientists and technology, and also the connection to, I would say, the human community. That is, right now, for us, we talked about tools and strategies and so forth, but the people that are most affected are the two-legged kind and walking, and we tend to forget that they need to be part of the whole equation. And I want to spend a little time talking about that and how academia can do that. I think in the last 2 years, we've seen things that work and didn't work. And I would have to say that the public health has lost its high ground in communication and public messaging in my field of public health practices. And I sort of wonder what are some of the things we can fix for the future in this area. I also believe that in the future on this ambitious Apollo program, that some of the things that we need to focus on is not the pathogens, but the methods and ethics. And all that has been mentioned already, but I think that the methodology of how to create something that is very much a higher threat to us is there, and how we're going to wrap our heads around how to innovate around that, and the protection is an important area. So let me just talk quickly about the 3 areas that I want to bring up to you. Many of these things are already there, but I maybe could put it in a different perspective from the academia side. And that is, I want to protect the public in the public health part. And the public is very much either our enemy or our friend. And I think, first of all, I want to talk about PPE. So take a look. All the things that you have here, how many different sizes do we have? How many different styles do we have? And how many of us have been just resisting wearing it because it's so darn uncomfortable. It doesn't fit, and yet we're told to do it, and we feel obliged as good citizens to do something. But we can fix this with technology, okay? We can make a mask that fit. We can make a mask that's comfortable. We can make a mask that all of us can get and say, I know I'm protected. Right now, we don't know, and we leak all over the place. Those of you who wear glasses, oh my gosh, right? You just all of a sudden get lost in a fog of your own making. So there are no international standards for a mask. Surprisingly, every country makes their own. The in the United States, FDA and the Office of Health and Safety Agency CDC dictate the type of mask that we have. The methods that we use to measure this comes from the science of the 1960s. It's against bacteria, Staphylococcus aureus. The viruses are much smaller. So having this tested in that standard, tells you something, but doesn't tell you that it actually protects you. The other piece of it is the kind of testing we do for a mask like this to certify it is about $5,000 each. We have the innovation and we have the technology to make it cents on the dollar. The other piece is healthcare workers. They have to have the full PPE, and all the PPE that we wear just don't fit. Just look at how many different sizes we have here. I used to go deploy with WHO on all these Ebola outbreaks and other things. What do I take with me? Duct tape. And why? Because I have to tape up everything because we always order extra large. I would say that Dr. Shalala would be challenged in walking through that, right? Because we're on the smaller size, and you duct tape, and when you unwrap the duct tape, take it off, what happens is you infect yourself because all that stuff is on you. And we have not really made strides in using our innovations for that. DARPA has a program that finally is going to make the PPE of the future, but we are also able to say it's not just for the warfighter, it's got to be for public health, and we got to look like we're wearing the same thing under the same rules and regulations. Otherwise, it's not going to be good. It's going to be us versus them. And so, fortunately, DARPA has been very and generous in inviting the public health entity in, and together with World Health Organization will likely test this both in the field for public health workers, as well as for the warfighter. And I think that's a big win. But it's 25 years in the coming, because I've been doing this, asking for this to happen for that many years. So that's one thing. So the public needs to be, have the attention, and then the PPE has to be reusable, because if it's not reusable, the stockpiling that, Dr. Hamburg mentioned and others is just going to be a nightmare. The pathway is really difficult, and the materials for PPE is very difficult. 98% of it comes from China, and it's made from petroleum byproducts. And we were stuck. We know the story from before. We also try to decontaminate it for the public, for the healthcare worker. We couldn't do it very well. It costs us about $150 sometimes, not all the time, to decontaminate one of those N95 respirators with hydrogen peroxide, blessed by US FDA, which is a good method, but it was an overnight method, and you don't necessarily get your respirator back, because I have a friend that called me up and says, May, it's got lipstick on it, and I don't think my wife really wants to see me wear that. But the fact is that we have to have better, more agile and reflexive systems. And we actually have done some research with Stanford and with University of Washington, in which we take something that's very simple off the shelf in laboratories, and those of us or in laboratories know it's called methylene blue. It actually activates radical oxygen ions in light and essentially disinfects within minutes. So I could actually sit there, spray this, go have my break, come back and put it back on, and it's protected. But it's about 3 cents on the dollar. But we have to go through EPA clearance to get that, even though it is already FDA approved as an injectable, to cure different kinds of diseases. So there's things that we have on the shelf that needs to have processed. And I think academia can do that and bring that forefront. So the other piece, of course, I won't talk much more, is diagnostics. Diagnostics is really my passion in many ways, and there are many things that we can do better. But the main thing here is the rapid person-to-person diagnostics, the connectivity to the results, to the national systems, so that we know who is infected and who is not, has not been discussed. That has to be a fail-safe system where we can do that. Otherwise, why are we pushing home care tests and we don't know whose results is what, right? And I can see that other people understand that very well, but we need to make that a priority. So the next thing I really want to talk about is protecting our environment. In this room, as I walked in, I realized, we don't know the airflow in this room, but we can fix it. We can make this room as safe as some of the airplanes with the HEPA filters, with other things, so our children can go to school and be safe. And we know that, and we can fix it. We have the technology. We have industry, carrier in industry, if you will, and others who are interested in partnering with public health to actually map out what's a safe room. We can do that for BSL-4. Why can't we do this for our regular day-to-day room in our offices? That actually is something we should be doing that. And we could build such testing sites at universities and put all the different bells and whistles in and see what happens. So the last thing I want to talk about is really putting a plug, and this is very biased, I'm sorry, but there are centers of excellence for bioterrorism that NIH built over the last 10, 15 years. There are BSL-3 facilities, the infrastructure is there. We need to expand their ability to do more work in the things that we're talking about and support them. And then further bias is to speak to the animal and science part of it, because we know now that the animals, such as zoo animals, you've heard, you've read about, you've seen that our deer population, others, have coronavirus antibodies. There is a spillover from human to animals. And so once that's in there, in an area that I work I've worked for many years, is plague. Plague came in on ships from China. It went came into California. It spilled over into the rodent wildlife, and now it just keeps giving back as a gift again and again, and we can't get rid of it. So we have to really study animal husbandry, animal susceptibility in vaccines. And where we are in Colorado, especially north of me in Colorado State University, and we have a colleague here, we can actually monitor that and ensure how to protect the environment and how to prevent spillovers. That's something we have to do to protect our people. So with that, I think I will just stop because I brought up a few ideas and thoughts. The last piece that I want to talk about in the environment part is that there is a DARPA program that we are in touch with, essentially taking PPE that is made of carbon polypropylene, which is what I say, it's petroleum byproduct. It's got the carbon in it. There is an opportunity to recycle that, reduce the waste, save the environment. We can turn it into food. But that technology needs to be developed. So I end with that.
Thank you. Squeeze a lot of information into a short period. Dr. Waddendorf.
Well, thank you for allowing me to make some comments here. I'm really speaking from personal testimony here, where I think we have really lost a lot of opportunities that really had to do with the structure of our government and governance, incentives, and lack of an industrial policy. I speak with true cognitive dissonance, and some of these remarks perhaps will come across as strident, but I was a career Air Force officer in the military in an organization that has the entire organization set up for individuals waking up every day, planning with command and control from top to bottom to deal with an existential threat. The threat would be the national security of the United States by a foreign actor, and often with a physical calamity. I've also, the cognitive dissonance, had enjoyed a 6-year time at the National Institutes of Health, really ending with a health policy fellowship under the current director, and then went to the Defense Advanced Research Project Organization as the terminal time of my career. And seeing what NIH offered and what Health and Human Services offered was a very different model where I don't think the entire HHS enterprise is getting up in the morning thinking about how to deal with transmission of infectious disease with a command and control top to bottom. What I've heard and seen representing here and across the room and all of this is how we can make our interfaces better. Who controls what in HHS top down for transmission of infectious disease? And more specifically, something like a threat, like a natural disaster, we have the Stafford Act and we have FEMA. We have pre-existing money and we have pre-existing command and control. We do not have that. Operation Warp Speed was a reaction. And all of the technologies that I'm going to go give as personal examples, I think show why the whole system is completely ineffectual. I would make the case that infectious disease, what is unique about it in terms of a national security prerogative, is transmission. And I don't think malfeasance, biothreat, natural threat is actually exceptional. I think the reason we don't have the response that we do is because it started 100 plus years ago with Paul Ehrlich. Paul Ehrlich showed us that structure-based medicine was rational. We could make pills, and we could monetize those pills. And then we had, at the same time, the Flexner Report. We trained US medical schools to make medical students that dealt with individual disease benefit. The FDA came along mid-century to have safe and effective medicines, drugs, and diagnostics that were based on individual disease benefit. And the public health system withered. And we do not have financial incentives, policies, and command and control around transmission of infectious disease. So I want to give very specific examples. I arrived in DARPA in 2010. The person to the right of me developed a weapons program and walked over to the Pentagon and took a $100 million investment and turned it into a $1 billion capability. The person to the left of me worked on a cybersecurity project, took a $50 million effort and took it into a $3 billion capability with the Department of Defense. There was one stop between them. I went there, leaving NIH, arriving at DARPA, trying to work on pandemic preparedness and give capabilities for drugs, vaccines and diagnostics for transmission prevention. I had no idea who do I talk to develop that. So I will give the examples of each of those. I started with a diagnostics program that was over-the-counter, home-based lateral flow diagnostics. They cost 30 cents for us to make at the Gates Foundation for malaria. There's about 400 million. There's about 2 billion per year. They don't cost that much to make, but they're still made with 1980s pick-and-place technology that looks like I Love Lucy. People are putting things in, and they still have the packaging by individuals, and we still have these large boxes that I use today. What we need those diagnoses to be connected to home, and we need somehow to know that they are finding transmitters. So HIV, TB, malaria, sexually transmitted disease, COVID, and flu, we have a health system to find people who are sick. They leave their hospital, they go to the clinic, and they say, I have symptoms, treat me, or diagnose me. And when I go to the regulators with the FDA with a new diagnostic, the evaluation is based on the individual benefit. Does that person exhibit clinical symptoms of which there is a treatment? There are no parameters at the FDA right now, and I've been through regulatory process for many diagnostic diseases, where I want a transmission detector. To find transmission, you need to find people in the community who are polysymptomatic, mildly symptomatic, or asymptomatic. And you certainly don't want to be oversampling the wealthy or the elite who are testing themselves over and over again and missing all of the transmission in the community for people who don't have access. We need to measure what is a transmission detector, and we needed to put it into community access, and it should be virtually free. So to do that, we've been investing in reel-to-reel lateral flow manufacturing. Right now, the Abbotts of the world and others make about 60,000 tests a day. We've been working on a program to make 16 million lateral flows a day for pennies. They need to be electronically connected, but there isn't a regulatory process. And I went to CDRH, I went to the head of CDRH in 2010, and what I was told was, well, the doctor's office is CLIA waived. And by the way, the reimbursement's by CMS. But if you go to CMS, they say we don't pay for, there's no coverage for screening. How are we paying for these COVID over-the-counter tests? Ad hoc reactive investment. Why are there not public health premiums for reporting an infectious disease positive test? Why are there not public health premiums for finding transmitters in the community? If we created those incentives at CMS, the technology is already there. Vaccines. In 2010, I started a program for RNA vaccines. In this case, I funded a company called Moderna. I also funded Novartis, Sanofi, Pfizer, CureVac, and several others. It was extraordinarily difficult to get those investments out to those companies. They wanted to be oncology companies. The leaders and the boards of those companies said they would not be effective at vaccine. They're not immunogenic. We tried this with DNA. I marched over to NIH. I had worked for the director. I know the people that you see on the news. I was told it was naive from 2000 to 2016. But more fundamentally, I was told two things. One, we don't fund companies. And two, there is no design of these vaccines that you can design them for transmission. If you go to the FDA, and I spoke with Marian Gruber, we test vaccines on endpoints based on protecting the individual, which is great. I take the Moderna vaccine, we take the BioNTech vaccine, and they were designed to protect us from severe illness. But they were not designed to protect from transmission, and we had not put regulatory endpoints, nor do we have public health incentives for vaccine manufacturers to say, if I get infected, but I don't get it super sick, and I make the two people next to me sick, if I prevent that transmission, do I get a benefit? If we put that incentive in place, they would have designed oral vaccines to make secretory IgA, so our antibodies would be at the surface of our mouth. There's nothing inherently different about RNA vaccine that you couldn't design it for transmission. There just was no incentive. It took till 2016 to even get the NIH to be interested in RNA vaccines. And again, that relationship with the private sector was poor. And what I mean by that more specifically is why do we not have scaled RNA vaccines available for Africa, for India, for all of these places of the world where the HIV patients are generating a lot of mutants such as Omicron? We don't have them because we had no incentives for the industrial policy to make scale. Novartis had these vaccines capabilities in-house. Pfizer knew about these vaccines. Sanofi had it. These were multi-tens of millions of dollars investments. They didn't develop them, and they didn't develop the scale-up manufacturing because there was no incentive to do so. It I mean, it's great that the vaccines have worked, but we have not made them scalable, and we have really not, prevented the transmission from around the world. Last is drugs. The last program, of course, was could we make a rapid response? And the most rapid response of all is the beauty of our own immune system. In 2010, most people were using mice and injecting mice or using a technology called phage display. However, you can find in any given outbreak, an individual will have one good antibody out of the panoply of many that is likely to be protective. 3 of the antibodies that have been approved or near approval, AstraZeneca's, Lilly's, and Vir's, all were funded by that DARPA program. I would say they all have missed opportunity. Were they safe and effective? I believe so. Do they appear to work? I believe so, for individual benefit. But they can also be used to prevent transmission. They cannot be used to prevent transmission if they're $100 a gram made out of a Chinese hamster ovary, which is a biotech historical example of the 1980s, versus a foresight of an investment into low-cost antibodies so that we could give them to everybody in the community to prevent transmission. I cannot go to CDC for tests, BARDA for a specific thread list, FDA for safe and effective for an individual benefit for no transmission. I went to CMS several weeks ago and asked, can we possibly get a public health premium for required reporting, just volitional reporting so that we could create a prevalence map like Google. None of these organizations are actually in any bit of command and control with each other. Until they're all under one command and control, until we have transmission as part of our incentivized opportunity for the United States for all diseases, existing and future, and until we absolutely create a industrial policy to make these at scale and low cost that is infectious disease is not limited to our shores, we can make this a commercial opportunity that goes across the planet. I think we will be circling these same conversations over and over.
That's what I would call a tour de force. And I suspect that our staff will want to continue the conversation because there's so much there, and they'll want to get down into the details with you. Thank you. Dr. Kosaraju.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's so great to see, so many familiar faces, and just thank you to the panel and the experts for spending your careers on these most important issues, and Tasha for her tireless work on this panel. I've been following your work for over a decade now.
You need to turn your mic on.
There we go. Just always learn so much, and thank you to my esteemed panelists. So I am the CEO of Fair Bio, and Fair is using AI and machine learning to mine for and develop entirely novel classes of antibiotics. So this initiative was very much inspired by the antimicrobial resistance crisis, and not to belabor an issue that you all are even more familiar with than probably even I am, but this is becoming the next unseen pandemic. So the WHO predicts that by 2050, there will be 10 million deaths globally from AMR alone. So we are approaching this with novel technology and a novel business model. And I want to highlight 3 recommendations that sort of speak a bit to why we came up with this approach. And 2 of these are government specific, 1 is industry specific. So first is that we've noticed as we talk to government potential partners that there really is very, very limited investment in early stage, I guess you could call it platforms. I know that word's a little bit overused, but very novel, truly moonshot technologies. And so across different technologies, DARPA used to fill that unmet need. And we find that in healthcare, it's sort of punted around amongst different agencies. So for example, in antimicrobial resistance, this truly novel platforms using computational tools, we're just shopping it around and find that, CARB-X says we want to invest in earlier stage technologies, but in reality, they're actually not incentivized to do so. It seems to me that their measure of success is getting drugs into clinical trials. Understandably, that's a typical model of success across biotech. And I would, my humble recommendation is that there are metrics for success for agencies like CARB-X and BARDA that aren't just what gets to the finish line, that there's some intermediate goals that we can enable Congress to really hold accountable of these agencies that would really draw out some of these platform technologies that can then lead to the next mRNA. And also, along those lines, AMR is not the topic du jour right now for obvious reasons. But I think this is the cycle that we go through. In my 15-year career in infectious disease and biodefense, things get pushed to the wayside if they're not number one priority. And I think we're doing that again. I think AMR is a case in point. So in terms of platform technologies, like I mentioned, we're using AI and computational tools, which you've heard a lot about today, a bit more on the data analysis and aggregation side. We're using it to really mine for novel antibiotics, combing across billion-plus data sets and trying to find drugs that previously were used for diabetes or other disease areas that may have some repurposing ability in antibiotics. So with that technology, we're able to screen 1,000 times as many molecules, 5 times faster, with 100 times greater success rate. That's our estimate at this stage. This is the early days of the industry. And so this seems like something that really would be of huge benefit to government to at least have a partnership and a mutual understanding of where these technologies are going. And so my suggestion would be that we reevaluate where are the funding mechanisms for these types of platforms, and especially when they're not addressing an immediate need like COVID. Is there a place within government, or have we kind of lost track of that in the thick of our other, much more urgent priorities? And then the last thing on that point is the regulatory side. So we find that as we're trying to get ready for our pre-IND meetings that in a few years, what will the FDA say about these computational tools? Will they take into consideration some of our in silico or computational data? And I think that we're looking at benchmarks from the industry, other companies that are actually getting AI-generated drugs approved to see, what are the signals of how the FDA will react. But I think having more guidance and having a clearer pathway there would be helpful. The second thing I want to highlight is, and this is a bit more on the industry side, but it kind of involves government, is deploying novel business models. So at FAIR, we're actually technically incorporated as a nonprofit. And so we take philanthropic dollars, ideally also matched with government grant funding, and that enables us to get through the valley of death. And you all have probably heard that phrase numerous times. The valley of death is particularly deep in infectious disease, and I would say extraordinarily deep with antimicrobial resistance. And so what with doing that or taking that model, we're able to de-risk and cross the valley of death with funding that does not take up our cap tables or our equity structures. And that way venture capital can come to the table later where the returns on investment are lower. So let's say it's a 2x return instead of a 10x return, but the risk is lower at that stage. So I think those kinds of models, just kind of speaking a bit more to industry, should be looked at, and maybe looking at how government can then help match, whether it's philanthropic or other ways of funding that aren't just venture capital and institutional investors. And then the third thing is, this is strictly a government recommendation. You've heard this ad nauseum, but I can't emphasize enough the importance of pull incentives. My previous company, SIGA, had developed a smallpox antiviral that's now in the national stockpile. And that company was sustained and really achieved success almost entirely because of the pull incentives, with some help with some push incentives along the way. Those incentives are still, I think, not clear for AMR and for emerging infectious diseases. And I would have expected with COVID at this stage, we would have thought of much more innovative models to drive rapid innovation in these other spaces. But I haven't seen that yet. In fact, not at all. And I think, again, that's largely because there's a much bigger elephant in the room that everyone is focused on in the near term and really trying to get through, the next few months. So in particular in AMR, the Pasteur Act, which has just been added to 21st Century Cures, and reimbursement models like Disarm, these really send a signal to industry that there will be a marketplace, and it also enables companies like Pfizer and GSK and Merck to want to continue to do acquisitions and deals with small companies like ours, which are absolutely essential for our lifeblood. So those are my 3 general recommendations: earlier stage investments, novel business models, and new pull incentives. Thank you very much.
We'll start with the formerly reticent Ken.
Rarely accused of that. Thank you very much for your comments. Dr. Wattendorf, I just want to come back to you. You said warp speed was a reaction. And I think, that was a prelude to your other comments. But focusing specifically on that, you want to unpack that comment a little bit about sort of how that particular episode sort of reflected some of the broader points you're making?
Every pandemic that I'm aware of in the past 20 years has been a reaction with emergency supplementals from Congress. There isn't a Stafford Act for infectious disease. We wait. The scientists, each in all of the embedded institutes of HHS, have different tools. They all want to push the tools forward, but each of them can only work within the domains of their world. NIH isn't traditionally funding commercial companies. DoD obviously has very powerful logistics and contracting, and so that could be used for Operation Warp Speed. Operation Warp Speed is a spectacular success, and frankly, the innovation of America is fantastic. And when the country gets together behind a problem, it is extraordinary. It's unique in the world. But still being reactive leaves there's still many, many people who have died that could have been prevented if we had the foresight to have dealt with all of these issues ahead of time. All these over-the-counter tests, I keep going back to this, it's lateral flow technology. It's 1960s, woman Nobel Prize in radioimmunoassay from the 1960s. Fundamentally, it's really not that different, but we don't make them at very high scale. It's a home pregnancy test. I'm sure a lot of us have used them. But even today, what we are funding, the present technologies that we are out there have not increased the rate of manufacturing. And so we fund new ones, we declare success. There are some that have better performances than others, but they're not accessible across the United States or across the planet because we're not making billions. We need to make hundreds of millions or billions, and they need to be pennies. The malaria tests are 30 cents. I don't know why I'm paying $23 yesterday at CVS to pick up 2 so I can make sure I was negative for you here. They should be 20, 30 cents. Every person in the United States should have what looks like a Q-tip in their drawer. And we have funded this given the right of reference at the FDA so anybody could use them. So you could use the same standardized sample acquisition, swab your nose and stick it on a lateral flow test, or swab your nose and send it for a molecular test if you want to get the higher performance or do the transmissive infectious disease. We don't have a standard collection device for biospecimen, and RSV and flu are important too. It should cost essentially nothing to do that. There's no reason that technology costs anything. And then the volitional reporting allows you to create a Google Maps of infectious disease. I want to keep going back to your point though with, if you're asking me, with this reaction on warp speed, are we going to try to do this ad hoc every single outbreak and try to find who's doing what and at what stage of development? There's no reason to do that because if the incentives are there, I think our drugs and individual disease management, if I get sick, I want to go to a US hospital. I guarantee you, I've seen them all around the world. And if I get sick, they will measure that disease, they will give me good treatment, and they will have incentives, reimbursements for Center for Reasonable and Necessary through CMS coverage usually, that will allow this to be monetized so people will chase after these opportunities. There is no monetary opportunity to find or prevent transmissible disease. We don't, HIV and TB, malaria, we just look at the people who get sick. We don't find the people who transmit.
Thank you. Well, perhaps sort of following up on this, Operation Warp Speed was sort of a unique effort at a very unique moment in time in that it really broke down some of the silos of the sort of biomedical product innovation ecosystem and tried to align economic incentives with, the research that was being done, with the regulatory oversight, with the, reimbursement and, now we're struggling with the distribution part of that ecosystem. But I'm not sure that it's something that we will be implementing to address, other serious unmet public health and medical care needs in a non-crisis situation. But I think, one of the challenges for us is to, really look at what can we take away to make a more integrated system, and recognize, one of the things that a number of you identified, which is that, if you're working in academia, you don't really understand what it takes to scale a product. You don't understand what FDA is going to want to know in terms of, demonstrating safety and efficacy. If you're in industry, you may have assumptions about how you're supposed to do certain studies, which may not actually be the case. But if the regulator and the company sat down together early on, they could shape the research agenda to make it more efficient and cheaper and more likely to gain meaningful results, as I think Steve Hahn mentioned in the earlier panel. But we've got to find ways to shake up our systems now, clearly. But one of the things I wanted to really ask, and maybe Dan, you're the best person to address it, is one of the things that I think has been missing in our response, many things, but we haven't been able to sort of learn as we go as meaningfully as I think we should be. I mean, one of the problems with this, what you were saying about transmission versus individual disease, is that I think we underappreciated the role of the asymptomatic spread initially. But we didn't immediately then sort of develop a set of studies to better understand it, and then look at that in terms of what it meant in terms of vaccine protection and what was needed. And there are other examples too in the transmission area. You were talking about masks, the questions about, how is it spread and what kinds of environmental factors made a difference, and, were masks important or not. So how do we think not only about the research that needs to be done to better prepare us, but also the research agenda that needs to be unfolding as we learn more and identify critical gaps in our ability to make sound decisions, based on data, and to be as nimble as possible to address critical policy and ultimately health needs?
That's a lot there. That's a lot. I think, again, just as a thought exercise, going back to the beginning, I think DOD has a large percentage of people who wake up in the morning and they think about existential threats, whether they're from large foreign countries or small state-sponsored terrorism, and then they realize that they have a capability gap. And then they have, through command and control, not a whole bunch of different agencies owning different parts of the puzzle, they can, if they create that as a requirement, they can go out and do R&D fielding and then testing, fielding, and implementation through the entire life cycle. And then you can scale based on the needs. Some things require high scale because whatever that capability gap is. We don't have capabilities-based investments in HHS other than the threat list for BARDA for the phase 1, phase 2 area for the drug specifically. NIH is, and again, I love NIH, and I think the NIH model is fantastic. I don't necessarily want to break anything about NIH the way it works. It's just that we need a different structure for something like this. NIH is investigator-driven science. That's not creating a capability. That is, after the Nature paper, you need that. I'm unaware of public health or not-for-profit or philanthropic groups making scaled capabilities. It has always been commercial entities. It has always been the private sector, even the DOD and military industrial complex. Our private sector that makes medical products to find people who are sick and to treat people who are sick. We have never asked them to find transmission of infectious disease, and to prevent that transmission and pay them for that in a predictable way. And if those payments, the entire system top to bottom needs one unified command and control, and they need to pay for what we want. And I don't think we have to wait for the red swan or the black swan or whatever it is. It's today. We know the zip codes where HIV is transmitting. They're transmitting because they're not super sick and going to the hospital, so they're unsick enough that they're able to transmit to somebody else. We have influenza for 100 years because we still breathe on each other during the course of an illness, and we don't find it. And in nursing homes, it kills people. COVID, we're seeing that right in our face as a slap in our face. So sure, we've been great when in reaction to this, but I don't see anything. If it was 2020 versus 2010, I don't see any different circumstance for me to try to push these programs into actual scaled capabilities. And I don't see anybody funding industrial scale up for any of these approaches. But Moderna and Pfizer, were they really part of Warp Speed? They both did the drug okay. So Warp Speed was great, but neither of them are getting drugs across the planet. And both of them, as I said, the technology really, as much as it sounds new, I don't, it's actually self-deprecating. I don't really think the using an RNA in a lipid to generate an immune response was actually fundamentally that new even in 2010. What we hadn't done was put the pieces together and put an industrial policy around it. And the big pharma's backed out. Sanofi, one of the biggest vaccine companies in the world. Pfizer backed out.
But do you really think it was command and control that the mRNA
No.
vaccines would have been developed?
Because they couldn't make money.
They couldn't make money. No, I think it was incentive.
The companies have never wanted to make vaccines unless we were willing to guarantee the market. We have children's vaccines today because we guarantee the market.
Yeah, right. So I don't think it was command and control for the vaccines. I think it was an incentive issue.
Okay, I think you should get off of command and control, by the way, because I can give you a series of examples in the American military where command and control produced outcomes that you would be very uncomfortable with.
Fair enough. I wasn't suggesting I'm sorry I used that word. I wasn't suggesting a military top down, but each agency is independent.
I agree with you that the department needs a strategy to get things done. And by the way, it's not necessarily command and control. It's the political will and the resources to have an integrated strategy to produce outcomes that you want, and the resources to do that, to buy your way in. I could give you numerous of examples of where we used economic incentives to change behavior and to save lives. So, but can I ask the next question? Peggy, are you finished?
I am. I think I did too much.
Yeah. So you sit on top of or in a multi-billion-dollar private foundation. So you've got lots of money. So what are you paying for that will produce some of these transmission outcomes?
Right. I alluded to the diagnostic investments. I'm paying for industrial scale up of the lateral flow technology, trying to go from 60,000 to 16 million, and then also have no read technology, meaning no device. So any cell phone would allow people to volitionally transmit their positive test, either to get an appointment or conceivably to get one of these new drugs. We're obviously funding the generics of the drugs that potentially could be approved so that we could get those out at scale. Otherwise, we're not going to have the opportunity. From the scale up, even on the drugs, there's going to be latency. And of course, on the vaccines, a panoply of vaccines that are potential transmission blocking vaccines, as well, again, as scale up opportunities so that these can be low cost and readily accessible.
Congresswoman Brooks.
One of the concepts, thank you, that we began to talk about right before I was leaving Congress, and I'm really curious, especially from either not just the startup and the new companies, but even for the bigger companies, is when the government incentivizes or provides a lot of funding to companies for incredibly important, these products and what we need. Is there ever any discussion in industry that maybe some should come back to the government? That all of this investment, that maybe we should create a model that when companies are making billions and billions of dollars and the American taxpayer has invested, through its government, have there been discussions in industry about that model? And I'm curious what your thoughts would be, because what we're doing isn't necessarily working. It's not working fast enough. And when you are, member of House or Senate and having to vote on all of these things, we aren't investing enough money, but yet there isn't enough money, okay? And so how can we begin to maybe recover some of the investments?
So, just addressing this from the point of view of working with companies that have not made billions and billions of dollars on things like COVID. So in the AMR and biodefense spaces, I would say that we're asked to give back, especially in contract negotiations. There is, I think people don't realize how much there is a back and forth in those negotiations where you're asked to sort of acknowledge and compensate for everything that has been given to the company. And I think that's fair. But we don't necessarily have the privileged position oftentimes of giving back that much, to be honest. There aren't that many examples of extraordinarily successful biodefense or antimicrobial resistance companies. In fact, I can't think of a single one. So I think that's partially a problem with the market dynamics. And so I think if you ask companies to do a little bit too much, it could really push many of these into failure, to be honest. But that's not addressing sort of the COVID and multi-billion-dollar markets that probably you're more referring to.
Yeah. And I think, our government hasn't really demanded that as a requirement. And we've talked about it quite a bit when I was at CDC, saying that they have to bring it back to at cost to certain populations for whom this will benefit, like in the Native American communities and other communities. It hasn't. At another level, at the World Health Organization, it is always a critical thing. That's part of the negotiations, is that a percentage has to come back at cost or below cost. And that often it happens also at UNICEF.
Most of the government R&D investments are in grants. Some of them include, like in the military ones, include government purpose rights, IDOL, and there's never been marching that's ever been executed. Gates Foundation uses something called global access rights, which is a pre-negotiated cost plus to certain diseases or certain communities of people who have, or countries that have lower income. But mostly, I think when we're looking in the biomedical enterprise, NIH funding and some of the other ancillary groups, mostly NIH funding, the universities, Office of Tech Transition obviously wants to hold on to that IP because that if they get the CRISPR or something else, that's the big boon. And then others that are turned into commercial drugs through the VC capital into pharma. Of course, a ton of government investment has gone into the R&D, and then the company realizes obviously the profits, but they take enormous risk. In fact, again, I don't want to disparage pharmaceutical companies. I think they take lethal risk every time that they release a drug, because if that drug has any type of safety or efficacy problems, you can take the entire company down. So I do not think it is a good idea is to push away the pharmaceutical companies. What I think we need is to either bonds, equity, or other types of predictable participation in platforms or technologies of societal benefit where there is not a consistent market. There's a consistent market for cancer and heart disease. There is not a consistent market for some of the pandemic preparedness. But again, I do think transmission is something there is a consistent market for, that we would participate not only in the early stage research, which could still be grant, but as we get into more predictable clinical development, we could participate with bonds, and then if the pharmaceutical company, we have the lowest cost of capital in the world. So if the pharmaceutical, we want things for the poor, or we want things for transmission, or we want things for calamity, then we want to tell those pharmaceutical companies, you have a predictable pathway, and we will cover with bonds, and maybe like a Fannie or Freddie model, you have a aggregator of, maybe there's a separate company that then makes, lets out either these grants or contracts or funding opportunities, carving out a piece or buying access to that at a certain price if the calamity is ever realized. We have the craft model with the Civil Reserve Air Fleet, with airlines that, with the DoD, that if we need to use civil airlines, with an insurance policy, I think we could put insurance schemes behind that. So I do think incentives could do it. And then if the opportunity is realized, we're not acting through margin rights. We are just acting on a contract that we had pre-negotiated and made predictable for these companies and their boards.
Dr. Butnorth, I'm not sure that I understood completely what you had to say when you talked about your conversations with the FDA and transmissibility. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit. What I think I understood was that you suggested this should be a part of vaccines, for instance, and you didn't get the satisfaction you were hoping to there. And what I would like to understand is, did they say they didn't have the statutory authority to do that? Did they say that there wasn't a market for it? What were the hurdles that they put in front of you?
Yeah,
or prolong the study time. I mean, I think that
that's right. Of course.
Yes.
I'll answer that. So yeah, yes. FDA had a question about statutory authority if a drug was only a transmission blocker. Is there an ethical question, and there was a legal question? Could the FDA even approve a biologic, let's say a vaccine, or even a transmission blocker? There's a whole bunch of technologies out there that you spray in your mouth. There was one even showing actually gum with the receptor. The receptor of COVID in the gum. You chew the gum, it reduces your viral load, so you're less likely to breathe it on your grandma and kill grandma. How would we go through the FDA with a product that is either only a transmission blocker or blocks transmission in addition to protecting me? And FDA actually did go through the Public Health Act and the lawyers and said, no, we can approve this. We just never have. We also, it's hard to study unless you have a human challenge model, because you need to look at many, many more people in the population to count the number of people who get transmitted to. These are expensive studies. But in post-marketing, the FDA could design the studies, even if they were done post-marketing, or we could actually create a regulatory pathway with specific, like the statistical rules that we would want. And then that would create the incentives for the people who are putting things into clinical trials to choose that. That's what RNA vaccine is IM. We put it in our muscle. What many people don't realize is that our muscle is not doing much for the effectivity of that vaccine. It's actually going to the draining lymph node and working there through immune cells. We could have put the vaccine in our mouth, and we would have generated immune responses on our tongue and in our airways, which might have made those vaccines better at protecting me, and then better at protecting me from transmitting to someone else, even if I don't get symptoms. But there's no incentive for the company to do that. They're going to do whatever is the fastest way, because we have never said, we'll give you a public health premium. We'll give you 10% more if you can show us post-marketing that your drug blocks transmission to people. If so, I think they would have put different vaccines or different biologic, still an RNA drug, in a different format, because they would want that success.
You could probably potentially incentivize that with an extension of data exclusivity, for instance, the way we did for pediatric.
And some of those kinds of products are in development now, aren't they? The nasal spray.
We have some that are, but again, there are some that look. The RNA drugs we know block transmission to some degree, but they weren't choosing their route of administration or the formulation because there was an incentive to do so. That was a nice opportunity that they had auditioned.
And the endpoints they chose were the ones that were the easiest to count.
Of course, and it makes sense. There was nothing, and there's nothing. The FDA. There was nothing about the FDA's response that I was upset with the FDA about. The FDA, but they're still working on a model about individual benefit versus individual plus public health benefit. And those two together is a bigger incentives. It's in any calamity, it's a shame if someone dies, but with transmissional infectious disease, what we really want is to prevent it not transmitting to another person. Even if we don't protect the individual, if we had very cost-effective solutions that we could put out at scale.
I mean, to me, and I know we need to end this, but this is a much longer but important discussion, which is sort of what I was inarticulately trying to get at before, which is that in a crisis, you move quickly to try to get answers so that you can get products to people, but you also want to understand what are the deficiencies in those products, and that your first vaccine, your first drug over the finish line is not going to probably be your best one. And so how do you keep iterating, and how do we identify some of these critical gaps in capabilities to address them, even as we're responding to the pandemic with next generation development efforts, but also so that in peacetime, when we finally get through this, we then have a research agenda that we can invest in that will make us better able to implement the next time around.
We're actually slightly ahead of time, and so I would ask the ex officio members if they have any questions for the panel. Billy.
There you go. Thank you. This is a great talk. And do you feel like you're a fish in the water and you're saying, hey guys, we're in water, and everybody else is looking at you going like, what are you talking about? Water? This is where we live. So I like that you brought up that for 70 or 80 years, we've been thinking in this paradigm, one bug, one drug, or here's a disease, let's fix it. And we built systems all around that approach because it's actually not a bad approach. It just doesn't fix everything. So we earlier today talked about prevention. You were calling it transmission. So I think there's some ways to kind of think about, kind of getting back into the systems, and I'll be an advocate for One Health and just say that, in the animal world, we think a lot about reducing transmission between animals because it's the more cost-effective way to do it. So I think there's some lessons and probably some models there. But I think it really gets back to the incentivization. How do you make money in prevention? So, May, you were talking about masks. Not a lot of money to be made in making masks. Where's the incentives to create, really good masks? Or for you, where's the incentive to reduce transmission? So, I think we'd love to follow up with all of you more. I think would be the appropriate answer there. It's more of a comment than a question. But if you wanted to add on any thoughts of how to incentivize, some of us call prevention, what you're saying is transmission. I think if we can monetize that, then you would unleash an amazing creative world in this country of people that would put their minds to that.
And thank you for that comment, because I think also I'll get in touch with Dan. We've been in touch before on these innovations, is that we're actually doing a study looking at exhale breath, what actually comes out of your mouth, and we put a specialized strip in the mask to capture it so that we can actually measure what came out of your mouth, and then we can see what that is and what the amount of viruses we can recover, live virus. So we need to talk some more. And this is sort of an academic study that we've been looking at.
Debbie.
Thank you. I have a question for Dr. Wattendorf. Having worked at HHS, I totally agree with you that there's nobody who wakes up in the morning and is trying to stop transmissibility of disease. And I agree with Secretary Shalala about the need for a new strategy. But what about a new structure? I don't think CDC really did the job in this last engagement. And I think it's too focused on things other than preventing deadly diseases and preventing pandemics. Should there be an alternative agency that is not CDC that works on this? Should there be something else that oversees BARDA? How would you restructure it?
Well,
with command and control.
It's a poor choice of words, perhaps. Maybe I I think it needs a different structure. It's a really difficult spot to sit here because I really have been privileged to have worked at NIH. I have seen every agency of truly the FDA in some of these efforts has actually been the greatest partner in the government-to-government relationship. The scientists at the FDA were there making very, very key contributions, which will never be out in the media, in terms of way to design studies so that we would have these RNA vaccines prepared at the time of it. So it's not that I don't think all of these agencies are doing a great job in what they do today. But I will also say that there are absolutely internecine issues between each of these agencies that prevents us from creating capabilities. There are structural, there are contracting, there are, and including, like, if you live in a world of study section generated science, that is not picking a goal and saying we need to go there and I need to, you're going to fund also the interesting things in science versus some of the banal things that we need. Like what we needed is we needed to just change the manufacturing machines for pregnancy tests, and we could have had billions of these at pennies. This was so. Who thinks about that? Who funds that? And who creates the incentives for that? That needs a different structure. I didn't know, and I still don't know, with these investments, who do I go talk to? Today, I go to CMS, just off the phone. How do I try to get the ability to, so that these over-the-counter tests, can we see who's positive where? We have no visibility. Transmitters, we can't see. Sick people, I can see. They're obvious, they're sick. I cannot see transmitters of global health diseases. I can't see transmitters of flu, and I can't see transmitters of COVID. I want to see them. But if we have no incentives to tell people how to do that. So I think CMS needs to have an economic group that looks at public health priorities, not individual benefit, and then create reimbursement. The cost of the test, we've overpriced. There is no reason the government should be letting contracts for more than $1 or $2 for the COVID testing in the home. And as long as we keep pricing them like clinical testing, of course the companies are going to make those products to fit that model. They would be crazy not to. So I think we need the incentive side. It's a fumbly thing to say, like a Freddie Fannie type thing. Do you create a company that then does that and does this from an economics standpoint? There are so many more talented people on economics in the model.
We've been looking at, testing, as I say, who are the transmitters and who is actually exhaling virus and exhaling infectious agents. And what we've talked about was because this is a study, we can actually incentivize the user of the test to give them $5 to report back to us the results of their test, and whatnot, so they could be incentivizing directly, not the company, but the individuals. And with the cell phones and with other kinds of mechanisms and other controls, we can actually get that data back into a national database, because we're losing all these points of millions of tests taken daily in this country, and public health has no visibility on it at the moment.
One thing I would say, having seen this from the government side and the industry side, is that I would caution against creating some new fangled government entity, because I think that just becomes a massive distraction and makes it seem like the problem is being solved. So I think really what's needed is strengthening existing institutions like the CDC and BARDA and others, and really having an emphasis and empowerment of the leadership structures, maybe not command and control, but something along those lines, where you really have a sense of who's in charge in different emergencies, and also who's in charge of the other portfolios that are not getting attention during those emergencies, because you're starting to see, again, a lot of other priorities are falling by the wayside. We're setting ourselves up for another major pandemic of another sort in 5 to 10 years. So I think I've seen the government do this repeatedly, try to create a new bright shiny object, and I think it just ultimately adds a lot of confusion to the mix.
Yeah, I get that. I'd just be wary of strengthening agencies that failed on their recent missions. So I don't know if strengthening is the right word, but significantly reforming, curtailing extraneous activity, something like that would be how I would approach it. Thank you.
Dr. Parker?
Just real quick, all three of you were in government service. So, and now you're not. You're in the private sector in one way or another. So, what do you wish you would have done when you're in government service, knowing what you've learned since you left government service? Real quick, short answer.
I think for me, the ability, as I think Dr. O'Toole says, to be able to talk to all parties because you are not constricted is really important. We need an umbrella of protection under which we can come in and freely share information. We just don't have that. You know, when you have to go through 5 layers to get clearance, and then you're told you only, because I was middle management, right? You only can mention X, Y, and Z, but not A, B, and C. That's really difficult. I think that creative spirit and the willingness to collaborate just fizzles.
I'm not sure what I've done differently. I think we are so tribal. You know, we take care of our families first, no matter what anyone ever says. And it's always us against them in any type of organizational structure of human beings. So the more we clarify a organization or an agency within the government, the more insular it becomes, no matter how much people say that they talk to each other. And then an individual, these are people who are public servants, it's just amazing. I personally think what they give up compared to what they can get into the private sector, and the competent, talented people we have inside the government. It's extraordinary. I mean, it was a true honor to be there. But the interfacing and the internecine things, because of organizational structure, I think is very problematic and is absolutely designed to not work with alacrity in response to an outbreak, but is certainly not working with the private sector to plan for one.
And I would say, you know, briefly, I wish I'd had more time and focus on smaller companies. So I was working for the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Health, you know, $50 billion health system, and you just have your existing partnerships with industry. And I just can't think of that many moments where we really had time to sit down with small companies and learn, and also see if there are nimble ways to work together. So now seeing the other side of this, I see how much the government is losing out and how much small companies like ours, you know, also don't know exactly where to, you know, kind of insert ourselves.
All right, before we part ways, I'd just like to make a few closing comments, if I may. Our speakers made it clear to me throughout the day that the government, industry, academia, and non-governmental organizations have a tall task indeed ahead of them to implement the Apollo program for biodefense and to eliminate all pandemic threats in 10 years. But we know this goal is both achievable and necessary. We also know that it will require a sustained, unified, bipartisan effort. Scientific advances in the life sciences accelerated by the pandemic have brought technology to the point where ending pandemics is within our grasp, but only if we commit to taking on this grand challenge. We recognize the recent efforts by the Biden administration to address future biological threats with its American Pandemic Preparedness Plan, and are glad to see that they found our report on the Apollo program for biodefense to be helpful. But there's no time to waste. Our nation remains at catastrophic biological risk. We have the opportunity to save countless lives by executing the Apollo program for biodefense. We are there. We are right there. So let's harness America's expertise, money, talent, initiative, and innovation and make it happen. So on behalf of Senator Lieberman, Government Ridge, and the rest of the Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense, I want to thank our speakers and audience members for coming today. And this meeting is adjourned, and let me make note that it's 4:28.